Hello there, insomniacs. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know what time it is where you are. Are you listening from the quiet corners of midnight in Tokyo, the gentle dawn of London, or perhaps the hushed afternoon of New York? Wherever you are in this world, I hope this tale finds you in that perfect space between wakefulness and dreams. If you're enjoying these nocturnal narratives, remember to subscribe to Insomniac's Lore. And now, let's drift into tonight's story together. Side B of Forever. The first thing Lena Cruz noticed about the defunct recording studio was its smell. Dust and forgotten ambition with undertones of decaying foam padding. Perfect. She specialised in things others had left behind. "It's all yours until the developers take over in 3 months," said the property manager, handing her the keys. "They're keeping the vintage equipment as selling points for the luxury apartments. Your job is to catalogue and restore what's salvageable." Lena nodded, already mentally calculating which pieces would fetch the highest prices at auction. At 31, she'd built a reputation as Portland's go-to specialist for vintage audio restoration. The irony wasn't lost on her. While she could resurrect almost any abandoned sound system, her personal life remained perpetually in need of repair. The manager left, and Lena breathed in the silence. Studio B, or the Echo Chamber, as a faded sign proclaimed, had once been the epicentre of Portland's indie music scene. Now it was a time capsule, analogue mixers, reel-to-reels, a drum kit missing half its cymbals. She began methodically photographing equipment, her Doc Martens leaving footprints in the dust. The control room was in better shape than expected. Someone had covered the mixing board with a tarp sometime in the late 90s and never returned to uncover it. Behind the soundboard, she found a small storage cabinet. Inside were the expected technical manuals, a few promotional headshots of forgotten bands, and a shoebox labelled "Misc Recordings Do Not Discard." Lena opened it expecting demo tapes from hopeful musicians. Instead, she found a single cassette in a clear plastic case. No band name, no track listing, only a handwritten label in faded blue ink. "Play If You've Ever Been in Love, 1993. "Well, that's specific," she muttered, turning the cassette over. The B-side was blank. Something about the specificity of the label made her pause. Not "if you like love songs," or "if you're feeling romantic," but "if you've ever been in love," a condition, a threshold of experience required for listening. Lena had loved exactly once, deeply, catastrophically, and had spent the 3 years since her breakup with Marco ensuring it wouldn't happen again. Did that qualify her? She found a Walkman in her bag, cleaned the heads with alcohol and pressed play. Static, then a throat clearing. "Mara," said a young man's voice, halting and warm. "It's me, Isaac. This is... God, this is embarrassing." More throat clearing, background noise, movement, perhaps pacing. Lena leaned forward. "I don't know if you'll ever hear this. I don't know if I'll ever give it to you. But they say you should speak your truth even if your voice shakes, so... My voice is shaking, but here's my truth." A pause. The hiss of analog tape. "I've loved you since that first day in Whitman's seminar when you argued that his poetry wasn't about nature at all, but about the limitations of perception. Everyone thought you were being deliberately contrary, but I knew you meant every word. I loved how you never backed down." Lena found herself holding her breath. The voice continued, growing steadier. "For 3 years I've watched you. Not in a creepy way. At least I hope not. I've watched you stand up to professors who dismissed your ideas. I've watched you help that freshman who was crying in the library during finals week. I've watched you leave messages in library books, those little notes in the margins that I knew were yours because they had the same fire as everything you say." The voice grew wistful. "And I've never said a word. Because what if you laughed? What if you were kind about it, which would be worse? What if it ruined our Thursday coffee meetups where we talk about everything except what I really want to say?" A long silence followed, long enough that Lena checked to see if the tape had ended. But then, so I'm saying it now, into this microphone, in this empty studio at 2 a.m. I love how your mind works. I love how you see connections nobody else does. I love how you believe in things. Really believe. Not just intellectually, but with your whole self. The voice broke slightly. I'm making this recording because tomorrow I'm supposed to leave for that internship in New York. The one that's such an opportunity. The one my father pulled strings for. 3,000 miles in a lifetime away from you. And I still don't know if I'm going. Another pause, shorter this time. So here's my impossible question. Would you want me to stay? Not for the abstract concept of love or some romantic gesture, but for the possibility of us, whatever shape that takes, for conversations that could last decades, for the chance to build something neither of us can imagine yet. The voice grew softer. If you're listening to this, it means I finally found the courage to give it to you. And if you've listened this far, meet me at Reed's Bookshop, our usual corner, the day after tomorrow, 4 o'clock. If you don't come, I'll understand. I'll take the New York job. I'll build a different life. But if you do come... The tape hissed for several seconds more, then clicked off. Lena sat motionless in the control room chair, an unexpected tightness in her chest. The intimacy of the recording, raw, unpolished, utterly sincere, felt almost intrusive to hear. This wasn't meant for her ears. It was a message in a bottle, cast into the analog sea 30 years ago. She wondered what had happened. Had Isaac given Mara the tape? Had she shown up at Reed's Bookshop? Had they built that different life together? Or had Isaac gone to New York after all? Before she could stop herself, Lena had connected her laptop to the Walkman and digitized the recording. Later that night, after 3 glasses of Malbec and a heated internal debate, she uploaded the clip to her podcast feed. Analog Ghosts, Lost Sounds and Forgotten Voices. She titled the episode simply, Play If You've Ever Been in Love. In her brief introduction, she kept the details vague. No names, no specific mentions of the studio. Just the year and the essential question, what happened after this recording? Did love find its way? She hit publish around midnight, expecting her usual modest listenership. Other audio engineers, vintage equipment enthusiasts, and insomniacs with peculiar tastes. She fell asleep wondering about Isaac and Mara, imagining different endings to their story. By morning, the clip had gone viral. Something about that voice, earnest, vulnerable, hopeful, had resonated across decades. Listeners flooded the comment section with their own stories of declarations unmade, chances not taken, moments of courage both rewarded and rejected. And buried among them was a private message that made Lena's coffee freeze halfway to her lips. I know that voice. It's my father's, and I need to talk to you. Ben Hollis had his father's hands. This was Lena's first thought as he extended one across the table at Vinyl Cafe, a coffee shop where actual records played on a restored turntable behind the counter. His fingers were long, pianist's hands with prominent knuckles and clean trim nails. "Thank you for meeting me," he said. His voice was deeper than his father's on the tape, but with the same careful enunciation, as if each word deserved individual attention. "How certain are you," Lena asked, getting straight to the point, "that it's your father on the recording?" Ben's expression was complicated, part certainty, part disbelief. At 35, he had the look of a man who spent more time with instruments than people. Slight calluses on his fingertips, a watchful quietness, clothes chosen for comfort rather than impression. 100%, he said. I've never heard him speak like that, with that kind of emotional openness. But it's him, Isaac Hollis. The cadence, the specific phrases he uses. He paused. The way he says God when he's nervous, I'd know it anywhere. Lena studied him, looking for resemblance to the voice that had kept her awake last night. Did he marry her? This Mara person? Ben shook his head. My mother's name was Catherine. They divorced when I was 12. She lives in Arizona now. A barista delivered their drinks, an almond milk latte for him, black coffee for her. Lena waited until they were alone again. So what do you want from me? I want to know who Mara is. I want to know what happened. He rotated his mug slowly. My father never talks about his past. Never. He's been emotionally, Ben searched for the right word, unavailable my entire life. Now suddenly I hear him pouring his heart out on your podcast, and he sounds like a completely different person. Lena understood the disorientation of discovering your parent had depths you'd never glimpsed. Her own mother had been a photographer before becoming a pharmacist, something Lena had discovered only after finding a box of stunning black and white prints in the attic after her mother's death. Where is your father now? Teaching music theory at Lewis and Clark College, semi-retired, lives alone in the same house where I grew up. We have dinner once a month, talk about the weather, politics, my students. Never anything personal. His mouth tightened. I always thought that's just who he was. Now I'm not so sure. Lena leaned forward. Have you asked him about the tape? Not yet. I wanted to understand more first. He met her eyes directly. Look, you started this with your podcast. You made it public. Help me figure out what happened. Part of Lena wanted to refuse. She'd done enough damage by publishing something so intensely private. But curiosity pulled at her. The mystery of a love story paused mid-sentence 30 years ago. All I have is the tape and the studio location, she said, tempering expectations. The trail is 3 decades cold. I've got something else, Ben replied, reaching into his messenger bag. He pulled out a worn paperback. Collected Northwest Poetry, Volume 4, 1990 to 1995. He opened to a dog-eared page where a poem was circled in faded pencil. After Rain at Reed College, by Mara Elliott. Books stacked like vertebrae. We bend over shared passages, your finger tracing words. I've already memorized, just to watch your hands move. Coffee grows cold, time stretches. I want to say, but the moment passes. Like the storm outside, we pack separate bags, walk separate paths, until Thursday. Mara Elliott, Lena said softly. The name from the tape now had shape, substance. How did you find this? It was on my father's bookshelf, one of the few personal items he kept after my mother left. Ben tapped the page. The publication date is 1994, a year after the tape. Lena felt a familiar detective's thrill, the one that had led her to track down rare audio equipment across the country. Reed College, she said. That fits with Reed's bookshop mentioned on the tape, and the Thursday coffee meetups. There's more, said Ben. The book's editor is credited as Professor Eleanor Wynne of Reed College, Department of English. Lena pulled out her phone, fingers flying across the screen. Professor Emerita now, still listed on their website. Their eyes met over the table, the unspoken question hanging between them. How far would they take this? I teach piano lessons until 3 tomorrow, Ben said. After that, I'm free. Lena hesitated only briefly. I'll pick you up at 3:15. We're going to Reed College. The campus hadn't changed much since the 90s, all ivy-covered brick buildings and towering Douglas firs. They found Professor Wynne in her office, surrounded by books stacked in precarious towers. At 70-something, she had silver hair cut in a sharp bob and oversized red glasses that magnified her keen eyes. Mara Elliott, she repeated, after they'd explained a highly edited version of their quest. Oh yes, brilliant student. Intense. She organised poetry readings that were quite radical for the time, mixed spoken word with early hip-hop elements, environmental themes, feminist theory. Not everyone appreciated her innovations. Do you know what happened to her after graduation? Ben asked. Professor Wynne shuffled through a desk drawer and produced a different anthology, this one from 2005. She published steadily for about a decade, then switched to editing literary journals. Last I heard, she was working at City Lights Books in San Francisco, but that was years ago. As they left the office, Lena noticed Ben's shoulders had tensed. "What's wrong?" she asked. "My father spent 5 years in San Francisco in the late 90s, he said. He never explained why he moved there, or why he came back." The trajectory was taking shape. Portland, 1993, a love confession, then San Francisco, separate lives that might have intersected again. They drove next to Reed's Bookshop, an independent store that had somehow survived the age of online retail. The owner, a bearded man named Theo, had worked there since 1989. "That corner," he said, pointing to a reading nook with 2 worn armchairs. "That's always been the quietest spot, popular with students who actually want to study, not just be seen studying." Before leaving, Ben bought a used copy of Kerouac's On the Road, an impulse purchase Lena found oddly touching. It suggested a man slowly awakening to the romantic notions he'd inherited without realizing. As evening fell, they found themselves back at the echo chamber studio. Lena had brought a better tape player this time, hoping to extract more audio from the cassette. Sometimes background noise held clues. "Let me show you something," she said, leading Ben to the wall behind the mixing console. She pointed to a small rectangular hole in the acoustic panelling. "This is where I found the tape, but look at the size. There's room for more than one cassette in there." Together they shone phone flashlights into the cavity. Something glinted at the back. "There's another one," Ben whispered. Lena reached in, stretching her fingers until they brushed plastic. She extracted a second cassette, identical to the first but labelled differently. "Side B for Mara, after you decide." The cassette felt heavier than its few ounces, weighted with 3 decades of unspoken words. Lena and Ben stared at it, neither reaching for the player. "Should we listen to it?" Ben finally asked. "It feels like opening someone else's mail." "Technically, so was the first tape," Lena pointed out, "but this one seems more consequential." Ben traced the handwritten label with his fingertip. These were meant to be heard in sequence. The first if she was uncertain, this one after she'd made a decision. He looked up at Lena. What if she never heard either of them? The possibility hung between them. A declaration of love, never delivered. A response to a reaction, never witnessed. "We won't know unless we listen," Lena said. Her restoration instincts took over as she carefully cleaned the tape heads and pressed play. Static again, but cleaner this time. Less background noise, as if this recording had been more purposeful, more planned. "Mara?" Isaac's voice, still recognisable but steadier now. "If you're listening to this, you came to Reed's. You took a chance on us, and I need you to know what that means to me." A slight pause, the sound of paper rustling. "I wrote something for you. Not a song. You know I'm terrible at lyrics. More of a sound poem, I guess." What followed was a simple piano composition, delicate, searching, with minor chords that resolved unexpectedly into moments of startling beauty. The melody seemed to ask questions without demanding answers. It played for nearly 2 minutes before fading naturally. "That's how loving you feels," Isaac's voice returned, "like finding harmony in places I didn't know to look." Another pause, longer this time. "I've made a decision too. I'm not taking the New York position. Not because of some grand romantic gesture, but because it was never what I wanted. It was my father's dream for me. Prestigious conservatory connections, the right career path, the respectable future." Ben inhaled sharply at this revelation. "But music isn't about respectability for me," Isaac continued. "It's about connection. Finding those moments when sound bridges the space between souls. I feel that with you, not just with music, but with ideas, with silence, with the way we move through the world together." The tape hissed softly in the background. "So I've applied for the assistant producer position here at the studio. It's not glamorous. The pay is barely enough to cover rent. My father will be furious, but I'll be making music that matters to me. with people who understand why that's important, and I'll be here where you are. Another rustle of movement. I don't know what you're thinking right now. Maybe this is too much, too fast. Maybe you came to Reed's out of friendship, not something more. If that's the case, I'll understand. We can pretend this never happened. His voice grew softer. But if you're feeling what I'm feeling, this impossibly perfect resonance between us, then meet me at the studio tomorrow night, 7 o'clock. We can talk about what happens next. Or not talk. Just sit together in this sound booth and listen to records until dawn. A long pause, then with finality. However this ends, thank you for listening, for being the person who made me brave enough to choose my own path. The tape clicked off. Ben sat perfectly still, his face a complex map of emotions. Lena reached out impulsively and squeezed his hand. He gave up New York, Ben said finally. I never knew. He always told me he couldn't get into Juilliard. Maybe it was easier than admitting he'd chosen love over ambition, Lena suggested. Or that he'd been rejected by more than just a school. Ben's voice was tight. He stood abruptly. I need to talk to him. Wait, Lena said. There's still so much we don't know. Did he ever give Mara the first tape? Did she meet him at the bookshop? At the studio? We should track her down first, get her side. Ben paced the small control room. This explains so much about him. Why he's always been so closed off. Why he hates when I take risks. He took the biggest risk of his life, and something went wrong. Lena watched him process 30 years of family history in real time. At least now you know he's capable of passion, of vulnerability. Was capable, Ben corrected. I've never seen that man on the tape. The next day they pursued their separate angles. Lena dug deeper into Mara Elliott's literary career, calling bookstores and small publishers. Ben reluctantly taught his piano students while his mind raced with questions. They reconvened at Lena's apartment that evening, a converted industrial space with exposed brick and too many speakers. The walls were lined with vintage audio equipment in various stages of restoration. A half-disassembled jukebox occupied one corner. I found her, Lena announced as Ben stepped through the door. Mara Elliott Fields. She was poetry editor for Copper Canyon Press until 2015. Now she runs writing workshops on the Oregon coast. Yachats. Fields, Ben repeated. She married. Widowed now, according to the workshop website. Look. Lena turned her laptop to show a professional photo of a woman in her 50s, with silver-streaked dark hair and intelligent eyes behind rectangular glasses. She had the serene confidence of someone who had weathered storms and emerged stronger. She looks kind, Ben said quietly. Lena nodded. I emailed her, explained I'd found recordings at the old studio that might interest her. She responded within an hour. We're welcome to visit tomorrow. Ben crossed to Lena's window, looking out at Portland's evening skyline. I should talk to my father first. Are you sure that's wise? Lena asked. We still don't know what happened. Exactly, and I'm tired of not knowing. Ben turned back to her. He's been a mystery my entire life. Always correct, always proper, but never really there. I need to understand before I meet the woman who apparently broke him. Lena wanted to argue, but recognised the determination in his stance. The same determination she'd felt after her mother died. The need to reconstruct a complete person from fragments left behind. Do you want me to come with you? She offered. Ben hesitated, then nodded. Actually, yes. You've heard him on the tapes. You might notice things I miss. Isaac Hollis lived in a modest craftsman bungalow in Portland's Concordia neighbourhood. The yard was immaculate, the porch freshly painted, a reminder that control could masquerade as care. He answered the door with a book in hand, reading glasses perched on his nose. At 64, he remained handsome in an austere way, silver hair neatly trimmed, posture impeccable. His resemblance to Ben was obvious now, though his features seemed carved from harder material. Benjamin, he said, surprise barely registering. His gaze shifted to Lena. And you've brought a friend. This is Lena Cruz, Ben said. She's an audio engineer. Dad, we need to talk about the echo chamber studio, about 1993, about Mara Elliott. Isaac's face remained carefully neutral, but his hand tightened on the door frame. I don't know what you mean. Can we come in? Ben pressed. Please? For a moment, Lena thought Isaac might refuse. Then he stepped back, gesturing them inside. The living room was like Isaac himself, tasteful, restrained, revealing nothing personal. No family photos, no mementos. The only hint of passion was a baby grand piano in the corner, its surface dusty with disuse. What is this about? Isaac asked when they were seated. Ben leaned forward. I heard the tapes, Dad. Both of them. The ones you recorded for Mara. A flicker of emotion, surprise, perhaps shame, crossed Isaac's face before he controlled it. Those were private. Yes, they were, Ben agreed, and yet they explain more about you than you've ever shared with me. They explain nothing, Isaac said flatly. They were the naive outpourings of a young man who didn't understand how the world works. They were beautiful, Lena interjected. Both men turned to her, startled. Sorry for interfering, but they were. Honest and brave and beautiful. Isaac studied her with sudden intensity. And how exactly did you come to hear these outpourings? Lena explained her work at the studio, the discovery of the tapes, the podcast. Isaac listened with deepening displeasure. So you broadcast my personal thoughts for public entertainment, he said coldly when she finished. How enterprising of you. Dad, Ben cut in, that's not the point. What happened with Mara? Did you ever give her the first tape? Did she meet you? Isaac stood abruptly and walked to the window. For several long moments he stared out at nothing in particular. No, he finally said. I never gave her the tape. I lost my nerve. But you recorded a second one, Ben pressed, for after she decided... Wishful thinking, planning for possibilities that never materialized. Isaac turned back to them. I took the New York position after all, built a respectable career, met your mother, had you, end of story. But his eyes slid away as he spoke, and Lena recognized the cadence of rehearsed half-truths. She'd told herself similar stories after her breakup with Marco, simplified narratives that avoided the messy, painful centre of things. That's not everything, she said carefully. The tapes were hidden in the studio wall, not thrown away, not taken with you, hidden, preserved. And you went to San Francisco in the 90s, Ben added, where Mara was living. Isaac's composure finally cracked. What do you want from me? To admit I made a mistake? Fine. I was a coward. I recorded brave words instead of speaking them. I chose security over risk. Is that what you need to hear? I need to hear the truth, Ben said quietly. All of it. Isaac sank back into his chair, suddenly looking every day of his 64 years. The truth, he repeated, the word heavy in his mouth. The truth is I did give her the first tape, left it in her campus mailbox. She listened. She came to Reed's bookshop. Ben leaned forward. And we had 6 months together, the most alive I've ever been. Isaac's voice softened with memory. She was extraordinary, brilliant, fearless, fully herself. I stayed in Portland, worked at the studio. We talked about getting married. What happened? Lena asked gently. Isaac's jaw tightened. My father happened. He was a prominent attorney, very concerned with appearances. He investigated Mara's family, working class, father with a criminal record from civil rights protests. He threatened to cut me off completely. And that mattered to you? Ben asked, disbelief evident. Number. But what he did next did. Isaac's voice grew cold. He called in favours, made sure the studio suddenly couldn't afford an assistant producer, made sure no other studio in Portland would hire me, made it clear Mara's academic career would face similar obstacles if we stayed together. So you left her, Ben concluded. I left without explanation, Isaac corrected. I thought it was kinder than admitting my father had that kind of power, than admitting I wasn't strong enough to overcome it. You went to New York after all, Lena said. Isaac nodded. For 3 miserable years. Then your mother and I moved to San Francisco, he glanced at Ben, where I secretly hoped to run into Mara, to explain, to apologise. Did you? Ben asked. Once, at a poetry reading. She was with someone. Her husband, I learnt later. She looked content. I couldn't bring myself to approach her. Isaac's voice grew distant. After that, I focused on being the husband and father I was supposed to be. When that failed too, I became the man you know now. Ben stood, processing this revelation. We're going to see her tomorrow. Mara. She lives on the coast now. Isaac's head snapped up. What? Why would you do that? Because this story doesn't just belong to you, Ben said, and because I'm tired of family secrets. For a moment, father and son stared at each other across an emotional gulf 3 decades wide. Then Isaac reached into his desk drawer and removed an envelope, yellowed with age, unopened. Then give her this, he said, extending it to Ben. It was returned to me in 1994. I never had the courage to open it. Lena recognised the handwriting on the front instantly. The same distinctive script that had written Mara in the poetry anthology. Whatever had happened between Isaac and Mara, she had tried to reach him once. The drive back to Lena's apartment was quiet, both of them processing Isaac's revelations. The envelope sat between them on the console, its contents still unknown. Are you going to open it? Lena finally asked. Ben shook his head. It's not addressed to me. Later, as they prepared for the next day's journey to the coast, Ben paused in helping Lena pack her recording equipment. Thank you, he said suddenly, for pursuing this. Most people would have just uploaded the tape and forgotten about it. Lena smiled ruefully. I'm not good at leaving things unfinished. She gestured at her apartment full of half-restored vintage equipment. Obviously. It's a good quality, Ben said, seeing value in what others discard. Their eyes met, and Lena felt a now familiar flutter in her chest. The kind of resonance Isaac had described on the tape. It both thrilled and terrified her. We should get some rest, she said, breaking the moment. Long drive tomorrow. But as she tried to sleep that night, her mind kept returning to those tapes, to voices from the past reaching across time to change lives in the present, to the strange intimacy of bearing witness to someone else's bravery and heartbreak, and to Ben's hands, so like his father's, but perhaps destined for a different story. The Oregon coast revealed itself dramatically as they drove west, first through dense forests, then suddenly opening to vast grey swells crashing against jagged rocks. Yachats perched on this edge between land and sea, a small town of weathered buildings and resilient gardens. Mara Elliott Fields taught her writing workshops in a converted boathouse overlooking the ocean. By the time Lena and Ben arrived, her morning class was dispersing, a dozen or so participants of varying ages clutching notebooks and travel mugs. They found her arranging chairs into a circle, movements efficient and graceful despite her 60 years. Up close, she looked both exactly like her photo and somehow more. Her presence carried a centering gravity, as if she had long ago stopped performing for others and simply inhabited herself completely. You must be Lena, she said, extending a hand. Her gaze shifted to Ben, lingering a moment longer. And you have a familiar face. Ben Hollis, he said, Isaac's son. A small intake of breath, quickly controlled. Well, she said after a moment, the universe does enjoy its symmetries. She led them to a small kitchenette and prepared tea with methodical movements. Her workshop space was filled with books, driftwood sculptures, and large windows that erased the boundary between inside and outside. Your email mentioned recordings, she said, setting steaming mugs before them. Lena hesitated, unsure now of her approach. Yes, from 1993, at the Echo Chamber studio in Portland. I remember it well, Mara said, her expression revealing nothing. They were made by my father, Ben added, for you. Mara's hands stilled around her mug. "Isaac recorded something for me?" Ben and Lena exchanged glances. "You didn't know?" Lena asked. "No." A complex emotion flickered across Mara's face. What did these recordings say? Rather than explaining, Lena carefully set up her portable speaker and played both tapes in sequence. Mara listened with closed eyes, her breathing the only indication she was affected at all. When Isaac's voice finally faded, the room filled with the sound of waves outside. Mara opened her eyes, which shimmered with unshed tears. 30 years, she said softly. 30 years, and his voice still. She didn't finish the thought. "You never heard these before?" Ben confirmed. Mara shook her head. "Never. He never gave me a tape. Never mentioned a recording." "But you were together," Lena said, "for 6 months in 1993. "Yes." Mara looked out at the ocean. "The most alive I've ever been." Something in her phrasing echoed Isaac's words so precisely that Lena felt goosebumps rise on her arms. "He said his father broke you up," Ben said, "that he left without explanation." "That much is true," Mara acknowledged. "One day we were planning our future, the next he was gone. No note, no goodbye, just vanished." "He told us his father threatened your academic career," Lena said. Mara's expression hardened slightly. Mortimer Hollis was certainly capable of it. Old Portland money, old Portland influence. But Isaac never gave me the choice, never let me decide if the risk was worth taking. "Would it have been?" Ben asked quietly. "Worth it?" Mara studied him, this grown son of the man she'd once loved. "Yes," she said simply. "Some connections justify any sacrifice." Ben nodded, as if confirming something he'd already suspected. "I wrote to him," Mara continued, "after he left. Took me months to track down his New York address. I poured everything into that letter. My anger, my confusion, but also my forgiveness. My hope that he'd found whatever he was looking for." Wordlessly, Ben removed the yellowed envelope from his jacket pocket and placed it on the table between them. Mara stared at it, recognition dawning. My letter, returned unopened. Her hand hovered over the envelope, reluctant to touch it. "I poured everything into this, every truth I had." "It's still sealed," Ben said. "He never read it." Mara looked up sharply. "Never? In all these years?" "He said he didn't have the courage." A complex emotion crossed Mara's face. Frustration, vindication, and something like forgiveness, all at once. She picked up the envelope carefully, as if it might disintegrate in her hands. "May I?" she asked, though it wasn't clear who she was asking permission from, Ben, or her younger self who had written with such raw honesty. Ben nodded. "It's yours." With deliberate movements, Mara broke the seal her 20-year-old self had licked closed 3 decades earlier. The paper inside was crisp despite its age, protected by its never-opened envelope. She unfolded it, took a deep breath, and began to read silently. Lena and Ben waited, watching emotions flow across Mara's face like weather patterns. Sunshine, clouds, rain, clearing. When she finished, she carefully refolded the letter. "Still true," she said quietly. "Every word." "What did it say?" Ben asked, then caught himself. "Sorry, that's private." Mara considered him thoughtfully. "You came all this way. You deserve some answers." She looked down at the letter. "I told him I understood why he left, that his father had visited me, explained exactly what would happen to both our careers if we stayed together." "His father told you?" Lena asked, surprised. "Mortimer Hollis was nothing if not thorough," Mara said dryly. "He wanted to ensure I wouldn't pursue Isaac, made it very clear what strings he could pull." "So my father didn't need to protect you," Ben said slowly. "You already knew." "Yes, and I'd decided Isaac was worth fighting for, worth starting over somewhere else if necessary." A sad smile touched Mara's lips. "I wrote that in the letter, that I would have followed him anywhere, that some connections transcend practical considerations. Ben seemed to struggle with this revelation. He never knew. He thought he was protecting you. We were both trying to protect each other, Mara said, and lost everything in the process. She turned to Lena. Is he well? Isaac? Lena hesitated, unsure how to characterize the austere, closed-off man they'd met. He's accomplished, respected in his field, but not happy, Ben added quietly. Mara nodded, as if this confirmed something she'd long suspected. Neither was I for many years. I threw myself into poetry, into activism. Met David, my late husband, at a literary conference. He was kind, stable. We built a good life. But not the most alive you've ever been, Lena said, echoing Mara's earlier words. Number that was those 6 months with Isaac. Mara traced the edge of the letter with her fingertip. I used to think it was youth, that intensity, that connection. Now, I wonder. They talked for another hour, filling in the missing pieces of intertwined histories. Mara had gone to San Francisco after graduation, just as Isaac eventually did. They had nearly crossed paths dozens of times in their parallel lives, at bookstores, concert halls, poetry readings. Cosmic near misses, Mara called them, with the perspective of a woman who had made peace with life's what-ifs. As afternoon shadows lengthened, Ben finally asked the question that had been building since they'd arrived. Would you want to see him? After all this time? Mara looked out at the ocean, considering. I'm not the girl from the poem anymore. He's not the boy from the tape. But parts of you are, Lena said. The parts that still find his voice familiar. The parts that kept this letter true for 30 years. A small smile touched Mara's lips. Let me think about it. This is a lot to process in one afternoon. As they prepared to leave, Mara handed the letter back to Ben. Give this to your father. Tell him I finally delivered it. Ben took it carefully. And if he wants to see you? Tell him. Mara paused, choosing her words precisely. Tell him I'll be at Reed's bookshop next Thursday, 4 o'clock, our usual corner. The symmetry of it, the echo across decades, wasn't lost on any of them. On the drive back to Portland, Ben was unusually quiet, processing everything they'd learned. Lena gave him space, focusing on the winding coastal highway as daylight faded. It's strange, he finally said as they neared the city. I came looking for my father's past and found pieces of myself instead. What do you mean? Lena asked. I've always wondered why I feel so disconnected from him. Why there's this wall between us. Ben watched the landscape blur past. Now I understand. He built that wall when he left Mara, cut himself off from his own emotions to survive the loss. Lena thought about her own walls, constructed after Marco, the careful distance she maintained from potential entanglements. And I've spent my life doing the same thing, Ben continued. Being careful, making practical choices, avoiding risks. He turned to look at her directly. I don't want to be 64 and wondering about what might have been. The intensity in his eyes made Lena's heart skip. What are you saying? I'm saying I want to live differently than he did. More honestly, more bravely. His hand moved across the centre console, hesitating near hers. Starting now. Lena felt herself at a crossroads, the familiar path of caution versus the terrifying, exhilarating possibility of connection. She made her choice and took his hand. Starting now, she agreed softly. They delivered the letter to Isaac that evening. Ben explained their conversation with Mara, watching his father's face as he absorbed that his great act of sacrifice had been unnecessary, that Mara had already known everything, had already chosen him despite the consequences. She read it today, Ben said, placing the letter in his father's trembling hands. She said it's still true, every word. Isaac opened it with reverence, reading slowly, his composure crumbling with each line. When he finished, he pressed the paper to his chest, eyes closed, breathing uneven. She'll be at Reed's bookshop next Thursday, Ben told him, 4 o'clock, your usual corner. Isaac looked up, naked fear on his face. After 30 years, what would I even say? The truth, Lena suggested. It worked pretty well on the tapes. For the first time, Isaac smiled. A real smile that transformed his austere features into something warmer, more human. I was braver then. You can be brave again, Ben said. And Lena heard the new certainty in his voice, the resolve that had been building since they'd found that first cassette. Isaac studied his son, seeing something different in him as well. When did you grow so wise? When I realised I didn't want to repeat your mistakes, Ben said honestly. When I understood what they cost you. Father and son regarded each other across a narrowing emotional distance, the first bridge spanning their lifelong gap. The days before Thursday fell into a strange liminal space, reality tinged with the surreal quality of pivotal moments. Lena continued her work at the echo chamber studio, cataloguing equipment that now felt imbued with significance beyond its monetary value. Ben taught his piano students with new insight, recognizing the emotional language of music his father had once spoken so fluently. They spent their evenings together, talking late into the night about their own histories, Lena's passionate but ultimately destructive relationship with Marco, Ben's series of cautious connections that never quite ignited. The walls between them thinned with each revelation, each acknowledged vulnerability. I've been thinking about the podcast, Lena said on Wednesday night as they sat on her apartment floor, sorting through a collection of vintage microphones. The one with Isaac's tape. What about it? Ben asked, carefully polishing the chrome grille of a 1960s Shure. I should finish the story. Tell the listeners what happened. She looked up at him. People connected with it so deeply. They deserve to know how it ends. How what ends? Ben set down the microphone. My father and Mara... That story isn't over yet. No, Lena agreed. But the part about the lost tapes is the mystery of whether they ever found each other. Ben nodded slowly. A resolution to the analogue ghost story. Exactly. Lena stood and crossed to her mixing console. I've been thinking about how to frame it. Not exploitative, but meaningful. About chances not taken, and second chances that still might be. Ben joined her, standing close enough that she could feel the warmth of him. I like that theme. I thought you might, she said, turning to face him. Their proximity suddenly felt significant, intentional. The kiss, when it came, was hesitant at first, a question rather than a statement, but it deepened quickly into something more certain, a mutual recognition of possibility. Later, tangled together on her couch, Ben traced the curve of her cheek with gentle fingers. I keep thinking about what my father said on the tape, about finding harmony in unexpected places. Lena smiled against his shoulder. Is that what this is? Harmony? Maybe, he said thoughtfully. Or maybe it's just the first notes, the beginning of a composition we're writing together. The next morning they drove separately to Reed's bookshop, Lena to set up discreetly with recording equipment, with Mara's permission, Ben to meet his father beforehand. The bookstore had changed little over the decades. The reading corner still held 2 armchairs, worn in new places but occupying the same quiet nook. Lena positioned herself at a nearby shelf, ostensibly browsing poetry anthologies while her small recorder captured ambient sound. Isaac arrived first, 30 minutes early, dressed with careful casualness in a blue button-down and khakis. He looked simultaneously older and younger than when they'd last seen him, the weight of anticipation aging his features while hope lightened his movements. He settled into one of the armchairs, a book opened but unread in his lap. Every few minutes he checked his watch, smoothed his hair, adjusted his collar. The nervous gestures of a young man in an older body. At exactly 4 o'clock the shop bell jingled. Mara entered, silhouetted briefly against the afternoon sunlight before stepping fully into the store. She wore a simple dress in deep teal, silver hair loose around her shoulders. Her eyes found Isaac immediately, as if drawn by magnetic force. For a long moment they simply looked at each other across the intervening space, not just the width of the bookstore, but the expanse of 30 years, of lives lived separately, of choices made and unmade. Then Isaac stood, the book tumbling forgotten from his lap. Mara moved toward him with deliberate steps. They met in the centre of the reading nook, close but not touching, each drinking in the reality of the other. "You came," Isaac said, his voice barely audible. "So did you," Mara replied, "finally." A charged silence stretched between them, decades of unspoken words pressing against the present moment. "I read your letter," Isaac finally said, 30 years too late. "Or right on time," Mara suggested, depending on how you look at it. The faintest smile touched Isaac's lips. Always the philosopher. "And you're still hiding behind pleasantries," Mara observed, but kindly. "Some things don't change." "Many things don't," Isaac agreed. He gestured to the armchairs. "Shall we?" They sat facing each other, knees nearly touching in the small corner. Around them, the bookshop continued its afternoon rhythm, oblivious to the temporal anomaly unfolding in its poetry section. "I have so many questions," Isaac said. 30 years' worth. "As do I," Mara replied, "but perhaps we should start with the most important one. Which is, are you happy, Isaac?" The directness of the question, asked with such genuine concern, seemed to disarm him completely. "No," he answered, truth rushing out after decades of containment. "I haven't been. Not really. Not since 1993, Mara finished for him. Neither was I. Not in the same way. From her vantage point, Lena watched Isaac's posture soften, as if a lifetime of rigid self-control was finally becoming unnecessary. "I thought I was protecting you," he said. "From my father. From the consequences of choosing me." "I know," Mara's voice held no bitterness. "Just as I thought I was respecting your choice when you disappeared. We were both wrong, weren't we?" Isaac nodded, swallowing hard. "Spectacularly wrong." "And yet," Mara said, leaning slightly forward, "here we are." "Here we are," Isaac echoed, wonder creeping into his voice. "How is that possible?" "After everything." Mara considered this. Perhaps because some connections can't be severed, only temporarily suspended. Like your music on the tape, it asks questions that still need answers. As they continued talking, decades compressed into minutes. They shared abbreviated versions of their lives, Mara's marriage, Isaac's teaching career, the book she'd published, the musicians he'd mentored. Gradually they moved from what had been to what might still be, tentative, careful, but undeniably hopeful. Lena, watching from a respectful distance, felt a presence beside her. Ben had arrived, slipping quietly into the store to witness this improbable reunion. "Are they okay?" he whispered. Lena nodded. "Better than okay, I think." Together they observed the older couple, now leaning toward each other in animated conversation, occasional laughter floating across the shop. The years hadn't erased their connection, merely layered new possibilities upon it. "Strange, isn't it?" Ben murmured. "If you hadn't found that tape." "If you hadn't recognised your father's voice," Lena added. "If Mara hadn't kept her Thursday afternoon open," Ben continued, "so many coincidences." "Or the universe's way of correcting an error," Lena suggested, bringing harmony back to discordant lives. They watched a moment longer as Isaac tentatively reached out, his fingers brushing Mara's hand. She turned her palm upward, accepting the contact. A simple gesture, 30 years delayed. "I think they need privacy," Ben said finally. "This part of the story is theirs alone." They slipped out of the bookstore unnoticed, emerging into late afternoon sunlight. On the sidewalk, Ben took Lena's hand, their fingers interlacing naturally. "So what now?" he asked. Lena considered the question, not just about the immediate future, but about the larger story they'd stumbled into and made partly their own. "Now," she said, "we finish the podcast. Tell people what happened, how Isaac's voice found its way back to Mara after all these years." "And then?" Ben pressed gently. Lena smiled, feeling possibilities unfold before them like tracks on an album, each rich with potential. "Then we start our own recording, see where it leads." 3 weeks later, Lena sat in the restored control room of the echo chamber, making final adjustments to the mixing board. The studio's new owners had been so intrigued by the story of the rediscovered tapes that they'd accelerated her restoration contract, eager to capitalize on the publicity from her now viral podcast. The final episode had resonated deeply, not just the conclusion of Isaac and Mara's interrupted love story, but the larger themes of connection across time, of courage found and lost and found again. Listeners had flooded the comments with their own stories of second chances, of ancient regrets finally addressed. But this evening wasn't about the podcast. It was about creating something new. The studio door opened, and Ben entered, followed by Isaac and Mara. In the weeks since their bookshop reunion, the older couple had begun a careful, deliberate reconnection. Coffee dates, long walks, cautious revelations of accumulated histories. "Is everything ready?" Ben asked, setting his messenger bag on a chair. Lena nodded. "All set up, just like you wanted." Isaac looked around the studio, nostalgia evident in his expression. "It's almost exactly the same, but completely different." His gaze shifted to Mara. "Rather like us." She smiled. The comfortable smile of someone who no longer needed to hide her feelings. "Some improvements with age, I'd say." Ben opened his bag and removed a new cassette tape, blank, waiting to be filled. "I thought we could make a new recording, all of us, a sort of continuation." "Side C," Lena suggested. "What happens after?" Isaac raised an eyebrow. "And what exactly would we record?" "Whatever feels true," Ben said simply. "Whatever you wish had been captured 30 years ago. Whatever you want to remember 30 years from now." Isaac and Mara exchanged glances, a lifetime of unrecorded moments passing between them. "I'd like that," Mara said softly. "A new tape for a new beginning." Lena prepared the equipment while Ben guided his father to the piano in the corner of the studio. The same one where Isaac had recorded his composition for Mara 3 decades earlier. It had been expertly restored along with everything else. Its voice returned after years of silence. "Will you play?" Ben asked. "The piece from the second tape?" Isaac hesitated, fingers hovering above the keys. "I'm not sure I remember it exactly." "It doesn't need to be exact," Mara said, moving to stand beside the piano. "Just true." Something in her words seemed to release him. Isaac nodded, took a deep breath and began to play. The melody emerged tentatively at first, muscle memory searching for notes composed in another lifetime, but gradually it took shape. The same questioning phrases, the same unexpected resolutions, but with subtle differences that spoke of experience, of perspective gained. As he played, Mara began to speak. Softly at first, then with growing confidence. She recited a new poem, one she'd written that morning, about time's circular nature, about love's stubborn persistence, about the courage required to begin again after so many endings. Lena captured it all, the music, the words, the ambient sounds of 4 people breathing in shared space. Ben stood beside her at the console, his hand resting lightly on her shoulder, a point of connection as they witnessed this harmonious convergence of past and present. When Isaac played the final note and Mara spoke the final line, the studio filled with a silence that felt not empty but complete, a perfect cadence resolving a long suspended chord. "That was beautiful," Ben said finally, breaking the spell. "Both of you." Isaac looked up from the piano, seeming almost surprised to find himself in the present. It felt like coming home. "It did," Mara agreed. She turned to Lena. "Did you get it all?" Lena nodded, already making adjustments to levels, preserving what had just transpired. Every note. Later, after Isaac and Mara had left, together, walking close but unhurried, as if time had finally become their ally rather than their enemy, Ben and Lena remained in the studio, creating a final mix of the new recording. "I've been thinking," Ben said as they worked, "about Side B Studio." "The business from your father's tapes?" Lena asked. "The one that restores old recordings?" "Yes. What if we actually created it?" Ben leaned against the console, excitement evident in his voice. "Combine your technical skills with my musical background. Help people rediscover their forgotten sounds." Lena considered the idea, finding it appealingly tangible. "I have the equipment. You have the connections through your teaching. And we both know the value of abandoned recordings," Ben added, glancing at the newly created tape. "How important it is to preserve voices that might otherwise be lost." "Side B Studio," Lena repeated, testing the name. "I like it." Ben's smile warmed her from across the mixing board. "Partners?" The word carried multiple meanings, all of them significant. Lena thought about the unexpected journey that had brought them here. A dusty cassette, a viral podcast, a mystery spanning decades. About how the search for a love story from the past had unexpectedly created the possibility of a new one in the present. "Partners," she agreed, reaching for his hand across the console. 6 months later, Side B Studio occupied a small storefront in Portland's Alberta Arts District. The front room housed a carefully curated collection of restored vintage audio equipment for sale, while the back contained Lena's workshop and a small recording booth. Their niche business had found immediate resonance in an age of digital impermanence. People brought them deteriorating cassettes of deceased grandparents' voices, forgotten answering machine messages, amateur recordings of bands that never made it but mattered intensely to those who'd been in them. Lena and Ben specialised in not just technical restoration but emotional archaeology, helping clients rediscover the significance of analogue ghosts they'd nearly lost. Each project became a collaboration between past and present, between what had been recorded and what was remembered. On this particular evening, they were closing up shop when the bell above the door chimed. Isaac and Mara entered, carrying a small package wrapped in brown paper. "Sorry we're late," Mara said, embracing Lena. The poetry reading ran long. In the months since their reunion, Isaac and Mara had established their own rhythm, not attempting to recapture their 20s, but creating something new that honoured the depth of their connection. Isaac had begun playing music publicly again. Mara had incorporated him into her writing workshops, exploring the intersection of sound and language. "We brought you something," Isaac said, handing the package to Ben. A housewarming gift of sorts. Ben unwrapped it carefully. Inside was a cassette tape, unlabelled. "What's on it?" he asked. Isaac and Mara exchanged smiles. "Everything," Isaac said. "My side, her side. The story we're still writing." "We thought it belonged here," Mara added, "in your archive of rescued voices." Lena took the tape, feeling its weight, physical and metaphorical. "We'll keep it safe." "And perhaps," Isaac suggested, "someday when we're gone, someone else will find it. Wonder about the voices. Piece together the story." "Start the whole cycle again," Ben concluded. They all contemplated this possibility, how objects carried meanings beyond their creator's intentions, how stories continued evolving long after their original telling. Later, after dinner at a nearby restaurant where Isaac had insisted on playing the piano for dessert, Lena and Ben returned to the studio alone. By unspoken agreement, they placed the unlabelled tape in the player. What emerged was a conversation, Isaac and Mara speaking alternately, sometimes overlapping, recounting not just their original love story but the 30 years between, the lessons learned, the growth experienced apart that made their reconnection possible. "We were lucky," Mara's voice concluded, "to find each other again after so much time, but perhaps luck is the wrong word. Perhaps it was inevitable, not because of fate or destiny, but because certain connections remain part of us, whether acknowledged or not. Side B was always there, Isaac added, waiting to be played. The tape ended, but Lena and Ben remained silent, absorbing its implications. Finally, Ben reached for the recorder built into the console and pressed record. "What are you doing?" Lena asked. "Adding our part," he said simply, "continuing the story." He leaned toward the microphone. "This is Ben Hollis and Lena Cruz of Side B Studio. Today is April 17th, 2023. We're the ones who found Isaac's original tapes, the reason Mara and Isaac reconnected after 30 years. Lena joined him at the microphone. "We don't know who's listening to this or when. Maybe it's us in the future, remembering how it all began. Maybe it's someone else entirely, someone who found this tape in another dusty studio decades from now. Whoever you are," Ben continued, "know that you're part of this story now too. The act of listening connects you to everything that came before. And everything that follows," Lena added, "because stories don't really end. They just flip to another side, waiting for someone to press play." Ben reached for her hand as they sat in the soft red glow of the recording light. Together they added their voices to the harmony begun long before they met, a chorus across time, preserved in magnetic patterns on delicate tape, as fragile and as permanent as love itself. The end. The sound between us. The apartment above Fournier Effys had been silent for too long. Antoine stood in the middle of the dusty living room, his father's prized Pleyel grand piano looming in the corner like a black coffin. Sunlight slanted through the tall windows, illuminating dust motes that danced in patterns he once might have translated to music. Now they were just particles suspended in air, moving without meaning or melody. 3 years since he'd left for war, 2 years since the mortar blast near Lyon that had stolen his hearing. 18 months since he'd received news of his father's death while still in the military hospital, and now finally home to an apartment that felt like a museum of a life he no longer recognised. Antoine ran his fingertips over the piano's closed lid. Even with the layer of dust, he could feel the grain of the wood, could remember exactly how each key had felt beneath his fingers when he was Paris's promising young virtuoso. Before everything, before the silence, someone was standing behind him. He could feel the vibration of footsteps through the floorboards, one of the ways he'd learned to sense the world now. He turned. His sister Céline stood in the doorway, her face pinched with worry. She held a small package wrapped in brown paper. "I've brought some food," she said, her lips forming the words he could no longer hear. She'd learned to speak slowly, to enunciate clearly so he could read her lips, one of the many humiliations of his return. Antoine nodded, taking the package without meeting her eyes. He placed it on the sideboard. "You need to eat," she said, touching his arm to make sure he was watching her speak, "and bathe, and open the windows." Her gaze swept the apartment, taking in the layer of dust, the closed curtains, the stale air. "Thank you for the concern," he replied, feeling the words form in his throat but unable to modulate his voice properly. He'd been told his speech had flattened, lost the musicality it once had. Another casualty of war. Céline sighed, her chest rising and falling in a gesture he recognised all too well. Exasperation. She pulled a piece of paper from her coat pocket and pressed it into his hand. "A friend," she mouthed, tapping the paper. "She teaches music to children, and dance. She's agreed to check on you." Antoine crumpled the paper in his fist and shook his head vehemently. "No." "Antoine, I don't need a nursemaid," he said, feeling the words scrape from his throat, "and certainly not a dance teacher." "You need someone," Céline insisted, her movements becoming sharp with frustration. Someone who isn't family, someone who understands music. I don't have music anymore, he said, turning away from her, unable to bear the pity in her eyes. Tell your friend not to come. His sister walked around to face him again, her expression hardening into the stubborn look he remembered from childhood. She's coming tomorrow, she mouthed deliberately. Her name is Isabelle Bonnet. Be decent. Before he could protest further, she kissed his cheek and left, the floorboards registering her departure. Antoine stood motionless in the centre of the room, the crumpled paper still in his fist. After a moment he opened it, smoothing the wrinkles with his thumb. Isabelle Bonnet, 3 Rue des Artistes, music and dance instructor, coming tomorrow at 2. Below this practical information his sister had added, she lost someone too. Antoine folded the paper precisely and placed it on top of the closed piano. Then he walked to the window and stared down at the neighbourhood he'd once known so well, Montmartre with its narrow, winding streets and artistic heritage. The music shop below, Fournier Fille, had been shuttered since his father's death. Its darkened windows reproached him each time he passed. Night fell, and Antoine didn't bother lighting the lamps. He sat in darkness, letting the silence that was now his constant companion envelop him. He'd learned that darkness and silence weren't so different. Both were absences that eventually became presences of their own. When he finally slept, he dreamed of explosions he couldn't hear, and men whose screams were visible only in the contortions of their faces. At precisely 2 o'clock the next day, Antoine felt rather than heard the vibration of knocking. He remained seated in his father's old armchair, a book open in his lap though he hadn't turned a page in over an hour. The knocking came again, more insistent. He ignored it. 10 minutes passed. Antoine assumed she'd given up and left. Good. He returned his attention to his book, though the words swam meaninglessly before his eyes. A movement caught his eye, a flash of colour in the previously empty room. He looked up, startled. A woman stood just inside the doorway, removing a bright blue hat. Her hair beneath was dark and cut short, framing a face that was neither conventionally beautiful nor easily forgotten. Her eyes, as blue as her hat, met his directly, without the awkward hesitation most people showed when confronting his silence. The door was unlocked, she mouthed, though he suspected this was a lie. I'm Isabelle Bonnet. Antoine closed his book with deliberate slowness. The door was not unlocked, he said, feeling the words form but unable to judge their volume. You've broken into my home. Actually, she replied, her lips moving with precision, I came through the music shop. Your sister gave me the key. She moved further into the room, her gaze taking in everything. The dust, the closed curtains, the untouched piano. She wore a simple day dress in a deep green that reminded Antoine of the forests outside Lyon, before they'd been shattered by artillery. A dancer's posture, he noted, straight-backed but fluid. I don't need company, he said, remaining seated, or pity. My sister should not have troubled you. Isabelle removed her gloves slowly, finger by finger, a thoughtful process. It's no trouble, she mouthed, and I'm not here out of pity. Then why? Curiosity, perhaps. She walked to the piano and lifted the lid without asking permission, revealing the keys that had remained hidden since his return. And a promise to your sister. Antoine stood abruptly, moving to close the piano lid. Please leave. Instead of backing away, Isabelle stood her ground. She was small, but somehow occupied the space definitively. Up close he could see fine lines at the corners of her eyes, laugh lines that suggested a life once filled with joy. I'll go, she said, her eyes holding his, but I'll return tomorrow. Don't bother, he replied, closing the piano lid with finality. Isabelle smiled, a small knowing curve of her lips. She reached into her handbag and withdrew a small object, which she placed deliberately on top of the piano, a metronome. For when you're ready, she mouthed. After she left, Antoine stood for a long time staring at the metronome. Finally he picked it up and wound it, setting the pendulum in motion. He couldn't hear its tick, but he could feel its steady rhythm through his fingertips. For the first time in months, something stirred within him, a ghost of the musician he'd once been. He silenced it quickly, placing the metronome in a drawer. That night he dreamed not of war, but of a blue hat and eyes that matched the Paris sky. True to her word, Isabelle returned the next day, and the next. Antoine refused to answer the door, but it didn't matter. She came through the music shop each time as though she belonged there. On the fourth day, he found her in the shop itself, running her fingers over the sheet music that still filled the shelves, the dust covers removed from the display violins. A phonograph she must have brought played something he couldn't hear, but he could feel vibrations travelling through the floorboards. "What are you doing?" he demanded, startling her. She turned, recovering quickly. "Cleaning," she mouthed. "This place deserves better." "It's closed," he said flatly. "Is it?" She gestured around. "The sign says, temporary closure. It's been 18 months. That's stretching the definition of temporary." Antoine felt anger rising, an emotion that at least was better than the numb detachment that had been his constant companion. "You know nothing about it," he said, his voice feeling raw in his throat. "I know your father built this place," she replied, her movements fluid as she continued to dust. "I know it was once the heart of musical Montmartre. I know you were playing Chopin etudes at 12 and composing your own pieces by 15. Research," he noted bitterly. "Céline has been thorough. Actually, I attended one of your performances, before the war, at the Salle Pleyel." Her hand stilled on the countertop. "You played Rachmaninoff. I'd never heard anything like it." Antoine looked away. "That person is gone." Isabelle set down her dustcloth and walked to the phonograph. She adjusted something, and though he couldn't hear the music, he knew she'd increased the volume by the way the vibrations intensified through the floor. Then she began to dance. Not formal steps, nothing showy or technical, just a woman moving to music only she could hear. Her eyes closed, her arms extending, her body becoming the physical manifestation of whatever melody was playing. Antoine found himself unable to look away. It had been so long since he'd seen anyone moved by music, by anything at all. She opened her eyes, caught him watching, and smiled. Not with pity, but with invitation. She held out her hand. He shook his head, backing away. "I can't hear it," he said. "You don't need to," she mouthed, still holding out her hand. "Feel it." When he didn't move, she came to him instead. She took his hands and placed them on the old upright piano in the corner of the shop, the one his father had used for demonstrations, not the grand instrument upstairs. She guided his fingers to the keys, not pressing down, just resting there. Then she began to tap a rhythm against his wrist. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. A waltz. Antoine pulled his hands away as though burned. "Stop," he said harshly. Something flickered in her eyes. Not hurt, but recognition. "You think this is cruel," she said, her lips forming the words carefully. "It's not. It's an invitation back." "Back to what?" he demanded. "A world of silence where music is just memory." "Better than a world where music isn't even that," she countered, her eyes flashing. "Where you've locked it away along with everything else that once made you alive." He turned to leave, but she caught his arm, her grip surprisingly strong for someone so slight. "Tomorrow," she mouthed, "I'm bringing students. Young ones. They're going to dance in the alley behind the shop. If you want to watch from the window, no one will know but you." Then she released him and returned to the phonograph, her body once again becoming an instrument of expression as he retreated upstairs to his silent sanctuary. The next day, Antoine found himself standing at the back window of the apartment, watching as Isabelle gathered a small group of children, no more than 8 or 9 years old, in the alley below. From this distance he couldn't read her lips, but he could see her animated gestures, the way the children responded with laughter and eager movements. She'd brought the phonograph outside. Though he couldn't hear the music, he found himself trying to deduce it from their movements, something lively and folk-inspired by the way they skipped and turned. One little girl, smaller than the rest, struggled to keep up. Antoine watched as Isabelle knelt beside her, demonstrating a simplified version of the steps. The child's face brightened, and she tried again with more success. Something twisted in Antoine's chest, an emotion he'd thought long buried beneath the rubble of war. He found himself remembering his father teaching him fingering techniques, patient and encouraging even when he faltered. Later that afternoon, when Isabelle made her now customary entrance through the shop, Antoine was waiting for her. He didn't speak, just watched as she set down her bag and removed her hat. "They were orphans," she said finally, her lips forming the words carefully so he could read them. "From Saint Vincent's. Most lost their parents in the war." "Why dance?" he asked. "Why not something more practical?" "Because for an hour they forget," she replied simply. "They become something other than war orphans. They become artists." Antoine looked away, unwilling to acknowledge how deeply that sentiment resonated. "Sit down," he said abruptly, gesturing to the piano bench. When she complied, looking surprised, he lowered himself beside her. "My hearing is gone," he said, feeling the words form in his throat. "But my hands remember." He placed his fingers on the keys but didn't press down. "I can't hear what I'm playing. I could be striking wrong notes and never know it." "Then don't play for the sound," she said. Her face animated in a way that made him realize she must have been beautiful before grief had etched itself into her features. "Play for the feel." She took his right hand and guided it to middle C. "Close your eyes," she mouthed. "Remember how it feels. The resistance of the key, the action of the hammer, it's still there, even if you can't hear it." Antoine closed his eyes, focusing on the cool ivory beneath his fingertip, the perfect balance of resistance as he pressed down. He couldn't hear the note, but he could feel the key's movement, the minute vibration as the hammer struck the string. He opened his eyes to find Isabelle watching him, something complicated and vulnerable in her expression. "Your fiancé," he said suddenly. "Céline mentioned you lost someone." Pain flashed across her face, quickly controlled. "Henri," she replied. "Dunkirk. He was a dancer before he was a soldier." "Is that why you stopped performing?" Surprise registered in her eyes. "Your sister has been thorough," she said, echoing his earlier accusation. "No," he replied. "You move like someone who once lived on stage but chose to leave it." She looked down at their hands, still close together on the keyboard. "Yes," she admitted. "I teach now. I don't perform." "Why dance with the children, then?" "Because they need it," she said simply. "And perhaps because I do too." Antoine nodded, understanding more than he wanted to. They sat in silence. A silence that for the first time since his return from war didn't feel like an abyss, but rather a shared space between two people who recognized loss in each other. "Tomorrow," he said finally, "bring the metronome." A week later, rain pounded against the windows of the apartment, turning the afternoon sky prematurely dark. Antoine sat at the piano, the metronome ticking silently before him, its pendulum swinging in a rhythm he could see but not hear. Isabelle sat beside him on the bench, her shoulder occasionally brushing his as she demonstrated hand positions. They had progressed from single notes to scales, his muscle memory awakening under her guidance. Suddenly the lights flickered and went out. A power outage, not uncommon in post-war Paris, where the infrastructure was still being rebuilt. In the abrupt darkness, Antoine felt Isabelle tense beside him, then relax. "I'll find candles," she mouthed, though he could barely make out her lips in the dim light. She returned moments later with several candles she'd found in the kitchen, their warm glow creating a small circle of visibility around the piano. She placed them strategically on the music stand and along the top of the instrument. "Better?" she asked, resuming her place beside him. In the candlelight, with the rain creating patterns against the window panes, the apartment felt different, Not the mausoleum of his past, but something living and present. The metronome continued its steady swing, marking time in a visual rhythm. "Play with me," he said impulsively. Her eyebrows rose in surprise. "A duet? But you won't—" "Hear it," he finished for her. "Number, but I'll feel it. We'll play something simple, something I know by heart." She considered for a moment, then nodded. Mozart, the sonata in C. He positioned his hands for the left-hand part, and she placed hers for the right. Without sound to coordinate them, they had only the metronome's silent swing and the pressure of their shoulders touching to maintain the tempo. Antoine began, feeling the familiar patterns of the opening bars flow from his memory into his fingers. Beside him, he could sense Isabelle playing her part, her body swaying slightly with the music he couldn't hear. They fumbled at first, losing synchronization. Antoine faltered, frustration building. But then Isabelle stopped, took his hand, and placed it flat against her sternum just below her collarbone. "Feel the tempo," she mouthed. Under his palm he could feel her heartbeat steady and strong. She nodded once, counted them in with her free hand, and they began again. This time, guided by the pulse of her heart and the visual rhythm of the metronome, they stayed together. Antoine closed his eyes, letting muscle memory guide his fingers while maintaining the connection to Isabelle's heartbeat. For the first time since the mortar blast, he felt truly connected to music again. Not through his ears, but through touch, through the shared rhythm of two people creating something together. When they finished, his hand still rested against her chest, her heartbeat now slightly quickened. In the candlelight her eyes were luminous, fixed on his face with an expression of wonder. "You laughed," she mouthed. Had he? He hadn't laughed in so long he'd forgotten the sensation, but there it was, a lightness in his chest, the ghost of a chuckle still vibrating in his throat. "The floor," he explained, tapping the worn wood beneath their feet. "I could feel the vibrations through the floorboards. The music was there." Something shifted between them in that moment, a barrier falling away. Antoine became acutely aware of the intimacy of their position, his hand still resting against her, feeling the rise and fall of her breathing. Slowly he withdrew his hand, but his fingertips remembered the rhythm of her heart, storing it away like a piece of music he would always carry with him. March 14th, 1947. Isabelle, I didn't know I could miss sound until I met you. Before, there was only absence, a blank space where music used to live. Now there is anticipation, as though my body is constantly preparing to hear something just beyond its reach. Today, when you played that Debussy piece, I watched your hands dance across the keys and remembered the sound so vividly, I almost convinced myself I could hear it. The way your fingers lingered on certain notes told me everything about how you were shaping the phrases. I wonder if you know that you conduct yourself when you play. Small movements of your head, the set of your shoulders telegraphing the structure of the piece. It's as though music flows through your entire being, not just your hands. I won't send this letter. I won't send any of them, but writing them has become its own kind of music, a conversation between myself and the memory of sound. Antoine set down his pen and closed the journal, a small leather-bound book Céline had given him when he'd first returned home. "For your thoughts," she'd said, "since you won't speak them." It had remained untouched until Isabelle's arrival in his life. Now it was filling with unsent letters, observations, fragments of compositions he could only hear in his memory. He tucked it into the drawer of his bedside table and walked to the window. Below, in the alleyway behind the shop, Isabelle was gathering her young students for their twice-weekly dance lesson. The spring sun caught the copper highlights in her dark hair as she demonstrated a step, her arms moving with the fluid grace that always captivated him. The smallest girl, Matilda he'd learned her name, was struggling again. Antoine watched as Isabelle knelt beside her, patient and encouraging. After a moment, Isabelle looked up, directly at his window, as though she'd sensed his gaze. She smiled and waved. Antoine raised his hand in acknowledgement, no longer pretending he wasn't watching. Later, when she came upstairs, she brought fresh bread and a small pot of honey, luxuries still hard to come by in post-war Paris. "The baker on Rue Le Pic," she explained, setting them on the small kitchen table. "His son is one of my students. He pays me in bread." "You should take proper payment," Antoine said, even as he inhaled the scent of the still-warm loaf. "You can't live on bread alone." "Says who?" she challenged, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Anyway, I have other students who pay actual money." She cut 2 thick slices of bread and drizzled honey over them, passing one to Antoine. As they ate, he studied her face in the afternoon light, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes, the small scar near her left eyebrow, the way her lips curved naturally upward even in repose. "What?" she asked, catching his gaze. "There's a cafe," he said abruptly, "on Rue de Martyrs. They have jazz on Thursday nights." Surprise registered in her eyes. "Are you asking me to go out?" "With you?" "The bass player is good," he continued, ignoring the flutter of anxiety in his chest. "I can feel the vibrations even from outside. I thought perhaps—" "Yes," she said before he could finish. "I'd like that." Le Chat Noir was crowded when they arrived, cigarette smoke hanging in thick clouds beneath the low ceiling. Antoine hesitated at the entrance, suddenly overwhelmed by the press of bodies, the movement, the life pulsing around him. It had been so long since he'd been in a crowded public place. Isabel's hand found his, fingers interlacing with quiet assurance. She led him through the throng to a small table near the front, where the band was setting up. A pianist, drummer, saxophonist, and the bass player Antoine had mentioned. As they sat, several heads turned in their direction. Antoine recognised the barely disguised curiosity in their glances. Word had spread through musical circles about his condition. The prodigy, silenced. The pianist, who couldn't hear. Isabel, noting his discomfort, leaned forward. "They're looking because I'm with the most handsome man in the room," she mouthed, her eyes twinkling. Despite himself, Antoine felt a smile tug at his lips. "Liar," he replied, but his tension eased. The band began to play. He could tell by the way people's attention shifted, the way Isabel's foot began to tap against the floor. He placed his hand flat on the table, feeling for vibrations. "Anything?" she asked. He shook his head, disappointment sharp in his throat. Without hesitation, Isabel stood and moved her chair around the table until she was sitting directly beside him. She took his hand and placed it on the wooden floor. The effect was immediate. Through the floorboards he could feel the deep, resonant pulse of the bass, the rhythmic thump of the drums, not the melody, that remained silent, but the backbone of the music, its heartbeat. Antoine closed his eyes, focusing on the vibrations travelling up through his fingertips, his palm, his wrist. He began to tap his free hand against his thigh, matching the rhythm. When he opened his eyes, Isabel was watching him with a soft expression he couldn't quite read. They stayed like that through 2 sets. Antoine connected to the music through touch, occasionally glancing up to see Isabel swaying slightly in her chair, her face animated with pleasure. During a break between songs, he became aware of a figure standing over their table. He looked up to see a tall, gaunt man with thinning hair and wire-rimmed glasses, Pierre Lemaitre, a music critic who had once championed Antoine's talent. "Fournier," the man said, his lips forming the name with exaggerated clarity. "I heard you were back. Didn't expect to see you in a jazz club." His gaze slid dismissively to Isabel. "Monsieur Lemaitre," Antoine replied, keeping his expression neutral. "Still a shame about your situation," the critic continued, his eyes glinting with what might have been pity but felt more like malice. "Such promise. I have your recordings, you know. I listen to them sometimes and think about what might have been." Before Antoine could respond, Isabel straightened in her chair. "And what do you know about what might be?" she asked. her expression fierce as she deliberately turned to include Antoine in the conversation. "Pardon?" Lemaitre seemed taken aback by her intervention. "You speak of him in the past tense," Isabel continued, her movements sharp with anger, "as though he's finished. Perhaps you should consider that what you hear isn't all there is to music, that what you see isn't all there is to a musician." Lemaitre's expression hardened. "Mademoiselle, you clearly don't understand the realities of professional music." "I understand that true artists don't limit themselves to what's been done before," she interrupted. "They find new paths when old ones are blocked." She turned to Antoine, her eyes blazing. "Shall we go?" "The next set won't be as good anyway." Without waiting for his response, she stood and extended her hand. After a moment of stunned silence, Antoine took it, rising to his feet beside her. As they walked out, her head held high beside him, he felt something long, dormant, stirring in his chest. Not just gratitude, but pride. Not in what he had been, but in what she believed he might still become. Outside, under the twinkling lights of Montmartre, she stopped and faced him. "I'm sorry," she said, her lips forming the words in the glow of the street lamp. "I shouldn't have spoken for you." "No one has defended me like that since before the war," he replied, his voice feeling rough in his throat. "Thank you." She looked away, suddenly vulnerable. "It wasn't just for you," she admitted. "It was for all of us who've had to find new ways after the war took the old ones." Antoine reached out, his fingers gently turning her face back toward his. In her eyes, he saw not pity but understanding, the recognition of someone who had also lost and rebuilt and lost again. Without conscious thought, he leaned forward and kissed her, tentatively at first, then with growing certainty as she responded, her hands coming to rest against his chest. He could feel her heart beat again, quickening beneath his palm, keeping time with his own. When they broke apart, her eyes were bright with unshed tears. "Antoine," she whispered, though he couldn't hear his name on her lips, only feel the vibration of it against his fingertips as they traced the curve of her jaw. "I know," he replied, answering the question she hadn't asked. "I know this is complicated. I know we are both still haunted, but tonight I felt music again, through the floor, through your eyes, through the way you see me as I could be, not as I was." She smiled, a tremulous thing that transformed her face, erasing years of grief in an instant. "Then shall we continue the lesson?" she asked, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "Lesson?" "In feeling music," she replied, taking his hand and placing it over her heart once more. "I believe we were just getting to the interesting parts." They walked back to the apartment hand in hand, the rhythms of Paris pulsing beneath their feet, creating a melody only they could feel. Antoine woke alone, the morning sunlight streaming through curtains he'd forgotten to close. For a moment he lay still, remembering the night before. Isabel's skin warm beneath his hands, the way her body had created rhythms his could follow, the silent symphony they'd composed together. He reached for her, but the space beside him was empty. On the pillow where her head had rested lay a single sheet of paper, folded once. He opened it with suddenly clumsy fingers. A. Had to leave early. Stay in bed. Rest. You deserve it. Minus I, simple and practical, like Isabel herself. Yet Antoine felt a strange hollowness in his chest as he stared at the few lines. Had he misunderstood last night? Had it meant less to her than it had to him? He dressed slowly, his body pleasantly sore from unfamiliar exertions. When was the last time he'd held someone? Before the war, certainly. Before the silence. Wandering into the living room, he found more evidence of her hasty departure. Her hairpin on the sideboard, her scent lingering in the air. But something else was different too. The apartment felt lighter somehow. The dust was gone from the surfaces, the curtains pulled back to admit the spring sunshine, the piano lid raised to reveal the keys. Antoine ran his fingertips over the ivory, pressing down gently to feel the action of the hammers. Since working with Isabel, he'd regained enough confidence to play simple pieces without hearing them, trusting his memory and the feel of the instrument. He made his way downstairs to the shop, intending to wait for her regular afternoon visit. But as he reached the bottom of the stairs, he stopped short. The door to the shop, the street entrance that had remained shuttered since his father's death, stood ajar. Light spilled through the opening, illuminating the dust motes in the air. Antoine approached cautiously, pushing the door wider. The shop looked exactly as he'd left it after Isabel's last cleaning session. The shelves of sheet music neatly arranged, the display violins gleaming softly in their cases, the old upright piano in the corner with its yellowed keys exposed. On the counter lay another note folded into a small square. He opened it with a sense of foreboding. "Don't stop playing." 3 words in Isabel's flowing hand. Not "I'll be back" or "wait for me" or any of the reassurances he suddenly realised he'd been craving. Just an admonition to continue what she'd started. As the truth dawned on him that Isabel had left, truly left, Antoine felt the silence closing in again, threatening to swallow him as it had in those first dark months after the hospital. He crumpled the note in his fist, anger flaring hot and bright, then just as quickly subsiding into a dull ache. Why should he have expected anything different? People left. They died in war. They died in peace. His father, his comrades, and now Isabel, not dead but gone all the same. He was about to retreat back upstairs when a movement outside the shop caught his eye. A small face pressed against the glass of the front window, hands cupped around eyes to see inside. One of Isabel's dance students, the little one, Matilda. The child's eyes widened when she saw him looking back. Instead of running away, she waved, a hopeful gesture that pierced through his gloom. After a moment's hesitation, Antoine walked to the door and opened it fully. Mathilde stood on the sidewalk, her thin frame swamped by a coat several sizes too large, clearly a hand-me-down. Behind her stood 2 other children from the dance class, looking uncertain. "Mademoiselle Bonnet said you might teach us," the girl said, her lips forming the words carefully as Isabel must have instructed her. "About music." Antoine stared at her, uncomprehending. "Isabel told you to come here?" Matilda nodded vigorously. "Before she left for New York, she said you could show us how to feel the music even if we couldn't hear it well, like you do." New York. The words hit Antoine like a physical blow. So that was where she'd gone, across an ocean, to a new life, a new start. And she'd sent her students to him as what? A parting gift. A responsibility to keep him from slipping back into isolation. The children continued to stare up at him, hope warring with uncertainty in their young faces. Antoine looked past them to the street beyond, Montmartre waking up, vendors setting up stalls, shopkeepers sweeping sidewalks, life continuing as it had since the war ended, with or without his participation. "Come in," he heard himself say, stepping back to allow them entry. "We'll start with scales." 3 months later, Antoine stood in the back room of Fournier & Fils, making final adjustments to a violin bridge for one of his new students. The shop had officially reopened 6 weeks ago, though with a changed purpose. Instead of simply selling instruments and sheet music as his father had done, Antoine now offered lessons in what he called tactile music, teaching techniques that emphasized feeling the vibrations and rhythms rather than relying solely on hearing. To his surprise, students had come, not just Isabel's orphans, but others who'd heard about his methods, children with partial hearing loss, veterans with injuries similar to his own, elderly patrons whose hearing had faded with age. The bell above the shop door vibrated, sending a subtle tremor through the floorboards that Antoine had learned to recognize as a customer entering. He set down his tools and moved to the front of the shop. Céline stood there, elegant in a navy blue suit, her expression unreadable. Since the reopening of the shop, their relationship had improved, the wall of anger and resentment between them gradually dismantling. "You look well," she said, her lips forming the words carefully. Antoine nodded. "Business is good, and you, the children?" "Happy, noisy." She smiled. "Pierre asked after you. He'd like to visit his uncle." "Bring him," Antoine replied, surprised by how much he meant it. His young nephew had shown a talent for music before Antoine's departure for war. Perhaps he'd like lessons. Céline looked around the shop, taking in the changes, the rearranged displays, the area now cleared for group lessons, the visual metronomes Antoine had designed for students who couldn't hear traditional ones. "You've done something remarkable here," she said, a hint of pride in her eyes. Antoine shrugged, uncomfortable with praise. "It's just adaptation." "It's more than that." She hesitated, then reached into her handbag and withdrew an envelope. "This came for you, from the conservatoire." Antoine stared at the envelope bearing the official seal of the institution where he'd once studied, where he'd given his first solo recital at 16. He hadn't had contact with anyone there since before the war. "What do they want?" he asked, reluctant to take the envelope. "Read it," Céline said, pressing it into his hands. Later, after she'd left, Antoine sat at the upright piano in the corner of the shop, the opened letter spread before him. The Conservatoire was organising a special concert series titled Triumph Over Adversity, featuring musicians who had overcome significant obstacles. They had invited Antoine to perform. His first instinct was to refuse. The thought of sitting before an audience playing music he couldn't hear, exposed to pity and judgment, it was unthinkable. But then he remembered Isabelle's words. "Don't stop playing." She'd been gone for 3 months without a word. The ache of her absence had dulled to a persistent throb, like an old wound that pains you when rain is coming. He'd thrown himself into the work of rebuilding the shop, developing his teaching methods, trying not to think about where she might be or whether she ever thought of him. Yet everything he'd accomplished had begun with her. Her stubborn refusal to let him retreat from life, her innovative approaches to feeling music rather than hearing it, her belief that what remained was just as valuable as what was lost. Antoine's fingers moved to the keys, finding the opening notes of a piece he'd been working on. Something new, composed in the silent language he now inhabited. It was meant for dancers, with strong rhythms that could be felt through the floor, dramatic dynamic shifts that could be seen in the tension of the performer's body. He'd been composing it for Isabelle, though he'd never admit that to anyone. A way of continuing their conversation across an ocean, even if she would never hear it. Making his decision, Antoine reached for paper and pen to compose his reply to the Conservatoire. He would perform, not as he once had, but as he was now. Not despite his silence, but through it. The Salle Pleyel hummed with anticipation. Antoine could feel the vibrations of hundreds of bodies shifting in seats, the subtle tremors of whispered conversations he couldn't hear. Backstage, he adjusted the specially designed pads he'd had installed under the piano pedals, which would translate the vibrations of the strings more directly to his feet. A stagehand approached, gesturing that it was time. Antoine nodded, straightening his tie one last time before following the man onto the stage. The grand piano waited at centre stage, gleaming under the lights. Beside it stood something new, a row of dancers poised in starting positions. Part of Antoine's innovation for this performance was the addition of dancers who would interpret the music visually, allowing him to follow their movements and adjust his playing accordingly. They would be his ears, reflecting the sound back to him through their bodies. As he took his seat at the piano, Antoine scanned the audience out of habit, though he recognised no one in the sea of faces. Then his gaze caught on something, a flash of blue in the third row, a hat the colour of the Paris sky. His heart stuttered in his chest. It couldn't be. But there she was, straight-backed and serious, her eyes fixed on him with an intensity he could feel across the distance. Isabelle. She hadn't warned him she was coming, hadn't written, had simply appeared, as though conjured by the music he'd created for her. A gentle touch on his shoulder reminded him where he was. The lead dancer was signalling they were ready. Antoine tore his gaze from Isabelle and positioned his hands over the keys. He began to play the piece he had composed in the months of her absence, a composition that traced their story from silence to connection. As his fingers moved across the keys, the dancers began to respond, their bodies becoming the physical manifestation of sounds he could only remember. Antoine felt the vibrations through the specially designed platform beneath the piano, through the pedals under his feet, through the keys beneath his fingers. But most of all, he watched the dancers, reading the music in their movements, adjusting his touch based on their responses. It was unlike any performance he'd ever given. Before the war, he had played from a place of technical brilliance and emotional interpretation. Now he played from a place of pure connection, his body in constant dialogue with the dancers, with the instrument, with the vibrations flowing between them. As the piece reached its crescendo, Antoine risked another glance at the audience. Isabelle sat motionless, tears streaming unchecked down her face, her eyes never leaving him. In that moment he understood with perfect clarity that this performance was not about what had been lost, but about what had been found, a new language of music that transcended sound itself. When the final notes faded, visible only in the gradual stillness of the dancers' bodies, there was a moment of complete silence that even Antoine could sense. Then the audience rose to its feet in what must have been thunderous applause, though he could hear nothing but the pounding of his own heart. The dancers surrounded him, their faces alight with the exhilaration of what they'd created together. Antoine accepted their embraces, their signs of congratulation, but his eyes sought only one person. There, moving against the tide of the audience, making her way not toward the exit but toward the side of the stage, Isabelle. Antoine excused himself from the dancers and moved to the edge of the stage where a small set of steps led down to the audience level. She was waiting there, still wearing that blue hat, her face bearing the traces of tears but her eyes shining with something he hadn't seen in them before, a joy unmarred by shadows. Neither of them spoke at first. What was there to say after months of silence, after the performance that had just transpired? Instead, Isabelle raised her hands and began to sign, a skill she must have learned during her absence. Beautiful, her hand said, the gesture flowing like music itself. Antoine had been learning sign language too, incorporating it into his teaching methods at the shop. His fingers formed a reply, clumsy compared to her grace but clear enough. "Why did you leave?" Isabelle's eyes clouded briefly. She signed again, her movements precise. "I was afraid of what I felt, of what it meant." "And now?" he asked, both with his hands and his expression. She stepped closer, close enough that he could feel the warmth of her, could see the subtle movements of her breathing, the pulse at the base of her throat. "Now I know," she signed, "that the only rhythm I want is yours." Antoine reached for her then, his composer's hands framing her face with tender precision. When he kissed her, it was like the resolution of a complex piece of music, every note falling into perfect harmony, every tension finding its release. Around them, the audience continued to mill about. The dancers celebrated backstage. The great hall of the conservatoire hummed with life and conversation. But for Antoine and Isabelle, there was only the silent symphony of their reunion, played out in touch and gesture, and the shared language they had created together. 5 years later. The small courtyard behind Fournier-Effys buzzed with activity as children of all ages gathered for the end-of-term recital. What had begun as Antoine's modest teaching practice had blossomed into the Fournier Institute for Tactile Arts, a school dedicated to teaching music and dance to students with hearing impairments and other challenges. Antoine stood in the doorway of the newly expanded building, watching as parents and students found their places in the seats arranged around the performance area. In the centre stood a specially designed platform that amplified vibrations, allowing the students to feel the rhythms through their feet as they performed. "The Bertrand family is here," a voice signed beside him. Antoine turned to see Isabelle, elegant in a simple blue dress, with her hair that caught the afternoon light. "Their daughter is nervous." Antoine nodded. "I'll speak with her." He made his way through the crowd to where 9-year-old Sophie Bertrand stood clutching her violin, her face pale with anxiety. Like Antoine, she had lost her hearing, though in her case it had been from birth rather than war. Kneeling before her, Antoine signed, "Nervous." The girl nodded, her grip on the violin tightening. "Do you remember what we practiced?" he asked, his movements gentle and encouraging. Sophie nodded again. "Close your eyes," he instructed. "Feel the violin against your collarbone. Remember how each note vibrates differently. The music is in your hands, not your ears." The girl closed her eyes, positioning the violin properly. Her bow hand steadied, and a look of concentration replaced the fear on her face. Antoine smiled, giving her shoulder a reassuring squeeze before returning to Isabelle's side. "She'll be fine," he signed. "She has excellent instincts." Isabelle slipped her arm through his, her body warm against his side. "Like her teacher," she replied, both in sign and with her lips, knowing he could read either. The years since their reunion at the conservatoire had brought changes neither could have imagined that night in the jazz club. After Antoine's groundbreaking performance, offers had come to teach, to compose, to develop his methods further. With Isabelle by his side, he had chosen to focus on building the institute, creating a place where those who experienced music differently could find community and expression. They had married quietly in the small church near the orphanage where Isabelle had first taught her dance students. Matilda, no longer the smallest or most hesitant of the orphans, had been their witness, along with Céline and her family. As the recital began, Antoine took his seat beside Isabelle in the front row. The first performers were the younger students, playing simple pieces on adapted instruments. Through the vibrating platform, Antoine could feel the rhythms of their music, sometimes faltering, sometimes surprisingly precise, always earnest. When Sophie's turn came, the girl walked to the centre of the platform with newfound confidence. She positioned her violin, closed her eyes as Antoine had instructed, and began to play. Through the floor, Antoine felt the clean, pure vibrations of her notes, a Bach minuet, executed with technical precision that belied her years. Isabelle's hand found his, their fingers intertwining as they had countless times over the years. In her touch, he felt pride and love and the quiet understanding that had grown between them, a communication more profound than words or even music. The recital continued through the afternoon, soloists, duets, and finally the ensemble pieces that brought all the students together. For the finale, Isabelle's dance students joined the musicians, creating a performance that combined sound, vibration, and movement in a seamless whole. As the last piece concluded, the courtyard erupted in a combination of applause and the visual applause used at the Institute. Hands raised and shaken in the air, a silent celebration visible to all. Antoine stood to address the gathering, his hands forming signs as he spoke for those who could read lips. "Music finds a way," he told them, his voice clear and steady after years of practice speaking without being able to hear himself. "It adapts, it transforms, it discovers new paths, just as we have." His eyes found Isabelle's in the crowd, and something passed between them, the acknowledgement of how far they had come from that first confrontation in his dusty apartment. After the recital, as parents and students mingled in the courtyard enjoying refreshments, Antoine slipped away to the original shop building, now converted into his private studio. The afternoon light slanted through the tall windows, illuminating the grand piano that stood in the centre, the same instrument that had once seemed like a coffin to him, now restored and modified with his vibration technology. He sat at the keys, playing a few notes of the composition he was currently working on, a piece commissioned by the National Ballet for their upcoming season. As his fingers moved across the keyboard, he felt the familiar vibrations, different for each note, a language his body now read as fluently as his ears once had. A presence behind him, Isabel, her footsteps sending subtle vibrations through the floorboards that he recognized immediately. She placed her hands on his shoulders, a gentle pressure that spoke volumes. "They're asking for you," she signed as he turned to face her. "The parents want to thank you." Antoine nodded but made no move to rise. Instead, he pulled her down to sit beside him on the bench, his hand finding hers with practiced ease. "Do you ever regret it?" he asked, both with voice and sign. "Staying in Paris instead of going to New York? Building this place instead of returning to the stage?" It was a question he rarely asked, though it occasionally haunted him in quiet moments. Isabel had been offered a position with a prestigious dance company in New York, the opportunity that had taken her away briefly all those years ago. She'd returned to him, choosing their shared vision over what might have been a brilliant career revival. Isabel's response was immediate, her hands forming the signs with elegant certainty. "Not for a moment," she replied. "This is where the music is." She took his hand and placed it over her heart, an echo of that first tentative duet they had played by candlelight during the power outage. Under his palm, her heartbeat was strong and steady, the first rhythm he'd relearned after losing his hearing, the tempo that had guided him back to life. "Besides," she continued, a mischievous light entering her eyes, "who else would understand why I insist on dancing in the rain at midnight? Or why I need to feel the bass so strongly it makes the windows rattle? You've ruined me for normal men, Antoine Fournier." He laughed, the sound vibrating in his chest though he couldn't hear it. "And you've ruined me for solitude," he replied, leaning forward to rest his forehead against hers. A fair exchange. Through the windows they could see the courtyard where their students continued to celebrate, where the community they had built together flourished in the late afternoon light. Young Sophie was demonstrating something to a group of younger children, her earlier nervousness completely forgotten as she moved with the confidence of someone who had found her place in the world. "We should go back," Isabel signed, though she made no move to leave the bench. "In a moment," Antoine replied, his fingers finding the keys once more. "I want to show you something first." He began to play, not one of his compositions for the ballet or a piece for his students, but something more intimate, a lullaby, simple and tender, with a gently rocking rhythm that could be felt as much as heard. Isabel watched his hands move across the keys, her expression softening as understanding dawned. They had been trying for a child for nearly a year now, hoping to expand their family beyond the students who filled their days. "Are you sure?" he signed, his hands briefly leaving the keys. In answer, she took his hand and placed it against her abdomen, holding it there with both of her own. Beneath his palm, too faint to feel yet but present all the same, was the promise of a new heartbeat, a new rhythm to learn. Antoine's eyes filled with tears, not of the grief that had once defined him, but of a joy so profound it didn't need sound to express itself. He drew Isabel into his arms, holding her with the reverence of someone who knows exactly what it means to lose and lose and find again. Outside, their students continued to celebrate. Inside, in the warm silence of the studio, Antoine and Isabel began the newest movement of their ongoing composition, a piece that had begun in shadow and silence but had found its way, note by note and touch by touch, into something neither of them could have imagined alone. For Antoine, who had once believed that life without music was no life at all, the greatest revelation had been discovering that music existed beyond sound, in the rhythm of shared breaths, in the pressure of interlaced fingers, in the silent language of two hearts beating in counterpoint. Even in silence, he whispered against Isabel's hair, feeling the words in his throat as she felt them against her skin. You taught me to hear love. And in the quiet studio filled with afternoon light, that was all the music they needed. The end. Petals in the Mist, a Highland romance. Clara Winthrop pressed her forehead against the cool glass of the train window, watching as Edinburgh's familiar spires gave way to rolling countryside. The letter announcing her apprenticeship still crinkled in her pocket, a sound both triumphant and terrifying. She had beaten 23 male candidates for this position, a fact her professors had conveyed with thinly veiled disapproval. Most peculiar choice, Dean Rothwell had sniffed, but Dr. Moorcroft specifically requested someone with expertise in alpine flora. Your thesis on Highland orchid variations was adequate. Clara's fingers traced the embossed university seal on the envelope. Adequate. The culmination of 4 years' work, 3 expeditions funded from her modest inheritance, and countless hours hunched over specimens while her contemporaries attended balls and secured marriage proposals. Adequate. The rain intensified as the train pushed northward, washing the landscape into watercolour smudges of green and grey. She would be the first woman to study under Dr. Sidwell Moorcroft, or rather, what remained of him. Once the Royal Society's most celebrated naturalist, his name now circulated in hushed tones through university corridors. Brilliant mind, a botany professor had murmured, until the accident. No one spoke directly of what had happened on the North Ridge 5 years ago, but everyone knew. An expedition gone wrong. A fiancé lost to a sudden rock slide. A man who returned down the mountain alone, his hair turned prematurely grey. His celebrated monograph on Highland flora left unfinished. The village of Dunbray materialised through the mist like an apparition. Stone cottages huddled against the elements, smoke curling from chimneys into a sky heavy with unshed rain. As Clara descended to the platform, trunk in hand, she noted how the station master averted his eyes upon hearing her destination. Blackmore Cottage, he repeated. Dr. Moorcroft's place. His Scottish brogue thickened with discomfort. It's a fair walk, through the wood and up past the old kirk. But miss, the weather's turning fierce. Perhaps the inn. I'm expected, Clara said firmly, though rain was already seeping through her woolen cloak. The path to Blackmore Cottage narrowed as it climbed, mud clinging to her boots with each step. The mist thickened around her, transforming familiar objects, a fallen log, a jutting stone, into crouching spectres. When the cottage finally appeared, it seemed to have grown organically from the hillside itself, its stone walls wrapped in climbing vines, windows glowing amber against the gathering dusk. Clara's knock echoed with unintended force. Seconds stretched into minutes before the door swung open, revealing a tall figure backlit by firelight. "You're late." The voice was rough from disuse, the Scottish accent less pronounced than she had expected. The north road was quicker. "I took the train to Dunbray," Clara explained, water dripping from her hat brim. Sidwell Moorcroft stepped into the light, and Clara struggled to reconcile this man with the portrait that hung in Edinburgh's Natural History Museum. That Moorcroft had possessed keen eyes and an expression of energetic inquiry. This one's face was weathered, the once dark hair now streaked with silver, deep lines bracketing a mouth that seemed permanently set in disapproval. Only the eyes remained the same, sharp, intelligent, the colour of Highland whisky. "Miss Winthrop." Not a question, but an assessment. "You're younger than I anticipated." "I'm 24, she replied, lifting her chin, "and I've spent 3 seasons doing fieldwork in conditions far more challenging than these." Something flickered across his features, surprise perhaps, or reluctant respect. He stepped aside. "3 rules," he said as she crossed the threshold. "You'll work from dawn until I dismiss you. You'll ask no questions about anything not directly related to the research, and under no circumstances are you to venture to the North Ridge." His gaze bore into hers. "Break any of these and you'll be on the next train to Edinburgh." The cottage interior was unexpected. Not the chaotic den of a recluse, but a meticulously organised workspace. Botanical specimens lined shelves in labelled jars. Maps covered one wall, dotted with coloured pins marking collection sites. A drafting table stood by the window, illuminated by carefully positioned oil lamps. "Your quarters are through there." He nodded toward a narrow door. "We begin at first light." That night, lying on a narrow bed beneath scratchy blankets, Clara listened to the rain battering the roof tiles and her new mentor's footsteps pacing the floorboards overhead. She had expected eccentricity, perhaps even the rumoured madness. What she hadn't anticipated was the hollow echo of loss that seemed to permeate Blackmore Cottage, a presence as tangible as the mist that clung to the Highland peaks. Sleep eluded her until dawn's first tentative light filtered through her window. She rose, splashed cold water on her face, and pinned her hair severely back. Whatever haunted Sidwell Moorcroft was of no consequence. She had come for knowledge, not to heal a broken man. Clara straightened her spine and stepped into the first day of her apprenticeship, unaware that the mist outside was already beginning to shift. By the 3rd week of her apprenticeship, Clara had developed calluses where her skin had once been soft. Her hands bore the marks of honest work, tiny cuts from specimen collection, green stains from plant pigments, broken nails that she no longer bothered to file. Each morning began before sunrise, each evening ended long after dark. She catalogued samples, transcribed Moorcroft's terse observations, and gradually mapped the contours of his brilliance. And brilliant he was, though in a way utterly unlike her university professors. Moorcroft's knowledge wasn't compartmentalised into neat academic categories, but flowed organically between disciplines. He understood botany not as isolated specimens but as conversation, plants in dialogue with soil, light, water, and the creatures that depended upon them. "These aren't your textbook orchids," he told her one misty morning as they knelt beside a cluster of pale blooms, half hidden beneath a rocky outcropping. "Edinburgh botanists classify by appearances, but these Highlands, they forge something different." Clara leaned closer, noting how the orchid's labellum curved uniquely against the wind. "Adaptation," she murmured. "Precisely." Something in his voice made her look up. For a fleeting moment, enthusiasm had replaced the customary reserve in his expression. "They've learned to turn adversity to advantage." Days flowed into one another, punctuated by discoveries that Clara carefully recorded in her journal. The cottage ceased to feel oppressive as she learned its rhythms, when the light fell best upon the examination table, which floorboard creaked underfoot, how to stoke the peat fire to maintain even heat through the night. Moorcroft himself remained an enigma, though a gradually less forbidding one. He spoke rarely of personal matters, but his passion for the work animated his features when he thought she wasn't looking. Occasionally she caught him watching her with an expression she couldn't decipher, not disapproval, but something more complex. One evening, as driving rain prevented their usual fieldwork, Clara noticed a supply trunk she hadn't explored, half hidden beneath specimens awaiting classification. While Moorcroft prepared their evening meal, always simple, always precisely timed, she lifted the lid. Inside lay field equipment, notebooks, and a leather-bound journal secured with a small brass lock. The journal's spine was worn in the way of a frequently handled book. Clara's fingers had just brushed its cover when a shadow fell across her. "That trunk is not part of your work area." Moorcroft's voice was quiet but laced with an intensity that made her start. "I apologise," Clara said, rising quickly. "I was looking for additional specimen boxes." "There are none." He closed the trunk with decisive force, the sound echoing in the sudden silence. When he turned back, his expression had closed like a door against winter. "We'll resume at first light, weather permitting." That night a storm of unusual violence swept across the Highlands. Clara lay awake, listening to the wind's keening, a sound so human it raised gooseflesh on her arms. Near midnight, a crash from the main room brought her hurrying from bed. Moorcroft stood amid broken glass, rain pouring through the window that had blown open. Blood trickled from a cut on his forearm where glass had struck him. Without thinking, Clara grabbed a clean cloth and pressed it to the wound. "You should have called for help." "I'm accustomed to managing alone." Despite his words, he didn't pull away. As Clara bound his arm, she noticed a map that had fallen from the wall, one she hadn't been permitted to examine before. It detailed the North Ridge, with annotations in an elegant hand that was not Moorcroft's. "Margaret's notes," he said unexpectedly, following her gaze. She had a gift for topography. It was the first time he'd spoken his late fiancée's name aloud. The following day dawned clear but treacherous. Snowmelt had swollen streams, making their planned route impassable. Moorcroft redirected them to higher ground, a longer journey across unfamiliar terrain. By mid-afternoon, clouds gathered again. "We should turn back," Clara suggested, eyeing the darkening sky. "There's a bothy beyond that rise," Moorcroft replied. "We can shelter there." The stone hut appeared just as the first fat raindrops fell. Inside was spare but dry, a wooden platform for sleeping, a small hearth, shelves stocked with basic provisions by some previous occupant. As Moorcroft built a fire, Clara arranged their specimens, ensuring none would be damaged by the night's dampness. The storm settled in, pressing them into a proximity neither had anticipated. They shared a sparse meal, supplemented by a flask of whiskey that Moorcroft produced from his pack. The spirit burned Clara's throat but warmed her blood as darkness consumed the Highlands around their fragile shelter. "You've surprised me, Miss Winthrop," Moorcroft said after a long silence, the firelight casting his face in amber and shadow. "How so?" "Your commitment to the work. Most would have departed after the first week." Clara smiled faintly. "Most haven't spent their lives being told what they cannot do." Something shifted in his expression. A familiar sentiment. The whiskey and firelight loosened what weeks of proximity could not. Moorcroft spoke of his childhood in Aberdeen, his early fascination with the hidden life of plants. Clara described her battles at university, her determination to claim a place in a field that resisted her presence. "And what of after this apprenticeship?" he asked. "What does Miss Clara Winthrop envision for her future?" The question caught her off guard. In truth, she had focused so intently on securing this position that she had scarcely considered what would follow. "I hope to publish," she said finally, "to contribute something meaningful to the field." A worthy ambition, his voice had softened. Margaret had similar aspirations. The name hung between them, no longer forbidden but delicate as the orchid petals they had collected that morning. She was a botanist as well, a naturalist with broader interests, birds primarily. His gaze fixed on the dancing flames. "We were cataloguing seasonal migration patterns when the accident occurred." Clara waited, sensing there was more he needed to say. "I told her the route was unsafe after the thaw." His voice had dropped so low she had to lean forward to hear it. "But Margaret never feared heights the way I did. She called me overcautious." A bitter smile touched his lips. "Her last words to me were, 'The view will be worth it, Sid.'" "And was it?" Clara asked softly. His eyes, when they met hers, contained a grief so raw it stole her breath. "I never saw it. I was checking our equipment when the ridge gave way. Later, As the fire burned down to embers and Moorcroft slept fitfully on his side of the bothy, Clara watched shadows play across the weather-worn ceiling. She'd come to these highlands expecting to expand her scientific knowledge. She hadn't expected to witness a heart struggling to beat again beneath the weight of such sorrow, nor to feel her own responding with unexpected warmth. Outside, the storm raged on, but within the stone walls of the bothy, something fragile had taken root. April arrived with a suddenness that transformed the highlands. Patches of snow retreated up the mountainsides like a tide going out, revealing tender green growth beneath. Each morning brought new blooms, first snowdrops, then bluebells carpeting the forest floor in swathes of delicate colour. The air itself changed, carrying scents of damp earth and growth instead of winter's crystalline stillness. Clara felt herself changing too. Her stride was surer on the uneven highland paths, her eye quicker to spot the subtle signs of ecological relationships that Moorcroft had taught her to recognise. Most noticeably, she had stopped counting days until her return to Edinburgh. The thought of city life, of stuffy lecture halls and sceptical colleagues, seemed increasingly remote. Their working relationship had evolved since that night in the bothy. Moorcroft no longer treated her as a mere assistant, but as a collaborator whose observations he valued. They spent evenings discussing their findings, sometimes disagreeing, but always with mutual respect that Clara had never experienced with her university professors. The migration patterns have shifted, Moorcroft noted one evening as they reviewed their field journals by lamplight. The cranes are nesting a full fortnight earlier than in my previous records. Clara compared her sketches with his earlier ones. The early thaw may have accelerated the entire seasonal cycle. Look at the orchid progression. They're following suit. He nodded, expression thoughtful. We should document this thoroughly. Climate fluctuations could be altering highland ecosystems in ways we've only begun to understand. If the pattern continues, Clara ventured, wouldn't that suggest we might see blooms on the North Ridge earlier than usual? Your notes from 5 years ago mentioned a rare variant there, spirally leaved ladies' tresses with distinctive purple markings. She had broached the forbidden subject without thinking. Moorcroft's shoulders tensed, but instead of the sharp rebuke she expected, he simply closed his journal. Perhaps, he said finally, but that's not part of our current research. The following morning, Clara rose before dawn and slipped out alone. She had no intention of disobeying Moorcroft's prohibition against the North Ridge, but she hoped to collect specimens from the eastern slopes that might support their climate variation theory. The highland mist clung to her skirts as she climbed, notebook tucked securely in her pocket. She'd grown to love these quiet moments, the world emerging from darkness, birds stirring in the heather, her breath visible in the cool morning air. Near a stream crossing, movement caught her eye, not animal, but human. Moorcroft stood upstream, motionless as he watched the waters flow. He seemed unaware of her presence, his posture more relaxed than she had ever seen it. Clara hesitated, not wishing to intrude on his solitude. As she began to retreat, her foot dislodged a stone. Moorcroft turned, unsurprised. "You're developing a naturalist's gait," he observed, "quieter each day." "Not quiet enough, it seems." She approached, noting an open sketchbook in his hands. "May I?" After a moment's hesitation, he offered it to her. The page showed not botanical illustrations, but a landscape, the North Ridge captured in fine detail, morning light breaking through clouds to illuminate a slope thick with flowers. "It's beautiful," she said truthfully, Margaret's favourite view. His voice held none of its usual guardedness. This time of year the entire ridge would come alive with colour. Clara returned the sketchbook, choosing her next words with care. "In my experience, documenting beauty can be an act of preservation when the subject itself is lost to us." His gaze, when it met hers, contained an unfamiliar vulnerability. "Some subjects resist documentation, Miss Winthrop." Clara, she corrected gently. After 3 months in close quarters, I believe we've earned the right to first names, Doctor. Moorcroft. A faint smile touched his lips. Sidwell, then, though most called me Sid before. He didn't finish the thought. They walked back to the cottage in companionable silence. Throughout the day, Clara felt something had shifted between them, a wall breached, if not yet fallen. That evening, as rain drummed against the cottage roof, Sidwell surprised her by producing a bottle of wine with their simple supper. To mark the season's turning, he explained, pouring 2 glasses. The wine was good, better than she expected, and loosened something in their conversation. They spoke of their childhoods, his as the curious son of a shipbuilder, hers as a girl who preferred gardens to drawing rooms. He described his first expedition to the Arctic Circle. She recounted the scandal when she'd climbed a university building to collect roof-nesting falcon feathers. What would you study, he asked, if academic constraints were removed? If you could pursue any line of inquiry? Clara considered the question seriously. I believe plants and human emotion share connective threads we've barely begun to understand. Folk medicine hints at it, but I'd approach it systematically. How certain flora affect mood, memory, even perception. An intersection of botany and psychology, Sidwell observed. Ambitious. And likely to be dismissed as women's fancy rather than serious science, she added with a wry smile. The most important discoveries often begin as ideas others dismiss. His eyes held hers across the table. Don't let their limitations become yours. The following week brought what local shepherds called false summer, days of unexpected warmth that coaxed Highland flora into explosive growth. During their daily expedition, Sidwell led them higher than usual, following a stream's course upward through increasingly rocky terrain. Clara realised with a start that they were approaching the boundary of the North Ridge. Sidwell's pace had slowed, his expression growing more contained with each step. We can turn back, she offered quietly. He shook his head. There's something you should see. They crested a rise and the valley beyond took Clara's breath away. Blankets of white and purple flowers covered the lower slopes of the North Ridge, swaying gently in the Highland breeze. Among them grew the rare orchid variant she had only read about, spirally leaved ladies' tresses with distinctive violet markings on their labella. They've never bloomed this early, Sidwell said, his voice thick with emotion. Not in all my years of record-keeping. Clara understood the significance immediately. These were the flowers that had been in bloom the day Margaret died, the specimens they had climbed to document. That they had emerged weeks ahead of their usual cycle was both scientifically significant and deeply personal. Would you... Sidwell cleared his throat. Would you sketch them? My hand isn't as steady for detail work these days. Clara nodded, already reaching for her notebook. They worked in silence, she capturing the orchid's delicate structure in careful lines, he making broader notes about conditions and distribution patterns. As the afternoon light began to soften, Clara glanced up to find Sidwell some distance away, standing at the edge of a steep drop. His posture spoke of grief, but not the paralysing kind she had glimpsed in earlier months. This was grief acknowledging itself in the open air. She approached slowly, giving him time to compose himself if he wished. When she reached his side, she saw tears tracking silently down his weathered face. She would have loved this, he said simply. Yes, Clara agreed, though she had never known Margaret. I believe she would. The moment expanded between them, fragile, potent. When Sidwell turned to her, his expression held something she hadn't seen before. Not just grief or scientific passion, but a question. His fingers, roughened by years of field work, brushed a strand of hair from her face with surprising gentleness. Clara felt her breath catch, her pulse quickening like a startled bird's. Around them, the Highland air filled with the subtle perfume of thousands of blooms, life asserting itself in the very place where death had once claimed dominion. When Sidwell's lips met hers, it felt not like a beginning, but like a continuation. Another natural process unfolding according to its own organic timing. Later, as they descended in the gathering dusk, Clara knew something fundamental had changed. The kiss remained unspoken between them, but its echo resonated in every glance, every careful movement of their bodies as they navigated the rugged terrain together. The cottage, when they reached it, no longer felt like a workshop but a threshold to some new territory. Neither had anticipated mapping when spring began. Word of their Northridge expedition travelled through Dunbray with the efficiency of all small village news. By week's end, Clara noticed changed expressions when she collected supplies, curious glances, conversations that hushed at her approach. The local postmaster handed her a university-sealed envelope with unusual deference. "Important correspondence, miss, from Edinburgh." The letter, written in Dean Rothwell's precise hand, requested Clara's presence at an upcoming botanical symposium. Her work on Highland orchid variations, specifically those from the North Ridge, had attracted attention. A special panel wished to hear her findings firsthand. "It's an extraordinary opportunity," she told Sidwell that evening, trying to contain her excitement. "The symposium draws naturalists from across Europe." He studied the letter, expression unreadable, and conveniently timed just before your apprenticeship's conclusion. Clara hadn't considered that. July would mark her 6th and final month at Blackmore Cottage. Beyond that lay only vague plans to return to Edinburgh, perhaps secure a research position if any department would have her. "Will you attend as well?" she asked. "They specifically mention our Northridge documentation." Sidwell placed the letter on the table between them. "I don't believe my presence would benefit your presentation, but the work is yours as much as mine, more so. Your years of comparative data made our observations meaningful. The academic world has quite specific notions about me, Clara." His tone was matter-of-fact, not bitter. Notions that would only distract from the research itself. Before she could protest further, a knock at the door interrupted them, an unusual occurrence at Blackmore Cottage, especially in evening hours. Sidwell answered to find a wiry man in travel-worn clothes, a leather document case tucked beneath one arm. "Dr. Moorcroft," he nodded briskly, "and you must be Miss Winthrop, Professor Jennings, University of Oxford. May I come in?" Clara recognised the name immediately. Jennings was a leading authority on botanical taxonomy. His publications required reading in every serious university programme. His unexpected appearance in their remote cottage was as startling as if a character from a book had suddenly stepped into real life. Sidwell's hospitality, though rusty, rose to the occasion. Soon they were seated around the work table, sharing the cottage's simple provisions as Jennings explained his presence. "Word of your revived research reached me in London. The Northridge orchid variations, particularly their unprecedented early blooming, could significantly impact our understanding of climate effects on alpine flora." His gaze fixed on Clara with unexpected intensity. "I understand the observations and documentation are primarily your work, Miss Winthrop." Clara glanced at Sidwell, startled by the misattribution. "That's not accurate. Dr. Moorcroft is known to have withdrawn from active research." Jennings waved a dismissive hand. "Your detailed field notes, however, show promising methodology. With proper academic guidance, you could develop them into a substantial publication." The implication hung in the air that Clara's work had succeeded despite Moorcroft's involvement, not because of it. She felt heat rising in her cheeks. "Professor, I must correct your understanding. Dr. Moorcroft's expertise has been integral to every aspect of this research. His longitudinal data provided essential context for our observations." Jennings leaned forward, lowering his voice as if Sidwell were not present. "Miss Winthrop, I appreciate loyalty to one's mentor, particularly in unique circumstances. But consider your academic future. A young woman in your position cannot afford to align herself too closely with controversial figures." I am quite capable of determining my own alignments, Clara replied, her voice cooler than the mountain streams they had waded that morning. Later, after Jennings had retired to the village inn with promises to continue their discussion at the symposium, an uncomfortable silence filled the cottage. Sidwell stood by the window, watching rain begin to speckle the glass. "He's right about one thing," he said finally. "Your academic prospects would benefit from distance between us." "Is that what you think I want? Academic prospects purchased with dishonesty?" "I think," he said carefully, "that you deserve recognition for extraordinary work. Recognition that association with me may complicate." Clara crossed to him, frustration and something deeper propelling her. "Do you truly understand so little of me after these months? I don't want recognition that dismisses you as some footnote, some obstacle I've overcome." "Then what do you want?" The question emerged roughly, as if pulled from depths he had intended to keep sealed. "I want ... Clara faltered, then steadied herself. "I want work that matters, and I want—" She broke off, the words too consequential for hasty expression. Sidwell's hand rose to her face, calloused fingers tracing her cheekbone with a botanist's precision. "What else, Clara?" "I want not to leave when July ends," she whispered. "Not unless you're coming with me." The kiss that followed was different from their first. Not a hesitant question, but a definitive statement. Clara felt the boundaries between them dissolving, herbarium specimens joining after years preserved separately. Morning found them changed, not in dramatic ways visible to outside eyes, but in the gravity that existed between them, the orbits they now shared. Over breakfast, Clara made a decision. "I'll attend the symposium," she said, "but I'll present our work accurately, emphasizing your contributions, your decades of expertise." Sidwell placed something before her, the locked journal she'd glimpsed in the trunk weeks earlier. A small key lay beside it. "Take this with you," he said. "It contains my original field notes, including observations from the days before Margaret's accident. They'll support your presentation." Clara stared at the journal, understanding the trust it represented. "Are you certain?" "It's time those notes served their purpose." His expression held both resolve and vulnerability. "But there's something else you should know before you decide how to proceed." He revealed that an academic rival had long blamed him for Margaret's death, suggesting that Sidwell had been reckless in his expedition planning. The whispers had followed him to Edinburgh, eventually forcing his withdrawal from university life. The Northridge research had remained unpublished, tainted by tragedy and accusation. "If you present our findings," he warned, "those old allegations may resurface. They could affect how your work is received." Clara's jaw set with determination that had become characteristic over her months in the Highlands. "Then we'll address them directly, with evidence, not rumour." As the day for her departure approached, Clara packed with methodical care, specimens labelled in both their handwritings, documentation that could leave no doubt about the collaborative nature of their research. The journal, with its weathered leather cover and brass lock, she wrapped in oilcloth and placed at the heart of her trunk. The morning train to Edinburgh coincided with a Highland downpour, rain sheeting across the platform as Sidwell accompanied her to Dunbrae station. Around them, passengers hurried with lowered heads, seeing only another young woman leaving the village, not the complex emotions passing between the botanist and her mentor. 3 days, Clara said, her voice nearly lost in the train's arrival whistle. "I'll present on Friday and return Saturday." Sidwell nodded, raindrops catching in his silver-streaked hair. "The cottage will be here." A pause, heavy with meaning. "As will I." As Clara boarded, he pressed something into her hand, a paper packet containing a perfectly preserved orchid specimen, the rare purple-marked variety from the North Ridge. With it was a note in his precise handwriting. "Some roots endure transplanting to new soil. Others thrive only in their native ground. Choose your garden wisely. S." The train pulled away, bearing Clara back toward the academic world that had once been her sole ambition. Through the rain-streaked window she watched Sidwell's figure recede, a solitary sentinel against the Highland mist, face turned toward the departing train until distance and rain obscured him entirely from view. Edinburgh emerged from morning fog like an illustration in a Gothic novel, spires and stone facades materializing piece by piece as Clara's carriage navigated cobbled streets. After months in the Highlands, the city's bustle felt overwhelming. Everywhere she looked, people hurried with purpose, their voices creating a constant murmur beneath the clatter of hooves and wheels. The university welcomed her with formal politeness. Dean Rothwell himself escorted her to quarters reserved for visiting scholars, his conversation a careful blend of congratulation and caution. "Your work has created quite a stir, Miss Winthrop. Professor Jennings speaks highly of your observational skills." He paused before adding, "though some question the broader research context." Clara understood the implication. Dr. Moorcroft's longitudinal data provides that context, Dean Rothwell. "I'll be presenting our findings as collaborative work." The Dean's expression tightened. "Consider carefully, Miss Winthrop. Your future in this institution depends on the quality and honesty of my research," she finished firmly, "as it should." Alone in her assigned room, Clara opened Sidwell's journal for the first time. Its pages revealed not just scientific observations, but a life documented with meticulous care. Early entries showed a young naturalist's enthusiasm, later ones the measured confidence of an established scholar. Botany intertwined with personal reflection, how certain plants thrived after forest fires, how grief might similarly create conditions for unexpected growth. The final pages before Margaret's death contained maps of the Northridge expedition, detailing planned collection routes. In the margins were notes in a different hand, elegant, decisive strokes that must have been Margaret's. "Weather promising," she'd written. "S worries unnecessarily about the western approach. Route appears stable despite recent thaw." Clara's throat tightened. Here was evidence contradicting rumours that Sidwell had been reckless, proof that he had in fact expressed concern about conditions his fiancée had dismissed. More surprising were the entries that resumed months after the accident, sparse at first, then increasingly detailed as Sidwell documented his solitary return to research. And most unexpected of all were the pages dated after Clara's arrival at Blackmore Cottage. "C demonstrates remarkable insight regarding adaptive processes," one entry noted. Another, "Her approach to classification challenges conventional taxonomy in ways I had not considered. Must revisit earlier specimens with her framework in mind." The final pages contained something else entirely, the beginnings of a new monograph outline. Its working title made Clara's breath catch: Highland Resilience, Ecological Adaptation Following Climatic Disruption, with observations by C. Winthrop and S. Moorcroft. He had envisioned their work continuing beyond her apprenticeship, had imagined a future where their research, and perhaps they themselves, remained connected. The symposium opened the following morning with considerable fanfare. Clara sat through presentations on tropical ferns and desert succulents, her mind only half present as she prepared for her own session. When Professor Jennings introduced her as a promising young botanist whose work stands on its own considerable merits, she recognised the deliberate omission of Sidwell's name. At the lectern, Clara surveyed the audience of predominantly male academics. Their expressions range from polite interest to thinly veiled scepticism. In the back row sat Dean Rothwell, his posture communicating clear expectations. "Distinguished colleagues," she began, her voice steadier than she'd anticipated. "I present findings not solely my own, but the culmination of a true scientific partnership with Dr. Sidwell Moorcroft, whose 20 years of Highland botanical documentation provided essential foundation for our observations." A murmur rippled through the audience. From the corner of her eye, Clara saw Jennings shift uncomfortably in his chair. She continued undeterred, methodically presenting their evidence of climate-influenced blooming patterns, the implications for Highland ecosystem stability, and the rare orchid variations documented on the North Ridge. When questions began, they focused initially on methodology. Clara answered with the confidence born of fieldwork rather than theory, occasionally referencing Sidwell's journal to provide historical context. Then came the question she'd been anticipating. An elderly botanist with bristling sideburns rose slowly from his seat. "Miss Winthrop, while your observations are adequate, I must address the elephant in the room. Dr. Moorcroft's judgment has been called into question since the tragic incident 5 years ago. How can we trust research conducted under such questionable guidance?" The room stilled. This was the moment that would define not just her presentation, but the reception of their work. Clara opened Sidwell's journal to the pages she had marked. "Professor Barrett, I presume?" She met his gaze directly. "Your published criticism of Dr. Moorcroft's expedition planning is well documented. However, I have here the original field notes from that expedition, including margin notes in Margaret Linley's own hand, directly contradicting your assessment." She read Margaret's annotations aloud, her voice clear in the hushed room. "Furthermore," she continued, "these notes demonstrate that far from being reckless, Dr. Moorcroft expressed specific concerns about the route that ultimately failed." Professor Barrett's face had reddened. Before he could respond, Clara continued, "But today's presentation isn't about past tragedy. It's about how ecosystems recover from disruption, how life finds new patterns after fundamental change. Our research demonstrates this not just botanically, but—" She paused, finding her courage, perhaps personally as well. The remainder of the session passed in a blur of technical questions that Clara handled with growing assurance. When it concluded, several colleagues approached with genuine interest in their findings. Even Dean Rothwell offered grudging acknowledgement. "Unconventional presentation, Miss Winthrop, but scientifically sound. The university will want to discuss your future role when you return from your apprenticeship." Only Professor Jennings seemed displeased, his earlier patronising manner replaced with barely concealed irritation. "You've aligned yourself rather definitively, my dear. I hope it serves your career." "My work serves science, Professor," Clara replied evenly, "as does Dr. Moorcroft's. The alignment follows naturally." That evening, alone in her quarters, Clara made a decision that felt both impulsive and inevitable. Rather than waiting for Saturday's train as planned, she would return to Dunbury on the early morning express. The symposium required nothing further from her, and Edinburgh's crowded streets felt increasingly foreign after months of Highland solitude. She packed quickly, leaving behind several fashionable items she'd brought for university functions. What use were silk gloves and formal hats in a world of peat fires and morning mist? By dawn, she was aboard the northbound train, watching Edinburgh recede as Highlands emerged through breaking fog. The journey passed in contemplation. Clara had come to these mountains 6 months earlier seeking professional validation, proof that a woman could contribute meaningfully to botanical science. She returned now with different understanding. The work mattered, yes, but so did the mind and heart engaged in it. So did the land itself, and one's relationship to it. Dunbury Station appeared just as afternoon light began to soften toward evening. The village seemed unchanged, yet Clara viewed it with new eyes, not as a remote outpost, but as a community with its own rhythms and wisdom. Rather than hiring a cart, she walked the familiar path to Blackmore Cottage, her steps quickening as the track narrowed and climbed. Highland wind tugged at her hair, loosening pins until she removed them entirely, letting her scholarly restraint fall away with them. The cottage appeared first as a thread of smoke against darkening sky, then as stone walls emerging from shadow. No lamplight shone from its windows. Had Sidwell gone out for evening field work? Only as she approached did Clara spot him, a solitary figure on the North Ridge path silhouetted against the sunset. Without hesitation, she altered her course, the weight of her travelling bag forgotten as her pace increased to something near a run. He stood in a sea of late-blooming heather, making notes in a field journal. At the sound of her approach, he turned, disbelief and something deeper transforming his expression. "You're not due until tomorrow," he said, voice rough with emotion. "I found I had said all that needed saying in Edinburgh." Clara stopped an arm's length away, suddenly uncertain despite everything that had passed between them. "Your journal, it helped me understand many things." "All of it?" His question contained layers she immediately comprehended, including the outline for our future work together. Highland Resilience, I believe you called it. A working title only. His eyes hadn't left her face, open to revision. Clara closed the remaining distance between them. The concept is sound. Adaptation following disruption. New growth patterns emerging after necessary change. And is that what you want, Clara? New patterns here, not in Edinburgh's academic halls. She took his weathered hands in hers, feeling the strength in them, the years of careful work they represented. I want work that matters, with a mind that challenges mine. I want mornings in the mist and evenings by the fire. I want... He stopped her words with a kiss that left no doubt about his own desires. Around them, Highland wind stirred heather and grass, carrying the scent of wild orchids and open sky. When they finally drew apart, Clara smiled and completed her thought. "I want to tell you that you forgot to log the most important change in your Highland habitat, me." Sidwell's answering laugh held wonder and release, the sound of a man returning to life after long absence. "A significant oversight. How would you suggest I correct it?" "Document it thoroughly," she murmured against his mouth. "Beginning now." 5 years later, a package arrived at the Royal Botanical Society. Inside lay the first published copy of Highland Resilience, Ecological Adaptation Following Climatic Disruption, by S. Moorcroft and C. Winthrop Moorcroft. The accompanying letter mentioned ongoing research at their Highland station, now expanded into a small but respected field institute, where selected students spent summers learning methodologies too complex for university classrooms. The final page of the monograph contained something unusual for a scientific publication, a pressed orchid specimen with distinctive purple markings, and beneath it, a simple dedication. For Margaret, who taught us to look skyward, and for the North Ridge, which taught us that even after landslides new paths emerge. Some flowers bloom best after hardship. Each spring, visitors to certain Highland slopes report seeing two figures moving methodically through mist-wreathed terrain. The silver-haired man and the woman with wind-blown chestnut hair, notebooks in hand, their movements so attuned they seem to communicate without words. Locals will tell you they're cataloguing climate changes, documenting resilience in a world of shifting patterns. But those who know them well understand they're recording something more, a field book of second chances, written not just in scientific notation, but in the language of hearts that, like certain rare flowers, found their perfect growing conditions in the most unexpected of places. Whispers in the Papyrus garden. The Alexandria dawn painted the Mediterranean in hues of amber and rose, a daily spectacle Serapion had grown too preoccupied to appreciate. At 28, his days blurred together in a rhythm of translations, annotations, and scholarly debates within the library's columned halls. This morning, however, promised something different. "You seem troubled by this assignment," observed Callimachus, the head librarian, his fingers trailing over a freshly transcribed scroll. Though approaching 60, His mind remained sharper than most of the younger scholars. A collaboration with a temple scribe should broaden your perspectives, not narrow them. Serapion adjusted the folds of his hymation, the Greek garment feeling suddenly conspicuous. I've heard this scribe refuses to write in Greek. Her name is Neith, Callimachus corrected, and she was trained at the Temple of Thoth. Her hieratic is impeccable. Besides, the tale of Sinuhe deserves both languages. It's a story of exile and belonging, something you, of all people, should appreciate. The reference to Serapion's mixed heritage wasn't lost on him. His Greek father had married an Egyptian woman of noble descent, leaving him perpetually between worlds, fluent in multiple languages but never quite at home in any single culture. The garden scriptorium has been prepared, Callimachus continued. It's secluded enough for concentration, but open enough to remind you both why Alexandria exists, to blend, not divide. As Serapion made his way through the library's eastern wing, he passed shelves containing knowledge from Babylonia, Judea, Persia, and beyond. Alexandria was King Ptolemy's experiment, a city where Greek rationalism could absorb the mysticism and ancient wisdom of Egypt. But lately, the absorption felt increasingly one-sided. The garden scriptorium was a small pavilion surrounded by papyrus plants, palm trees, and flowering herbs. Several writing tables had been arranged beneath a canopy of woven reeds. The space was empty save for a slender figure standing with her back to him, examining a limestone water clock. "You're precisely 3 minutes early," she said without turning, her voice melodic but firm. "Punctuality is a virtue the Greeks borrowed from us, though they seldom acknowledged the debt." When she finally faced him, Serapion found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Neith was younger than he had expected, perhaps 24, with eyes lined in kohl that emphasized their unusual clarity. Her linen dress was simple but marked with subtle emblems of her temple training. A wooden pendant of Thoth, the ibis-headed god of writing, hung at her throat. "I've never needed to borrow virtues," he replied, setting down his writing implements, "and I'm quite capable of acknowledging debts when they exist." A fleeting smile crossed her lips. "We shall see." She gestured to the scrolls laid out on the table. "I've already begun the transcription of Sinuhe's opening verses. Perhaps you'd care to examine my work before adding your Greek interpretation alongside it." The way she said interpretation suggested she considered any translation a kind of corruption. Serapion unrolled the papyrus she offered. Her hieratic script was indeed flawless, each character precisely formed, the red and black inks alternating with ritual precision. His eyes caught on a particular passage, when the royal falcon flew to heaven, joined with the solar disk, the body of the god united with his maker. "You've captured the poetry of the royal death scene," he acknowledged, "but I notice you've chosen the older version of the metaphor. Later copies use a more direct description of Pharaoh's ascension." Neith's expression remained neutral, but her fingers tensed around her reed pen. "The later copies you refer to were already compromised by foreign influences. The original metaphor preserves the sacred geometry between falcon, sun, and Pharaoh." And so it began. By midday they had managed only a few hundred lines, each transcription interrupted by debates over nuance, context, and cultural meaning. When Serapion suggested that certain Egyptian metaphors might be clarified by Greek philosophical concepts, Neith's patience visibly frayed. "The purpose of this exercise," she said, setting down her pen with deliberate control, "is preservation, not improvement." This story survived 1,000 years before Alexander's armies arrived. Perhaps you believe the library's walls protect knowledge, but some of us see it differently. Serapion looked up sharply. "How do you see it?" She held his gaze. "As a beautiful cage. The birds sing, but they no longer fly their natural patterns." Their work continued until sunset painted the garden in deep indigo shadows. Lamplight replaced daylight, and still they laboured, separated by more than just the width of the papyrus between them. When they finally agreed to retire for the evening, barely a dent had been made in their assigned task. "Tomorrow," Serapion said, gathering his tools, "perhaps we might try reading the passages aloud before transcribing. Sometimes the ear catches what the eye misses." Neith considered him for a long moment. "In the Temple of Thoth, we believe words spoken aloud take on a life beyond the speaker's intention. Are you prepared for that?" The question lingered between them, heavy with implications neither fully understood. Serapion found himself nodding, though something in her tone suggested a warning he couldn't quite decipher. As he made his way back through the darkened library, the first verses of Sinu echoed in his mind, a tale of a man caught between loyalties, fleeing his homeland only to be haunted by its absence. The parallel to his own divided heritage wasn't lost on him, nor was the strange sensation that tomorrow's reading would somehow alter the careful boundaries he'd constructed between his Greek education and Egyptian blood. In his private quarters, he pulled out a small wooden box containing his most private writings, poems and observations written in both Greek and Demotic, a secret dialogue between the halves of himself. Tonight, he added a new line. "She guards her words like sacred vessels, yet I sense they contain a truth I've been seeking without knowing its name." 7 days of tense collaboration had yielded modest progress on the tale of Sinu. Each morning, Serapion and Neith would arrive at the garden scriptorium from opposite directions, like wary combatants entering neutral territory. Yet something had begun to shift in their interactions, a reluctant respect emerging from their scholarly sparring. On the 8th day, Alexandria awakened to an unusual heaviness in the air. The Mediterranean lay flat and leaden beneath a sky the colour of tarnished copper. By mid-morning, the library's slaves were rushing to close shutters and secure scrolls as a fierce Khamsin, the desert wind that could strip paint from walls, approached from the southwest. "We should abandon today's work," Serapion advised, watching the papyrus plants bend horizontally. "These storms can turn violent quickly." Neith glanced up from her writing, brush poised mid-character. "I've nearly completed this section. The Temple of Thoth stands in the path of these winds every season. We don't abandon our duties for mere weather." Her stubbornness both irritated and impressed him. Before he could argue further, a tremendous gust tore through the garden, upending an inkpot and sending several blank sheets spiralling into the air. Instinctively, they both lunged to protect the precious transcription they'd been labouring over. Their hands collided above the papyrus. For one suspended moment, Serapion was acutely aware of her fingers beneath his, cool despite the rising heat, calloused from years of wielding reed pens. Then the pavilion's canopy ripped free with a sound like a sail tearing, and the full force of the sandstorm descended. "The temple annex!" Serapion shouted over the howling wind, pointing to a stone structure at the garden's edge. Together they gathered their most essential materials, wrapping the precious Sinuhe scroll in protective linen. The air had transformed into a stinging cloud of sand particles that scratched at exposed skin and reduced visibility to arm's length. The temple annex was a small, windowless chamber used for storing ritual objects and botanical specimens. As they stumbled inside and sealed the heavy wooden door, darkness enveloped them. Serapion fumbled with his fire striker until a small oil lamp sputtered to life, revealing a space no larger than a modest bedchamber, lined with shelves of dried plants and clay vessels. "Are you hurt?" he asked, noticing a thin line of blood on Neith's forehead. She touched it absently. "It's nothing. The scroll." He unwrapped their work, relieved to find it intact. Outside, the storm's fury intensified, sand hissing against stone like thousands of whispered threats. "We may be here until morning," Serapion observed. "These Khamsin storms sometimes last through the night." Neith settled onto a stone bench, her usual composure slightly dishevelled. In the lamplight, With grains of sand dusting her dark hair, she looked less like the formidable temple scribe, and more like a woman caught in circumstances beyond her control. "You mentioned your training at the Temple of Thoth," Serapion said, breaking the uncomfortable silence. "Were you chosen as a child?" Something in her expression closed, then reluctantly opened again. "My brother and I both showed early facility with writing. The temple accepted us when I was 7 and he was 9. "Your brother is also a scribe?" Her fingers found the wooden Thoth pendant at her throat. "He was. He died 3 years ago during a disturbance in Hermopolis." The deliberate vagueness told Serapion everything he needed to know. The disturbances in Upper Egypt were rarely mentioned in Alexandria, but rumours of native uprisings and brutal suppressions occasionally reached the library. "I'm sorry," he said simply. "Are you?" Her eyes caught the lamplight. "You wear Greek clothing, speak Greek poetry, serve Greek masters. Why should the death of an Egyptian scribe concern you?" The accusation stung more than it should have. "I've never denied my mother's blood." "Nor claimed it publicly," she countered. "How convenient to embrace only the heritage that grants you privilege." The confined space suddenly felt suffocating. Serapion moved to the farthest corner, busying himself with examining a shelf of clay vessels to mask his discomfort. Her words had struck too close to a private shame he rarely acknowledged. After a long silence broken only by the storm's persistent howling, Neith spoke again, her voice softer. "Forgive me. Grief makes poor company in small spaces." Serapion turned to find her extracting a small bundle from her writing case, dried dates and a flat bread sprinkled with sesame seeds. She divided the modest meal, offering him half with a gesture that somehow conveyed both apology and challenge. "In the temple," she said as they ate, "we believe sharing food creates a temporary kinship. Until the sun rises, perhaps we can declare a truce between Egypt and Greece." Despite himself, Serapion smiled. "I wasn't aware we were at war." "Aren't we always?" she asked, but there was a new lightness in her tone. "Tell me something, Serapion of Rhodes. When you read Sinu's lament for his homeland, which land do you hear calling to you?" It was a question no one had ever asked him, one he'd carefully avoided asking himself. In the strange intimacy created by the storm's isolation, he found himself answering with unexpected honesty. "I hear both voices competing, and sometimes I hear neither, as if I belong to some third country that exists only in translation." Something shifted in her gaze, not quite softening but a recognition. She reached for the Sinu scroll and unrolled it between them. "Read with me," she said, but this time not as scribes reproducing text. Read as if you were Sinuhe himself, caught between worlds. And so, with the Khamsin raging outside, they began to read aloud. First in formal alternation, but gradually with a more fluid exchange, as if passing the exiled courtier's soul back and forth between them. In Neith's voice, the Egyptian verses took on a musical quality Serapion had never heard before. In his reading, the Greek translation found emotional depth that surprised them both. When they reached the passage where Sinur dreams of his homeland while living in foreign luxury, Neith paused, studying Serapion's face in the wavering lamplight. "You read that as if you've lived it," she observed. "Haven't we all known some form of exile?" he replied, suddenly aware of how close they were sitting, the scroll a bridge rather than a barrier between them. Before she could answer, the lamp sputtered, its oil nearly exhausted. As Serapion reached to adjust it, his sleeve brushed against a blank piece of papyrus. On impulse, he took up a charcoal stick and wrote in a swift, flowing hand, "Do you ever wonder who we write for?" He passed the sheet to Neith without explanation. She read it, her expression unreadable in the dimming light. Then she took the charcoal and added a single line beneath his question. "For those who know how to listen between languages." Outside, the storm began to subside, but something new had been unleashed within the temple annex, a conversation beyond words, conducted in the fragile territory between their separate worlds. For 3 weeks following the sandstorm, Serapion and Neith established a new rhythm to their collaboration. By day, they worked separately. He in the library's main hall, she in a small chamber near the astronomical wing. But as sunset painted Alexandria's white buildings in shades of gold and crimson, they would meet in the garden scriptorium. These evening sessions had become something neither would have predicted, a shared sanctuary. The formal transcription of the Tale of Sinew continued, but alongside it grew a second text, written in the margins, on separate sheets tucked between canonical verses, in a dialogue of ideas that belonged to neither Greek nor Egyptian tradition alone. "Listen to this rendering," Serapion said one evening, reading from a passage they had jointly reimagined. When he crossed the border waters, his heart remained moored to the shore, trailing invisible papyrus ropes across the waves. Neith smiled, a genuine expression that had once been rare but now transformed her severe beauty into something that consistently distracted him. The Greek concept of nostos with the Egyptian symbolism of papyrus as connection to origin. It shouldn't work, and yet it feels more true than either tradition alone, he finished. Their eyes met across the writing table. In the flickering lamplight, the boundary between scholar and woman, between colleague and something unnameable, blurred dangerously. Neith broke the moment, reaching for a reference scroll. "We're taking liberties no official transcription would permit." "Perhaps that's why it feels valuable," Serapion replied. "What happens in this garden remains between us, our own private Alexandria." The real Alexandria beyond their secluded pavilion was growing increasingly tense. Reports of unrest in the Delta region had prompted increased military presence in the city streets. New edicts required Egyptian temples to maintain Greek-language records alongside traditional hieratic, a move viewed by many natives as cultural erasure disguised as inclusivity. One evening, Callimachus sought Serapion out before his garden meeting. The head librarian looked troubled, the lines around his eyes deeper than usual. "Your collaborative project has attracted attention," he said without preamble. The royal secretary made inquiries about the Egyptian scribe's background. Serapion felt a cold weight settle in his stomach. "Neith is here under official cultural exchange." "Yes, but exchanges can be revoked." Callimachus lowered his voice. "Knowledge is never apolitical, Serapion, especially not now. The library's walls are permeable to power, if not to ignorance." The warning haunted him as he made his way to the garden. When Neith arrived, he noticed immediately that something had changed. Her usual measured composure had an edge of tension, her movements tightly controlled as she arranged her writing implements. "You've heard something," he guessed. She glanced around the garden before responding. "A messenger came from Hermopolis. The Temple of Thoth has been placed under royal protection, which means Greek soldiers now monitor all scribal activities. Is your family safe?" "My parents died years ago. The temple is the only family I have left." She unrolled their working scroll with unusual force. "Shall we continue with Sinuhe's return from exile? How fitting that we transcribe his homecoming while my own home is occupied." They worked in tense silence until twilight deepened into true night. The oil lamps attracted moths that danced dangerously close to the flames, reminding Serapion of his own growing attraction to a forbidden connection. As Neith packed her writing implements, Serapion impulsively reached for a blank papyrus. In swift strokes, he wrote 8 lines, 4 in Greek, 4 in Demotic, his first poetry shared with anyone since his university days. The verses spoke of a garden where languages mingled like lovers, where meanings hidden from the world bloomed only in darkness. "What is this?" she asked, her voice carefully neutral as she studied his offering. "Something not found in the official archives," he answered simply. She read slowly, her lips moving silently with his words. When she looked up, the careful distance she maintained had diminished. "You write in Demotic with unexpected fluency," she observed. You've been hiding more than I realized." "Not hiding," he corrected, waiting for the right reader. The night air seemed to vibrate between them. For weeks they had communicated through texts, annotations, and scholarly debate. A courtship of minds conducted through the safe mediation of ancient words. Now something more immediate threatened to breach those carefully constructed bounds. Neith stepped closer, close enough that he could see the individual strokes of coal outlining her eyes, smell the faint cedar scent in her hair. "In the Temple of Thoth," she said softly, "we believe that the act of writing creates reality rather than merely recording it. What reality are we writing here, Serapion of Rhodes?" He had no answer except to close the distance between them. Their first kiss was brief, uncertain, the touch of two people accustomed to communicating through the safer territory of words. When they parted, her expression held wonder and wariness in equal measure. "This is unwise," she whispered, though she made no move to increase the space between them. "Wisdom is overrated by scholars," he replied with a half-smile. "Perhaps that's why Thoth is depicted with an ibis head instead of a human one. Divine knowledge requires a different perspective." The reference to her patron god surprised a laugh from her, a sound he had never heard before and immediately wanted to hear again. She touched his face with scholarly precision, as if memorizing a text through fingertips. "We cannot rewrite what lies beyond this garden," she warned. "No," he agreed, "but we can create something new within it." Later, as an early autumn breeze rustled through the papyrus plants surrounding their pavilion, Neith rested her head against his shoulder. They had reimagined several passages of Sinu's tale, creating an interlinear version that neither tradition would recognize. Their unofficial manuscript, hidden beneath the proper transcription, now included an ending never before recorded, one where the exiled courtier found belonging not in a return to his homeland, but in the borderland between worlds. "Do you think anyone will ever read our version?" Neith asked. Serapion watched the stars appearing above Alexandria's lighthouse. "Perhaps not in our lifetime, but true words have a way of surviving, even when written in margins and hidden between official lines." Neither spoke of the growing dangers outside their sanctuary, of cultural tensions tightening like a noose around the city's fragile cosmopolitanism. For tonight, at least, they had created their own Alexandria within the garden's boundaries, a place where no single tradition claimed supremacy, where translation became not loss, but transformation. The moon of Thoth waned toward darkness as autumn tightened its grip on Alexandria. In the 2 months since their first kiss, Serapion and Neith had constructed a precarious paradise within their garden scriptorium, a nightly ritual of scholarly collaboration that had evolved into something far more dangerous than either had anticipated. Their official transcription of the tale of Sinu was nearly complete. The unofficial version, their secret reinterpretation written between lines and hidden in misleadingly labelled scrolls, had become their true work. More than a translation, it was a reimagining. The story of an exiled courtier transformed into a testament to love across cultural boundaries. "You realize what we're doing is technically sedition," Serapion remarked one evening, as they completed a particularly subversive passage. In their version, Sinu's return to Egypt became not a restoration of proper order, but a conscious choice to live between worlds. Neith's smile held both mischief and defiance. Only if someone understands both languages well enough to read between the lines. How many in Alexandria can truly do that? "Besides us?" he pretended to consider. "Perhaps 3 librarians, 2 royal scribes, and Callimachus," she finished, "who's been watching us with increasing concern." She wasn't wrong. The head librarian had grown distant in recent weeks, his customary philosophical detachment replaced by a guardedness that suggested he knew more than he revealed. The library itself had changed as well. New guards patrolled the astronomy wing, and several Egyptian texts had been relocated to restricted archives. Outside the library's marble walls, Alexandria simmered with barely contained tensions. The latest edict from Ptolemy III required all Egyptian priests to submit their religious texts for Greek translation, a move ostensibly meant to honour native traditions but widely perceived as surveillance disguised as scholarship. Serapion had begun teaching Neith to navigate less travelled routes to their garden meeting place, pathways that avoided the main agora, where Greek soldiers increasingly stopped those with Egyptian features for verification of residence. On this night she arrived later than usual, her expression drawn, a small scroll clutched tightly in her fist. "What's happened?" he asked immediately. She thrust the scroll toward him wordlessly. Inside was a message written in cryptic temple shorthand, a script used exclusively by initiates of Thoth. Though Serapion couldn't read the specific words, the urgent slant of the characters told him enough. "The Delta," she confirmed. "A revolt has begun near Sais. The temple elders are calling initiates to return." The news struck him like a physical blow. "You can't seriously be considering—" "It's my duty," she interrupted. "The temples are the last repositories of true Egyptian knowledge. If they fall—" She left the thought unfinished. Serapion paced the small pavilion, mind racing through implications. The royal response will be swift and merciless. They'll view any temple involvement as confirmation that priests are fomenting rebellion. "Perhaps because they are," she countered. "Not all resistance requires weapons, Serapion. Sometimes memory itself is revolutionary." He stopped before her, taking her hands in his. In the months of their collaboration, her fingers had become as familiar to him as his own. The small ink stain perpetually marking her right index finger, the barely perceptible tremor in her left pinky from an old writing injury. "Then let me go with you," he said. She withdrew her hands gently but firmly. "And do what?" "Your Greek name and education would make you suspect among the temple faction. Your Egyptian blood makes you a potential traitor to the royal court. You belong to both worlds and neither. Exactly what made me love you." The word hung between them, spoken aloud for the first time. Despite the gravity of the moment, Serapion felt a surge of joy followed immediately by deepening dread. "If you leave now, you'll be marked as sympathetic to the revolt," he warned. "There will be no returning to Alexandria." "I know," her voice softened, "but I must at least get word to my former teacher. He raised me after my parents died." A solution formed in Serapion's mind. Desperate, risky, but possible. "Give me 3 days. Don't send any response to this message. If anyone asks, you're completing special research for Callimachus." "What are you planning?" He kissed her instead of answering, memorizing the contours of her lips as if creating an internal map he could follow back to her through whatever darkness approached. The next morning, Serapion requested a private audience with Callimachus. The head librarian received him in his personal study, a chamber whose walls were lined not with scrolls but with maps, astronomical charts, and correspondence from scholars throughout the known world. "I won't insult your intelligence by pretending you don't know why I'm here," Serapion began. Callimachus sighed, suddenly looking every one of his 60 years. "Your Egyptian scribe. Her connections to the Temple of Thoth have been noted in official records. The royal secretary has already inquired whether her cultural exchange might be concluded." "She's completed valuable work here," Serapion argued. "Her hieratic translations have filled gaps in our collection that—" "This isn't about scholarship anymore," Callimachus interrupted sharply. "The Delta situation changes everything. Anyone with temple affiliations will be scrutinized. The royal family fears contagion of revolutionary ideas." "Then reassign her," Serapion suggested, trying to keep desperation from his voice. "Send her to catalogue botanical specimens. Move her to the medical archives. Anything to establish distance from current political concerns." The older man studied him with eyes that had witnessed the rise and fall of scholarly fortunes under 2 Ptolemaic kings. "You care for her beyond professional collaboration." It wasn't a question, so Serapion didn't treat it as one. "I need 3 days," he said instead. "After that, she will no longer be a concern for the library." Understanding dawned in Callimachus's face. "You're arranging her departure." "I'm ensuring her safety. There's a difference." A long silence stretched between them, broken only by the distant sounds of library activity, the shuffle of papyrus, the murmur of scholarly debates, the gentle knock of reed pens against ink pots. 3 days, Callimachus finally agreed, no more, and Serapion. His voice took on a gentleness rarely displayed. "Whatever you've written together that isn't meant for royal eyes should be hidden very, very well." That night Serapion told Neith only what she needed to know. A merchant caravan would depart for Upper Egypt in 3 days' time, and she would be hidden among the cargo. What he didn't tell her was the cost. Nearly all his savings spent on bribes, his carefully cultivated scholarly reputation leveraged for promises of silence. They worked feverishly to complete their secret manuscript, knowing these might be their final nights in the garden that had become their sanctuary. The official transcription of Sinuhe had been completed and submitted to the Royal Archives days earlier. This version, the one they wrote for themselves, would follow a different path. "We need a secure hiding place," Neith said as they finished the final verses. "Somewhere no official search would think to look." Serapion had already considered this problem. The botanical specimens from the Nubian expedition. They're stored in the East Wing, catalogued by origin rather than content. A scroll mistakenly shelved among dried plants might go unnoticed for years. On the last night, beneath a sliver of moon too thin to cast shadows, they wrapped their manuscript in protective linen and sealed it with wax impressed by both their signets, his Greek key pattern merging with her ankh in a hybrid symbol that mirrored their own union. "How will you find it?" she asked. When times change." He smiled sadly. "I've written a clue into the official library catalogue, an entry under alternative herbalism with a numerical cipher only a philologist would recognise." Dawn approached, bringing with it their final hour together in the garden that had witnessed their transformation from reluctant colleagues to lovers. The merchant caravan would depart from Alexandria's eastern gate at noon. "This isn't how Sinuhe's story ends," Neith said softly, as she gathered her few belongings, a writing case, a small statue of Thoth, the clothes on her back. Serapion wrapped his arms around her, inhaling the cedar scent of her hair one last time. "We wrote a different ending, remember? One where love creates its own country." "A beautiful lie," she whispered against his chest. "No," he corrected, "a truth not yet realised." Later, as he watched the merchant caravan disappear into the desert haze with Neith hidden beneath crates of papyrus and dried herbs, Serapion felt a strange sense of peace beneath his grief. They had created something that transcended the artificial boundaries of nation and culture, a text that might outlive the political conflicts of their time. He returned to the library to find his personal effects removed from his quarters, his name struck from the scholars' roster. Callimachus had left a brief note. "A teaching position has been arranged at the Temple of Serapis. Go there directly. Your former chambers have been searched." And so began Serapion's exile, not to a foreign land like Sinuhe, but to the margins of the intellectual world he had once inhabited. In the smaller, humbler temple library, he taught Greek to Egyptian acolytes and Egyptian history to Greek merchants' sons, a living embodiment of the cultural translation he and Neith had practiced in their hidden manuscript. At night, he wrote letters he had no way to send, addressing them to an oasis he'd heard existed at the border of the Western Desert, a place sacred to Thoth, where ancient knowledge was said to be preserved by exiled scholars. Whether Neith ever reached such sanctuary he did not know, but each night he added lines to their unfinished story, believing that words cast into darkness might somehow find their intended reader. 3 years passed. Alexandria grew more prosperous and more divided. The brief Delta rebellion had been crushed, its leaders executed, its temples placed under permanent cultural supervision by Greek administrators. The library continued to expand, its collection approaching 500,000 scrolls, the greatest repository of knowledge in the world, even as certain forms of knowledge were systematically marginalized. Serapian's life at the Temple of Serapis settled into a quiet rhythm. His small chamber overlooked the harbour, allowing him to watch ships arriving from Rhodes, Athens, Byzantium, vessels laden with new scrolls for the library he no longer had permission to enter. His modest duties teaching multilingual classes left him ample time for his private work, translations of obscure texts that might otherwise be lost between cultural transitions. Of Neith he heard nothing. He had made cautious inquiries through travelling merchants, included coded messages in scholarly correspondence with outlying temples, even bribed a silk trader to carry her description to the western oases. The desert had swallowed her as completely as if she'd been a character in one of their ancient texts, present on papyrus but nowhere in the physical world. Until the messenger came. The boy couldn't have been more than 12, thin, dark-eyed, with the dust of long travel embedded in his skin. He appeared at Serapian's door after the evening lesson, clutching a small package wrapped in waxed linen. "A woman in the western desert paid me 5 drachmas to deliver this," the boy announced without preamble. "She said to tell you that Sinuhe has found his garden." Serapian's heart thundered against his ribs. With trembling fingers, he unwrapped the package to find a palm-sized codex, an experimental book form using folded pages rather than a scroll. Inside, in Neith's unmistakable hand, was a series of coordinates written in astronomical notation, followed by a single line in their private hybrid script. "The exiled falcon knows where to land." That night, Serapian drafted his resignation from the temple teaching position. By dawn, he had packed his few belongings and purchased passage on a merchant vessel, heading south along the Nile. The journey would be lengthy, dangerous, and entirely worth whatever price he paid. A month later, after river barges, camel caravans, and a final stretch on foot, Serapian crested a ridge of golden sandstone and saw the impossible. A green valley nestled between barren hills, its centre marked by date palms surrounding a deep spring. Ancient stone buildings, partially reclaimed by desert vines, formed a rough semicircle around what appeared to be a modest temple structure. As he descended into the valley, children playing near the spring noticed him first. Instead of showing fear at a stranger's approach, they ran toward him with curious excitement. One small girl, perhaps 6 years old, reached him before the others. "Are you the man who writes in 2 voices?" she asked solemnly. Before he could answer, a figure emerged from the temple doorway, a woman silhouetted against the setting sun. Though distance obscured her features, Serapian would have known her outline anywhere. The precise way she held her shoulders, the distinctive tilt of her head as she assessed the world before her. Neith walked toward him with measured steps, revealing herself gradually. The same coal-lined eyes, though now accompanied by fine lines at their corners. The same wooden pendant of Thoth at her throat. The same observant intelligence in her gaze. But there were changes too. Her movements held a new assurance, and her simple linen dress bore the blue-edged hem of a senior temple scribe. They stopped an arm's length apart, studying each other with the careful attention of scholars examining a newly discovered text. "You found my garden," she said finally, her voice both familiar and strange after years of existing only in his memory. "I followed the star map," he replied simply, "though I wasn't certain what I would find." A small smile curved her lips. "Not what you left behind in Alexandria. That woman exists only in the library's records now." The children had gathered around them, watching with unabashed curiosity. One small boy tugged at Neith's sleeve and whispered loudly, "Is this the story, Father?" Serapian's questioning glance met Neith's suddenly vulnerable expression. They've heard me read our Sinuhe manuscript, she explained. I told them it had 2 parents, one who spoke with an Egyptian voice, one with a Greek. She dismissed the children with gentle instructions to prepare for evening lessons. As they scattered like startled birds, she gestured for Serapion to follow her toward a modest dwelling set apart from the others, nestled against the valley wall. The interior was simple but refined. Reed mats covered the packed earth floor, and the plastered walls were decorated with botanical drawings and astronomical charts. A small writing desk occupied one corner, its surface covered with papyrus and wooden tablets. But what caught Serapion's attention was a sleeping mat in the adjacent room, where a child of perhaps 2 years lay napping, one small fist curled against her cheek. His questioning look needed no words. "Her name is Merit," Neith said softly. "It means beloved in the old tongue. She has your eyes and my stubborn chin." The revelation struck Serapion like a physical force. He steadied himself against the doorframe, overwhelmed by the magnitude of what had been both lost and preserved in his absence. "I didn't know," he whispered. "When you left Alexandria—" "Neither did I," she answered. "Not until I was halfway to the Delta. By then, turning back was impossible." The sleeping child stirred, dark lashes fluttering against bronze cheeks. Serapion stared at this miracle, this living embodiment of their forbidden text. A daughter born of 2 traditions, carrying both bloodlines in a single perfect form. "What is this place?" he asked, his voice barely audible. Neith led him back to the main room where she poured cups of date wine. It was once a retreat for temple astronomers, abandoned during the Persian occupation and forgotten by all but a few initiates. When the Delta Revolt failed, survivors needed sanctuary. Now we're a community of scholars, healers, and farmers, and the keepers of texts the library would prefer to forget. Night fell as they talked, filling in the vast emptiness of their 3-year separation. Neith had nearly been captured at the Delta border, saved only by the quick thinking of a sympathetic merchant. She had wandered farther south than intended, eventually connecting with other temple refugees who led her to this hidden valley. Here, she had established a small scriptorium where ancient Egyptian texts were preserved in their original form, alongside careful translations that maintained their philosophical integrity. "And our manuscript?" Serapion asked. "Our version of Sinuhe?" Neith's eyes brightened. She rose and retrieved a cedar box from beneath her writing desk. Inside lay their original papyrus, the secret text they had created together in the garden scriptorium, the story of exile transformed into a celebration of cultural union. "I completed it," she said, unrolling the familiar sheets. "After Merit was born, I added an epilogue. Here." Serapion leaned forward to read the final passage, written in their hybrid script that flowed between Greek construction and Egyptian imagery. What Sinuhe discovered in his wandering was not that Egypt called him home, but that home existed wherever he brought the fullness of himself. The falcon does not belong to either sky or earth, but to the sacred space where both meet. So it is with those who live between worlds. They create a new country with every breath, with every word written in the language of the heart. His vision blurred. "It's perfect," he said, his voice rough with emotion. "It completes what we began." Neith touched his hand tentatively. "There's room here for another scribe. The children need teaching in both traditions. Merit needs—" She hesitated. Merit needs her father's stories as well as her mother's. Outside, the desert night had transformed the valley into a sanctuary of shadow and starlight. From the temple came the soft sound of evening chants, not purely Egyptian ritual, Serapion noticed, but something evolved, incorporating elements of philosophical traditions from across the Mediterranean. "I've brought manuscripts," he said, gesturing to his travel sack. "Rare texts from the Temple of Serapis, astronomical calculations from Syracuse, poetry from New Voices in Athens. We could create a different kind of library here." Not to rival Alexandria, Neith cautioned. No, he agreed. Something more honest. A place where knowledge isn't imprisoned by a single tradition, where translation is seen as creation rather than conquest. Their conversation continued through the night, two scholars reunited, planning a shared intellectual life, while their daughter slept peacefully in the next room. By dawn, they had drafted the beginnings of a curriculum for their desert academy, a place where children would learn to think between languages, to see cultural boundaries as opportunities rather than barriers. In the years that followed, their small community of exiled scholars grew slowly but steadily. Travellers seeking ancient wisdom or fleeing intellectual persecution found their way to the oasis through carefully guarded networks of merchants and pilgrims. Serapion and Neith's hybrid approach to text became the foundation of a unique educational philosophy, one that honoured original meanings while acknowledging that all language was, at its core, an act of translation. Their version of the Tale of Sinew became the centrepiece of their teaching, not as historical artefact but as living demonstration of how stories might evolve when freed from dogmatic preservation. Each year, their students added new insights, new interpretations, new bridges between cultural understandings. Merit grew into a remarkable young woman who moved effortlessly between Greek, Egyptian, Persian, and Hebrew, a living embodiment of her parents' belief that identity transcended national boundaries. Under her guidance, the Desert Academy's reputation spread through whispered recommendations among scholarly communities across the Mediterranean world. In Alexandria, the Great Library continued its expansion, its official archives growing ever more impressive even as its cultural perspective narrowed under successive Ptolemaic rulers. Callimachus eventually discovered the hidden manuscript Serapion and Neith had concealed among the botanical specimens, recognizing it immediately as their work, but choosing to preserve rather than destroy it. He recatalogued it under a deliberately obscure classification, ensuring it remained safely buried within the vast collection. 2 centuries later, long after Serapion and Neith had passed into whatever afterlife accommodated their hybrid spirituality, a young scholar with unusual linguistic interests stumbled upon their manuscript while researching desert flora. Intrigued by its unique script and unorthodox retelling of a classic tale, she made a copy before returning the original to its hiding place. That copy travelled with her when political upheaval in Alexandria forced her to seek safer intellectual harbours. It eventually found its way to a small but respected philosophical community in the Western Desert, the distant descendants of Serapion and Neith's original academy, though the connection had been lost to time. There, the manuscript was cherished not as historical curiosity, but as confirmation of the community's foundational belief, that the most profound truths emerge in the liminal spaces between established certainties, in the garden territory where different traditions pollinate one another, and when the great library of Alexandria eventually burned, its vast collection reduced to ash and memory, Serapion and Neith's retelling of Sinuhe survived, passed from hand to hand, recopied when Papyrus frayed, translated into new languages as they emerged, preserved not by institutional power, but by its resonance with each new generation of readers who knew what it meant to live between worlds. In a modern museum millennia later, a fragment of their text would be discovered among the wrappings of a minor mummy. Just 12 lines preserved, their hybrid script initially mistaken for a scribal error. But one archaeologist, herself the child of mixed heritage, recognized the deliberate beauty in this unusual writing. When finally deciphered, the fragment revealed their final lines. In the garden of tongues, where no nation rules, they whispered eternity into ink. What the world tried to separate, the soul recognized as one voice speaking in harmonious registers. The story outlives the teller. The love outlasts the lovers. The truth transcends the boundaries that gave it birth. The end. Fields of Grace. Lydia Ross was 34 and tired in a way that sleep couldn't fix. The panic attack hit during her interview with the tech billionaire, right as he was explaining how his app that matched dog walkers with customers was actually solving world hunger. She'd felt the familiar tightness in her chest, the sudden inability to draw breath, and then her vision had tunneled until all she could see was his mouth moving, formulating words she could no longer hear. 3 days later, she sat across from David Wu, her editor and closest friend in New York, as he slid her laptop closed with uncharacteristic gentleness. 3 months, he said, his voice leaving no room for negotiation. A Pulitzer nomination isn't worth a heart attack at 34. It was just stress, Lydia argued, though her body still felt like it was made of thin glass. The doctor said your cortisol levels are through the roof and you're showing early signs of heart problems. David leaned forward. When was the last time you slept more than 4 hours, or ate something that didn't come in a paper bag? Lydia struggled to remember. That's not fair, I had sushi last Christmas, David finished for her, when I forced you to leave the office. She looked down at her trembling hands, hating the betrayal of her body. Lydia had built her career on control, finding the right angle, asking the incisive question, crafting the perfect narrative. But her body wasn't yielding to her will anymore. It was staging a rebellion. Fine, she conceded, but I'm not going to some fancy spa retreat where they take my phone and make me drink wheatgrass. Actually, David said with the hint of a smile that always preceded trouble, I was thinking of someplace a little more grounding. Which is how, a week later, Lydia found herself on a narrow road that cut through acres of Texas farmland, heading toward Harper's Bend in a rental car, muttering about the spotty GPS signal. The road stretched before her like a promise she hadn't made. Her great-aunt Violet's guest house was at the edge of the small town, a Victorian-style cottage partially hidden by an explosion of wildflowers and climbing vines. As Lydia pulled up the gravel driveway, a woman who looked too spry to be in her 70s emerged from the main house, wiping earth-stained hands on a colourful apron. You're late, Aunt Vi said by way of greeting. The bees told me you'd be here by noon. Lydia stepped out of the car and forced a smile. Traffic was bad leaving the airport. She decided not to comment on the bee prognostication. Aunt Vi squinted at her. You're thin, and that colour isn't natural, not even for corpses. Lydia had forgotten her great-aunt's particular brand of honesty. It's nice to see you too, Aunt Vi. The older woman snorted but pulled Lydia into a hug that smelled of rosemary and something earthier. Come on, the kettle's on, and you look like you need something stronger than coffee. She paused, studying Lydia's face. The guest house has Wi-Fi now, but it's temperamental. Like everything worthwhile. The guest house was exactly as Lydia remembered it from her one childhood visit. Warm wood floors, windows that caught the light, shelves overflowing with books on botany and folklore. But now it felt impossibly small after her Brooklyn apartment, the silence deafening after the constant symphony of the city. I'll give you time to settle, Aunt Vi said, setting down a steaming mug of tea that smelled vaguely medicinal. But tomorrow you should come to town. Sunday service is at 10. You don't have to participate in the Jesus bits, but the community part might do you good. Lydia opened her mouth to refuse, but Aunt Vi was already halfway out the door. The tea will help you sleep, she called over her shoulder. Your body needs to remember how. Left alone, Lydia unpacked her clothes and set up her laptop on the small desk by the window. Outside, the Texas twilight was painting the sky, in colours the city never produced, deep purples and oranges that threatened to overwhelm the horizon. She opened a new document and typed, Working title, American Values, The Myth of Rural Virtue. She stared at the blank page beneath the title. The cursor blinked accusingly. Lydia closed the laptop and picked up the tea, wincing at its bitter taste. Outside, crickets began their nightly chorus, a sound so foreign to her city ears that it almost seemed manufactured. The next morning, after a surprisingly deep sleep, Lydia found herself driving to the centre of Harper's Bend, a trip that took all of 4 minutes. The town was anchored by a courthouse square, surrounded by the expected rural fixtures, a diner, a hardware store, a small grocery, and at the end of the main street, a white church with a modest steeple. She parked on the street and watched people in their Sunday best greeting each other on the steps of First Grace Church. A bulletin board outside announced the morning sermon, "Finding Purpose in Staying Put." Lydia rolled her eyes. This would be perfect material for her book's thesis on the complacency of rural America. As she approached, a man in his early 30s was hammering a loose board back into place on the church steps. He wore a blue button-down with the sleeves rolled up, revealing tanned forearms marked with old scars and fresh paint. He looked up as her shadow fell across him, and Lydia was struck by eyes that were the precise colour of the Texas sky. Clear, unwavering blue. "Morning," he said, straightening up. His voice had the gentle drawl of the region, but there was an unexpected precision to his words. "You must be Violet Mayfield's great niece from New York." Lydia blinked, surprised. "News travels fast. Small towns." He shrugged with a half-smile that suggested he was both part of the system and somehow separate from it. "I'm Caleb Boone, Pastor Caleb to most folks, but that makes me sound ancient." He extended a hand that was calloused and warm. Something about the solid pressure of his grip made Lydia suddenly aware of how long it had been since she'd touched someone who wasn't handing her coffee or holding a door. "Lydia Ross," she replied, withdrawing her hand a little too quickly. "I'm just here observing. Research for a book." Something flickered in Caleb's eyes. Amusement, perhaps, or recognition of a familiar stance. What kind of book? Cultural commentary, examining the mythology of rural American values versus the reality. "Sounds fascinating," he said, but his tone suggested he'd already catalogued her as another coastal elite come to study the quaint locals. "Well, observers are welcome too. Service starts in 5. He nodded toward the doors, then turned back to his repair work. Walking into the small church, Lydia was struck by 2 things. The surprising brightness of the interior, with light pouring through simple stained glass windows, and the immediate hush that fell as heads turned to assess the newcomer. She slid into a back pew, notebook ready, determined to remain detached. But when Pastor Caleb stepped to the pulpit, something shifted. Gone was the pragmatic handyman. In his place stood a man whose quiet authority filled the room without raising his voice. He spoke not of hellfire or condemnation, but of the radical nature of commitment in a disposable world. "We live in a culture that tells us bigger is always better, that movement is progress, that staying put is settling," he said, his gaze sweeping the congregation before briefly meeting Lydia's. "But what if the bravest thing isn't leaving? What if sometimes the most courageous act is to stay, to dig your roots deeper instead of wider?" Lydia found herself taking notes, not with the clinical detachment she'd planned, but with genuine interest. This wasn't the sermon she'd expected from a small-town Texas preacher. After the service, Lydia was ambushed by a formidable woman in her 60s who introduced herself as Mabel Stokes, church secretary and keeper of all knowledge worth knowing. "You're just in time," Mabel informed her. "We need more hands for the bake sale next weekend, raising money for the food pantry." "Oh, I don't actually," Lydia began. "Nonsense. Everyone bakes something." Mabel thrust a clipboard at her. "Put your name down for whatever you like, but not brownies. We've got 6 people making brownies already, and 3 of them are terrible." And somehow, before Lydia could formulate a polite refusal, she found herself signed up to bake cinnamon rolls, something she hadn't done since high school home economics. She was still looking at the clipboard in disbelief when Caleb approached, now wearing a suit jacket that didn't quite hide a paint smudge on his wrist. "Mabel got you, didn't she?" he asked, not bothering to hide his amusement. "Apparently I'm making cinnamon rolls," Lydia replied, still stunned by her own capitulation. Caleb laughed, a warm sound that seemed to start from somewhere deep. "Welcome to Harper's Bend, Ms. Ross. We're not big on observers here. Sooner or later, everyone participates." As Lydia drove back to the guest house, the Texas sun high overhead, she couldn't shake the feeling that she'd stumbled into something more complicated than the simple narrative she'd planned to write. Harper's Bend wasn't fitting neatly into her preconceived framework, and neither was its pastor with the two perceptive eyes. That night she stared at her laptop screen again, the cursor still blinking on the empty page. After a moment's hesitation, she deleted her original title and typed a new one. Working title: Fields of Grace, America's Heartland Reconsidered. It wasn't quite right yet, but it was a start. By her third week in Harper's Bend, Lydia had established a routine that would have been unrecognisable to her New York self. Mornings began with coffee on the porch, watching the sun rise over Aunt Vi's riotous garden. Afternoons were spent interviewing locals or writing at the town's only coffee shop, where the Wi-Fi was stronger than at the guest house, if still maddeningly inconsistent. Her cinnamon rolls had been a surprising success at the bake sale, thanks to Aunt Vi's intervention and a recipe involving orange zest that had been seducing stubborn men since 1973. The success had led to an invitation to the church's food pantry, which had led to helping with their after-school tutoring program, which had somehow resulted in Lydia agreeing to help paint the church's fellowship hall on a warm Saturday in May. "I didn't come here to do manual labour," she grumbled to Caleb as he handed her a roller and pointed to a wall in need of fresh cream-coloured paint. "No, you came here to observe us like lab specimens," he replied with that infuriating half-smile. "But paint fumes a truth serum. You'll get better material this way." There was something about Caleb Boone that both irritated and intrigued Lydia. He wasn't what she'd expected. The man quoted Wendell Berry and Thomas Merton in his sermons, but could also fix a carburetor and knew the backstory of every Marvel superhero. He'd graduated at the top of his class at a prestigious seminary in Chicago, but had returned to Harper's Bend when his father died suddenly 3 years ago. "Why didn't you go back?" Lydia asked as they worked side by side, the rhythmic sound of their rollers creating a strange harmony. "After your father's funeral. You could have finished your doctorate." Caleb was quiet for a moment, focusing on a corner where the wall met the ceiling. "I came back for the funeral, but I stayed for the wake." "I don't understand," he sighed, putting down his roller. "The church was full for Dad's funeral, standing room only, but at the wake, I started really listening to people. The food pantry was barely functioning. The youth group had disbanded. The building was literally falling apart." He gestured to a water stain on the ceiling they hadn't yet addressed. Dad had been holding it all together with duct tape and sheer force of will. "So you felt obligated," Lydia concluded, nodding. "Family duty." "No," Caleb's voice was firm. "I saw a need I could fill. There's a difference." He picked up his roller again. Besides, Jasper was 14 then. Someone had to keep him from burning the house down or joining a motorcycle gang. As if summoned by his name, Caleb's younger brother appeared in the doorway, all lanky adolescent limbs and carefully cultivated indifference. "Mabel says you're supposed to bring the receipts for the pantry," Jasper said to Caleb without preamble. His eyes slid to Lydia with the universal teenage assessment of whether an adult was worth acknowledging. Apparently, she passed some threshold because he added, "She also said to invite the New York lady to dinner Sunday." "The New York lady can hear you," Lydia said dryly. A flash of something, embarrassment or amusement, crossed Jasper's face before the mask of teenage coolness returned. "You coming or what?" "Tell Mabel I'll be there in an hour with the receipts," Caleb replied, "and we'd be happy to have Ms. Ross for dinner." After Jasper left, Lydia raised an eyebrow. "We?" You live with your church secretary? God, no, Caleb laughed. But Sunday dinners rotate among church members. This week it's at our house, mine and Jasper's. Mabel just organises everything because, well, she's Mabel. I don't want to intrude on a family tradition, Lydia said, suddenly uncomfortable with how easily she was being folded into this community. It's not an intrusion if you're invited, Caleb replied simply. Besides, you can't write about Harper's Bend without experiencing Sunday dinner. It's anthropologically significant. He mimicked her interviewer's tone with surprising accuracy. Lydia flicked paint at him in retaliation, leaving a cream-coloured streak across his faded Texas A&M t-shirt. His look of shock was so comically affronted that she burst out laughing, a real laugh that started deep in her belly and rose up, surprising them both with its force. For a suspended moment they just looked at each other, the laughter creating something new and unnamed between them. Then Caleb deliberately loaded his roller with paint. You realise, he said with mock solemnity, this means war. By the time they finished painting the fellowship hall an hour later, they were both spattered with cream-coloured evidence of their paint skirmish, and Lydia was more relaxed than she'd been in years. Sunday dinner at the Boone household was a revelation. The house itself was modest, a craftsman bungalow with a wide front porch and simple, well-worn furniture. But the table was laden with food, and the conversation flowed as easily as the sweet tea. Midway through the meal, the church treasurer's wife, Eleanor, mentioned a teenage girl who'd recently returned to town, visibly pregnant and without the baby's father. Such a shame, Eleanor sighed, and her poor mother having to face everyone at church. Actually, Caleb said, his voice carrying that same calm authority Lydia had noticed during his sermons, I think we should be grateful that Amber feels safe enough to come home. Parenthood is hard enough without shame added to it. But the example it sets for the other girls, Eleanor began, is that they'll be loved unconditionally if they ever find themselves in difficult circumstances, Caleb finished firmly, which is exactly the example we should be setting. Eleanor flushed but didn't argue further. The conversation moved on to the upcoming town festival, but Lydia kept glancing at Caleb, seeing him with new eyes. The quiet conviction in his voice had been neither judgmental nor permissive, just deeply humane. Later, as they washed dishes together, Lydia having been drafted into service despite her protests, she asked, Has it always been this easy for you? Knowing what to say, what to believe? Caleb considered the question while drying a casserole dish. No, he finally admitted. I struggled a lot after Dad died. Questioned everything. What was the point of faith if it couldn't save a good man from a heart attack at 56? He put the dish away and turned to face her. But I realised that faith isn't a shield against life. It's a lens for seeing it more clearly, both the beauty and the pain. And that's enough, Lydia pressed. That lens? Most days. His eyes held hers, serious now. What about you, Lydia? What's your lens? The question caught her off guard. In New York, people asked what she did, where she lived, which restaurant she frequented. No one asked about her lens. I suppose truth, she said slowly. Finding it, telling it, even when it's uncomfortable. Even when it contradicts what you thought you'd find, he asked quietly. The question hung between them, cutting closer to the heart of her evolving book than she was comfortable admitting. Because the truth was, Harper's Bend wasn't conforming to her expectations. The town had its share of gossips and prejudices, yes, but there was also a genuine care that she hadn't anticipated, a complexity that resisted her initial thesis. And Caleb Boone, with his quiet strength and unexpected depths, was the most confounding element of all. I'm still figuring that out, she answered honestly. That night, sitting at her desk in the guest house, Lydia opened her laptop and began to write. Not the scathing examination of rural hypocrisy she'd originally planned, but something more nuanced. A story about a town where faith wasn't just a Sunday obligation, but a framework for navigating the complexities of human existence, where staying wasn't the same as settling. When David called from New York later that week, his voice sharp with urban energy, he was shocked by the direction her book had taken. "You're defending them now?" he asked incredulously, after she'd outlined her new approach. What happened to exposing the limitations of rural thinking? "It's more complicated than that," Lydia tried to explain. "There's a depth here I didn't expect." "Jesus, Lydia, don't tell me you've gone native," David groaned. "Next thing I know, you'll be baking pies and joining the church choir." The comment stung more than it should have. "I'm still a journalist, David. I'm just broadening the scope of my investigation." "Well, don't get too comfortable there in Mayberry," he warned. "Remember, you have a life and a career waiting for you here." After hanging up, Lydia stood on the porch of the guest house, watching fireflies rise from Aunt Vi's garden like earthbound stars. She wondered why David's reminder of her real life had left her feeling not reassured, but vaguely claustrophobic. 2 days later, she found herself in an argument with Caleb that had started innocuously enough. They were hanging flyers for the food pantry around town when she'd asked about his seminary days. "So you were on track for a PhD in theological ethics," she summarised after he'd explained his former academic path. "You could have taught at a university, published papers, influenced future religious leaders across the country." She shook her head. "And instead, you're here, painting church walls and running a food pantry that serves maybe 50 families. Don't you ever think you settled for less?" The moment the words left her mouth, Lydia knew she'd crossed a line. Caleb's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes hardened. "That depends on how you measure value," he said, his voice even. "By what metric is teaching seminary students more important than making sure Mrs. Abernathy has enough to eat this week? Or showing Jasper that men don't leave when things get hard?" He pinned the last flyer with more force than necessary. "Not everyone sees success as a byline or a title, Lydia." "I didn't mean," she began, but he cut her off. "Yes, you did. Because from where you stand, Harper's Bend is a footnote, a quirky little detour on your way back to real life." His calm was more devastating than anger would have been. "But this is real life for us. These are real people with real struggles and real joy, not characters in your book." He walked away then, leaving Lydia standing alone on the sidewalk, the weight of his words sitting heavy on her chest. The argument with Caleb left Lydia unmoored. In 3 weeks she'd developed a rhythm in Harper's Bend, a sense of place that had begun to feel almost like belonging. Now she found herself retreating to the guest house, focusing on her writing, venturing into town only when necessary. Until the storm hit. May in Texas meant thunderstorms, but this one arrived with biblical determination. Wind bent the trees outside the guest house at impossible angles. Rain lashed against the windows with such force that Lydia feared the glass might shatter. Thunder cracked overhead like the sky was being torn apart. It was nearly midnight when Aunt Vi appeared at the guest house door, drenched despite the short distance from the main house. "The church roof," she said without preamble. "Part of it's gone. Caleb's gathering people to help before everything inside is ruined." "What can I do?" Lydia asked, already reaching for her raincoat. Aunt Vi's eyes, sharp as ever, assessed her. "You're still angry with him?" "No," Lydia shook her head. "He was right. I was being condescending." Aunt Vi handed her a flashlight. "Well, wounded pride can wait. There's tarps in my shed that will help." 20 minutes later, Lydia pulled up to the church, where a small group of people was already working in the downpour. The damage was obvious even in the darkness. A section of the roof over the sanctuary had partially caved in, leaving the church exposed to the elements. She spotted Caleb immediately, directing operations from the middle of the chaos. His hair was plastered to his head, his clothes soaked through, but he moved with the focused energy of someone accustomed to crisis. "Aunt Vi sent tarps," Lydia called to him over the howl of the wind. For a moment he just looked at her, surprise evident even through the rain. Then he nodded. "We need them on the south side. Follow me." They worked for hours in the storm, securing tarps, moving furniture away from the worst leaks, setting up buckets to catch the water that made it through. The physical labour felt good after days of avoidance, and there was something pure about the shared purpose that transcended their unresolved tension. Around 2 a.m, the worst of the storm passed, leaving behind a steady rain and an exhausted crew. Most of the volunteers headed home, promising to return at first light to assess the damage more thoroughly. Lydia found herself alone with Caleb in the church office, one of the few completely dry rooms. They were both soaked to the skin and shivering slightly in the air conditioning. "There's a space heater in the closet," Caleb said, rummaging through a cabinet until he found a stack of clean towels. He handed one to Lydia, their fingers brushing briefly in the exchange. "Thank you," she said, and they both knew she wasn't just talking about the towel. "I'm sorry about what I said, about settling." Caleb plugged in the space heater and turned to face her. In the dim light of the office, with rain still drumming on the roof, his usual composure was replaced by something more vulnerable. "You were partly right," he admitted quietly. "There are days I miss academia, the intellectual challenge, the bigger stage." He ran a hand through his wet hair. "But every choice is a trade-off. What you call settling, I call choosing. There's a difference." "I'm beginning to see that," Lydia said. She hesitated, then added, "My father died when I was 11. Heart attack like yours. My mother, she fell apart. I spent my teenage years basically raising myself while she cycled through depression and bad relationships." The confession felt strange on her lips, unused as she was to sharing her past. "I promised myself I'd never be that vulnerable to loss, that I'd build a life that was entirely mine, dependent on no one." "And have you?" Caleb asked gently. "Built that invulnerable life?" Lydia thought about her apartment in Brooklyn, stylish but impersonal, about her colleagues who knew her bylines but not her fears, about David, her closest friend, who still didn't know about the panic attacks that had started long before the one that forced her sabbatical. "I built something," she said. "I'm just not sure anymore what it is." They sat in silence for a while, the space heater humming between them, creating a small island of warmth in the storm-battered church. Outside, the rain continued, gentler now, almost musical against the windows. "Why do you stay?" Lydia finally asked. "Really? Not the answer you give at coffee hour or to nosy journalists. The real reason?" Caleb considered the question with the thoughtfulness she'd come to expect from him. "You remember Mrs. Abernathy, the elderly woman at the food pantry who always wears that purple hat?" Lydia nodded. "Her husband died 10 years ago. Her children live out of state. Every Sunday after church, someone from the congregation checks on her, brings her a plate from whatever family dinner they're having, sits with her and listens to the same stories about her late husband." Caleb's voice was soft but intense. "That's why I stay. Because community isn't an abstract concept here. It's Mrs. Abernathy never eating Sunday dinner alone, even though she's told the same stories 100 times. Something shifted in Lydia's chest, a recognition of a truth she hadn't been looking for. "You know, in New York, we pride ourselves on anonymity, on being able to reinvent ourselves whenever we want." She traced a pattern in the condensation on the window. "And there's something to be said for being known, really known, history and all." "Even the unflattering parts?" Caleb asked with a hint of his usual humour. "Maybe especially those," Lydia admitted. "Otherwise, how do you know if people really see you?" They talked until dawn, the conversation flowing more easily than it ever had before. Lydia told him about her work in New York, the stories that had shaped her career. Caleb shared his struggles with the church board, his worries about Jasper's future, his dream of expanding the food pantry into a community resource centre. As the first light of dawn crept through the window, They found themselves standing under the eaves of the church, watching the rain turn golden in the early sun. "I should go home and change," Lydia said reluctantly. "Then you probably have about 50 calls to make about the roof." "At least," Caleb agreed, but neither of them moved. They stood so close that Lydia could see the raindrops clinging to his eyelashes, could feel the warmth radiating from him despite their damp clothes. For a breathless moment, she thought he might lean forward, might bridge the small distance between them. Instead, he took a half step back, his eyes still holding hers. "Thank you for coming tonight," he said. It mattered." The words were simple, but Lydia understood the weight behind them. In Caleb's world, showing up mattered, staying mattered, and for the first time in her adult life, she was beginning to think that maybe he was right. That evening, Lydia found herself sitting with Aunt Vi in the main house's kitchen, nursing a cup of the old woman's mysterious tea while rain pattered softly on the tin roof. "Your garden survived the storm," Lydia observed, looking out at the wet, glistening plants. "Plants with strong roots survive most things," Aunt Vi replied. "It's the shallow-rooted ones you have to worry about." Lydia smiled, recognizing the metaphor for what it was. "Subtle, Aunt Vi," the older woman snorted. "Subtlety is for people with time to waste. At my age, I prefer directness." She fixed Lydia with her penetrating gaze. "You're afraid of people who stay." "What? No, Yes, you are. You're drawn to Caleb because he represents everything you've convinced yourself is impossible. Commitment without captivity, roots without restriction." Aunt Vi sipped her tea. "You think staying means settling, but that boy has chosen to bloom where he's planted. There's courage in that, a different kind than the running you've been doing." "I haven't been running," Lydia protested. "I've been building a career." Aunt Vi didn't sound convinced. "Tell me about your father." The abrupt change of subject caught Lydia off guard. "What about him?" "You were close?" Lydia nodded, unexpected tears pricking at her eyes. "He was steady, reliable. He taught high school English and coached debate. Not an exciting life by most standards, but he loved it." She swallowed hard. "When he died, it was like the whole foundation of our family collapsed." "And your mother?" "She fell apart. Completely. She'd always defined herself as his wife, and without him..." Lydia shook her head. "She went through men like tissues after that, looking for someone to make her whole again. It was exhausting to watch." "So you decided to need no one," Aunt Vi concluded. Put so plainly, it sounded pathetic, but Lydia couldn't deny the accuracy. Independence seemed safer. Safer maybe, but fulfilling. The old woman reached across the table and took Lydia's hand. Her skin was papery, but her grip surprisingly strong. "Life isn't meant to be lived alone, little bird. We're designed for connection." "Even if it means risking loss?" Lydia asked, her voice small. "Especially then." Aunt Vi's eyes were kind but unyielding. "The depth of grief mirrors the height of love. Would you rather feel nothing at all?" The question followed Lydia into her dreams that night, echoing in the spaces between consciousness and sleep. Would she rather feel nothing at all? Had that been her choice all along? The church roof was repaired with surprising efficiency, the community rallying around their damaged sanctuary with a unified purpose that impressed even Lydia's cynical journalist's heart. She found herself back in the rhythm of Harper's Bend, but something had changed. The town felt less like a research subject and more like home. The thought was both alluring and terrifying. Her book was taking shape, no longer a takedown of rural values, but an exploration of community in an age of isolation. David, during their weekly calls, had stopped warning her about going native and started expressing genuine interest in her evolving perspective. "This might actually be your best work," he admitted after she sent him 3 sample chapters. There's a depth here I haven't seen before, like you're finally writing from somewhere real." The compliment warmed her, but it was nothing compared to the quiet pride she felt when Caleb asked to read a chapter and responded with thoughtful questions that showed he'd truly engaged with her ideas. They'd fallen into an easy companionship since the night of the storm. Lydia helped with church projects. Caleb introduced her to his favourite books and the best fishing spot on the creek that ran behind the church property. There was an unspoken attraction between them, evident in lingering glances and conversations that stretched late into the evening, but neither seemed willing to cross the invisible line that separated friendship from something more complicated. Until the seminary called. Lydia was in the church office, helping Mabel organise donations for the food pantry, when Caleb received the call. She couldn't hear the other side of the conversation, but she saw the shock on his face followed by a complex mix of emotions she couldn't quite decipher. "Who was that?" she asked after he hung up, the phone still clutched in his hand like he wasn't sure what to do with it. "Chicago Theological," he said, sounding slightly dazed. "They want me to come back, not just to finish my doctorate, but for a teaching position afterward. A full track to tenure." "Caleb, that's amazing," Lydia exclaimed, genuinely happy for him. "It's the opportunity you gave up when your father died." "Not gave up," he corrected automatically. "Postponed, or at least that's what I told myself at first." He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture she now recognised as a sign of internal conflict. "They need an answer in 2 weeks. The news hung between them, altering the carefully constructed balance of their relationship. This wasn't just a theoretical what-if anymore. It was a concrete choice with a deadline. "What are you thinking?" Lydia asked carefully. Caleb shook his head. "I honestly don't know. 3 years ago, this would have been a dream come true. Now..." He gestured vaguely at the office, the church beyond, the town outside the windows. "It's complicated." "Because of Jasper?" she prompted. "Partly. He's got 1 more year of high school. Moving him now would be hard." Caleb looked out the window toward the town square. "But it's not just that, it's everything, the congregation, the projects we've started, the people who depend on." He trailed off, then turned to her with an unexpected intensity. "Can I ask you something crazy?" "Always," Lydia replied, surprised by how much she meant it. "Don't tell anyone about this. Not yet. I need to think without the whole town weighing in." Lydia nodded. "Your secret is safe with me." Later that afternoon, Lydia returned to the guest house to find an email from David that made her stomach drop. The subject line read simply, "Opportunity knocks." L. This is big. Really big. Remember Thomas Whitman from The New Yorker? He's moving to head their new digital division, and he wants you for the senior editor position. 6 figures, corner office, complete editorial control, call me ASA. He needs an answer by the end of the month. P.S. Before you say anything about timing and your book, this is the kind of offer that doesn't come twice. Book deadlines can be adjusted. Lydia stared at the screen, her heart racing with a familiar mix of ambition and anxiety. Senior editor at The New Yorker had been her dream job since journalism school, the culmination of everything she'd worked for. So why did the thought of returning to New York suddenly feel like a step backward rather than forward? She called David, who answered on the first ring. "Please tell me you're packing your bags already," he said by way of greeting. "Hello to you too," Lydia replied, trying to gather her thoughts. "David, it's an incredible opportunity, but..." "No buts," he interrupted. "This is The New Yorker. Do you know how many journalists would kill for this position?" I know, it's just the timing. The timing is perfect. You've been in Maybury for what, almost 2 months? You've got enough material for your book. Come back to civilization, finish writing from here, and step into the job of a lifetime." "It's Harper's Bend," Lydia corrected automatically. "What?" "The town, it's called Harper's Bend, not Maybury." There was a pause on the other end of the line. "Lydia, David said, his voice softening with concern. "What's going on? This doesn't sound like you." It was a fair question. What was going on? How could she explain the transformation that had taken place so gradually she'd barely noticed it happening? How Harper's Bend had shifted from a research subject to something more like home? "I need some time to think," she said finally. "Can you ask Whitman for a week?" David sighed but agreed. After hanging up, Lydia sat on the porch swing, watching the sunset paint Aunt Vi's garden in gold. The choice before her seemed impossible. Return to the career she'd spent a decade building, or what? Stay in a small town where she had no real role or purpose beyond her temporary book project. And yet, the thought of leaving made her chest tighten, with something that felt surprisingly like grief. Over the next week, Lydia threw herself into finishing her book, as if completing it might somehow clarify her path forward. She wrote with a new urgency, trying to capture the essence of what she'd discovered in Harper's Bend before it slipped away. She and Caleb continued their easy friendship, though both were careful to avoid the topic of his seminary offer. There was a new tension between them now, the unspoken awareness that they were both facing decisions that would reshape their futures. On a warm evening in late May, Lydia found herself helping Caleb with repairs to the church fellowship hall. They worked in companionable silence, the open windows letting in the scent of grass and the distant sound of a high school baseball game. "I finished the first draft," Lydia said as she handed him a screwdriver. "The book?" Caleb looked up from the cabinet hinge he was fixing. "Congratulations, that's huge." "Thanks, it's different from what I planned. Better, I think." "What's the final title?" he asked. Lydia smiled. "Fields of Grace. It's about finding purpose in unexpected places, about the courage it takes to stay, rather than always moving on to the next thing." Something flickered in Caleb's eyes. Recognition, perhaps, or a deeper understanding. "I'd like to read it sometime. The whole thing, I mean." "I'd like that," Lydia replied softly. They continued working as twilight deepened into true darkness. Caleb turned on the overhead lights, but they were harsh after the gentle fade of daylight, so he switched to a single lamp at the corner, creating a pool of warm light in the otherwise shadowy room. "I have to give them an answer tomorrow," he said abruptly. "The seminary." Lydia set down her paintbrush, sensing the importance of the moment. "Have you decided?" "I think so." He put down his tools and turned to face her fully. "I'm saying this." "You're sure?" Lydia asked, careful to keep her voice neutral despite the leap of her heart. "It's a prestigious position." "I'm sure." His voice was steady. "What you wrote about in your book, finding purpose in unexpected places, I found that here, teaching seminary students would be meaningful work, but it wouldn't be my work. Not anymore." Lydia nodded, understanding completely. "Your lens has changed." "Exactly." He smiled, a genuine expression that reached his eyes. "What about you? Will you be heading back to New York soon to launch the book?" The question hung in the air between them, heavier than its simple wording suggested. Lydia took a deep breath. "I've been offered a position," she admitted, "senior editor at the New Yorker. The kind of job I've worked toward my entire career." "Wow." Caleb's face registered genuine admiration tinged with something that looked like resignation. "Congratulations, that's incredible." "It is," Lydia agreed. "And a month ago, I would have accepted without hesitation. But now?" His voice was carefully neutral, but his eyes held a question. "Now, I'm not sure what I want anymore." She moved closer to him, drawn by some magnetic pull she couldn't name. "I've spent my entire adult life running toward the next achievement, the next byline. I built a life around forward momentum." "And there's value in that," Caleb said gently. "There is, but there's also value in depth, in knowing a place, a community, a person." She met his eyes. her heart hammering against her ribs. In being known in return. The silence between them was electric, charged with unspoken possibilities. "Lydia," Caleb said softly, her name a question and an answer all at once. And then, as if by mutual understanding, they were moving toward each other. His hand came up to cup her cheek, his touch reverent. She leaned into his palm, her eyes closing briefly at the simple rightness of the contact. When their lips met, it wasn't the passionate collision of movie romances, but something quieter and more profound, a recognition, a homecoming. His kiss was gentle at first, then deepening as she responded, her hands finding their way to his shoulders, the solid warmth of him grounding her in the moment. Time seemed to stretch and compress simultaneously, the world narrowing to the points where they connected. When they finally pulled apart, Lydia felt both shakier and more certain than she had in years. "I've wanted to do that since you flicked paint at me," Caleb admitted, his voice rough. Lydia laughed, the sound bubbling up from some wellspring of joy she'd forgotten existed. "That long?" He nodded, his hands still resting lightly on her waist. "But I didn't want to be something you left behind when you returned to your real life." The words sobered her, bringing her back to the choice that still loomed. "I turned down the job," she said quietly. Caleb's eyes widened. "When?" "This morning. I called David and told him I couldn't take it." "Lydia." He shook his head, concern replacing surprise. "I don't want you to make a decision you'll regret, especially not because of this." He gestured between them. "Us." "I didn't," she assured him, "or at least not entirely." She took his hand, needing him to understand. New York will always be there. The jobs, the bylines, the constant forward motion. But what I found here, a sense of purpose that goes beyond achievement, a community that values presence over productivity, that's rarer than any editorial position. "And what will you do instead?" he asked. Lydia smiled. "I'm thinking of starting a community writing program, for teens maybe. David thinks my book has potential to do well, which would give me some financial cushion, and..." She hesitated, then continued. "I've been talking to the editor of the county paper. They need a feature writer." Caleb's smile was like sunrise. "You're staying?" "I'm thinking about it," she corrected, but they both knew it was more than that. "I'm not saying it will be easy. I still love New York. I'll miss parts of that life, but I want to try something different. Something deeper." He pulled her closer, his eyes reflecting the lamplight. "For what it's worth, I think you'd be amazing with the teens here. Most of them have never met anyone who's seen the world beyond the county line." "Is that a pastoral endorsement, Reverend Boone?" she teased. "It's a personal one," he replied, his voice dropping lower. "From someone who's pretty damn glad you're considering sticking around." And then he was kissing her again, and Lydia felt something rattle in her chest, a certainty she hadn't realized she'd been seeking. Not that everything would be perfect or easy, but that this choice, this place, this man were worth the risk of putting down roots. Later that night, as they walked hand in hand beneath a canopy of Texas stars, Lydia found herself thinking about the book she'd just completed, about fields of grace and unexpected harvests, about the courage it takes to stay when leaving would be easier. She wasn't sure exactly what the future held, but for the first time in her adult life she was willing to wait and find out, season by season, harvest by harvest. Some things she was learning were worth the wait. 1 year later, the peach trees behind the Boone house were heavy with fruit, their branches dipping low enough to require careful navigation as Lydia made her way through the small orchard. She balanced a tray with 2 glasses of Aunt Vi's famous sweet tea, now infused with fresh mint from her own modest garden. So much had changed in a year, and yet the rhythms of Harper's Ben remained comfortingly constant. The church bell still rang on Sunday mornings, Mabel still organised potlucks with military precision. Jasper, now a high school senior, still rolled his eyes at his brother's dad jokes, but had grudgingly accepted Lydia's presence in their lives. Fields of Grace had been published to critical acclaim 4 months earlier, with reviewers praising its nuanced exploration of community in an age of disconnection. David had been right. It was her best work, precisely because it came from a place of authentic experience rather than detached observation. The county paper now featured her weekly column, From Where I Stand, which had developed a small but devoted following. And 3 afternoons a week she met with a group of local teenagers for writing workshops in the church fellowship hall, the same room where she and Caleb had first kissed. She found him where she expected, kneeling among the tomato plants in the vegetable garden that had been his father's pride and joy. Gardening had never been part of Caleb's life in Chicago, but he'd taken to it with unexpected passion after returning to Harper's Bend. "Working the land keeps you honest," he told her once. "You can't rush a tomato or argue a cucumber into ripening faster." He looked up as she approached, shielding his eyes against the late afternoon sun. The sight of him still caused a flutter in her chest, a reaction that showed no signs of diminishing with familiarity. "Perfect timing," he said, reaching for the glass she offered. "I was just about to call it quits for the day." "Liar," Lydia laughed. "You would have been out here until dark if I hadn't intervened." He grinned, not bothering to deny it, and took a long drink of the tea. "How was the writing group today?" "Good." Maria finally finished her short story, the one about the girl who discovers she can communicate with thunderstorms. It's really something special. Lydia settled onto the wooden bench at the edge of the garden, and Jasper actually stayed the whole time. Caleb raised his eyebrows in surprise. "My brother voluntarily participating in an educational activity?" "He's working on college application essays," Lydia explained. "Apparently my New York perspective might help him get into UT Austin." "Ah, so there's an angle," Caleb nodded, understanding. "Still, it's progress. Definitely progress," Lydia agreed with a smile. Their relationship had evolved with the same natural rhythm as the seasons, friendship deepening to love, love growing into partnership. There had been adjustments, of course. Lydia's city pace sometimes clashed with the unhurried flow of small-town life. Caleb's tendency to put everyone else's needs before his own occasionally frustrated her journalistic directness. But the fundamental understanding between them, the recognition of shared values beneath surface differences, had only strengthened with time. "I have something for you," Caleb said, reaching into the pocket of his work shirt. "Is it a tomato? Because the last one you gave me had a worm in it." "That was one time," he protested with mock offence. "And no, it's not a tomato." He pulled out a small velvet-covered box that made Lydia's breath catch. Somewhat more permanent. He opened the box to reveal a ring. Not a traditional diamond, but a delicate band of twisted gold with a small pearl nestled in the centre. "It was my grandmother's," he explained, his voice steady but his eyes revealing his nervousness. "She always said pearls were more meaningful than diamonds because they come from something that was once an irritation, transformed into something beautiful through patience and time." Lydia felt tears rising, unexpected but welcome. "That sounds like us," she said softly. Caleb smiled. "I thought the same thing." He took her hand, his calloused fingers gentle against her skin. "I'm not asking for a traditional path, Lydia. I know that's never been your style, but I am asking if you'll consider building a life with me, whatever shape that takes." "Are you proposing Pastor Boone?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. "I believe I am, Ms. Ross," he replied, his eyes never leaving hers. "Though I'm open to negotiation on the details." Lydia laughed through her tears. "That might be the most me-specific proposal ever made." "I was aiming for that," he admitted with a grin. "Is it working?" In answer, she leaned forward and kissed him. pouring a year's worth of certainty into the contact. "Yes," she whispered against his lips. "It's working perfectly." Later, as the sun set over the peach orchard, casting long shadows across the land that had become her home, Lydia reflected on the journey that had brought her here. From burnout to renewal, from cynicism to hope, from isolation to connection. She thought about the fields of grace that surrounded her now, not just the literal fields of Texas farmland, but the metaphorical ones as well. Fields of second chances and unexpected joy. Fields where purpose grew not from constant motion, but from the courage to stay rooted through changing seasons. Glancing down at the pearl ring on her finger, Lydia remembered something Aunt Vi had told her shortly after she decided to stay in Harper's Bend. "The most beautiful gardens aren't the ones with the most exotic plants, little bird. They're the ones tended with the most love." A year ago, Lydia couldn't have imagined finding home in this small Texas town, with its quirky characters and unhurried pace. Couldn't have imagined finding love with a small-town pastor whose quiet strength had challenged everything she thought she knew about success and purpose. Yet here she was, watching the sunset with his hand in hers, planning not just a wedding but a life with deeper roots and wider horizons than she'd ever thought possible. Some harvests, she had learned, were worth the wait, and in this field of grace, with patience and love, there would be many more seasons to come. When we danced in silence. The envelope arrived on a Tuesday, its pristine white surface startling against Oksana's cluttered mail table. Official Montreal Winter Gala letterhead. She almost discarded it with the bills and catalogues, but something, perhaps the weight of the paper or the faint scent of ice that seemed to emanate from it, made her pause. "Ms. Oksana Morozov, we cordially invite you to participate in this year's Legends of Winter celebration." She hadn't skated professionally in 3 years, not since that morning when she'd arrived at the rink to find Luca's locker empty, his custom blades missing, and no explanation beyond a terse note from their coach. "Antonov has withdrawn. Medical leave." Now Oksana stood in her modest apartment, letter trembling in her hand. She looked around at what her life had become, piano instructor by day, occasional choreographer on weekends, quiet, structured, safe, nothing like the dizzying, soaring heights she'd known on the ice with Luca. "A special reunion of past champions," the letter continued. "Your participation would honour the community that has followed your remarkable career." Oksana laughed softly, humorlessly. Remarkable. Was that what they called it when one half of the most promising ice dance team in a generation simply vanished? When she'd spent 6 months waiting for a call that never came, before finally hanging up her own skates. Yet her fingers traced the embossed lettering, and she found herself reaching for her phone. "Yes, this is Oksana Morozov," regarding the invitation. The Montreal arena smelled exactly as she remembered. That peculiar blend of cold, metal and anticipation. Oksana wheeled her small suitcase behind her, nodding politely at faces she half recognized from competitions past. Former rivals, now legends themselves. She felt oddly separate from them, as though the 3 years of her absence had stretched into decades. "Oksana Morozov. My God, you haven't changed at all." The voice came from behind her. Familiar, yet different, deeper perhaps, with a subtle rasp that hadn't been there before. She didn't need to turn to know who it belonged to, but she did anyway. Luka Antonov stood 10 feet away, his tall frame leaning against the wall with a casualness that belied the intensity of his gaze. His dark hair was shorter now, closely cropped at the sides, and there was a new scar bisecting his left eyebrow. But his eyes, those startling blue eyes that had once telegraphed every lift, every turn to her across the ice, were exactly the same. Luca? His name felt foreign on her tongue after so long unspoken. I didn't expect to see you here. A half smile played at his lips. No? They didn't tell you? Tell me what? I'm the choreographer for the finale. Have been for the last 2 years. Oksana absorbed this information with a small nod, so he had continued in the skating world while she had retreated from it. Of course he had. Luca had always been the brave one, the one who pushed for more difficult elements, who charmed the judges and dazzled the crowds. Congratulations, she said, meaning it despite the hollow ache blooming in her chest. A staff member approached, clipboard in hand. Ms. Morozov, Mr. Antonov, if you could both follow me. There's a production meeting starting in 5 minutes. They walked side by side down the corridor, maintaining a careful distance, their steps naturally falling into the same rhythm they'd once perfected on the ice. Neither spoke. What was there to say after 3 years of silence? The production meeting was brief but shocking. The gala director, a flamboyant Frenchman named Pascal, revealed his grand vision for the finale, a special performance featuring Oksana and Luca dancing together once more. The audience will weep. The return of Morozov and Antonov. It will be magical, Pascal insisted. Luca's eyes found hers across the table. I'm game if you are, he said quietly. Oksana felt herself on a precipice. To skate with him again, to trust him again, seemed impossible. Yet a part of her, a part she'd thought long buried, thrilled at the prospect. Yes, she heard herself say, I'll do it. That night, alone in her hotel room, Oksana unpacked her old competition skates. They were custom-made Italian leather, moulded perfectly to her feet from thousands of hours of practice. She hadn't worn them since the day she learned of Luca's departure. As she turned the right skate over in her hands, something unusual caught her eye. A slight bulge in the padded heel. Curiosity piqued. She gently pried at the insole until it lifted, revealing a small plastic-wrapped packet wedged deeply into the heel cavity. With trembling fingers, Oksana extracted it. Inside was a folded sheet of paper, water-stained and torn at one edge. She unfolded it carefully, recognizing immediately the bold, slanted handwriting that had once scribbled notes in the margins of their routine sheets. Oksana, I didn't know how to say goodbye. I'm sorry. I'm afraid this injury might end everything. I want to tell you so much. I want to stay. I love you too much to... The letter ended there, torn mid-sentence. Oksana stared at the fragment, her heart pounding against her ribs with such force she thought it might break through. All these years she had believed he'd simply abandoned their partnership, abandoned her. But here was evidence of what exactly? An attempted explanation, a confession. The words, I love you, swam before her eyes, simultaneously offering answers and creating new questions. Oksana sank onto the edge of the bed, the letter clutched to her chest, wondering what Luca had meant to write after those last words. I love you too much to... To what? To stay? To leave? To burden you with my feelings? Outside her window, Montreal glittered with winter lights, indifferent to her discovery. But inside, something long frozen had begun to thaw, painfully, exquisitely, like blood returning to numbed fingers, 6 years earlier. Oksana Morozov was 16 when she first met Luca Antonov. She'd been training in Canada for 2 years already, having left Moscow at 14 when her exceptional talent caught the attention of the prestigious Galen Academy of Figure Skating in Montreal. That day, the rink was unusually quiet. Most students had gone home for the holiday break, but Oksana, whose parents couldn't afford the flight back to Russia, remained behind. She practiced alone, executing perfect spirals and spins in the empty arena. Her movements reflected in the plexiglass that surrounded the ice. She didn't notice him at first, the tall boy watching from the shadows of the bleachers. It wasn't until she launched into a series of twizzles that she caught a flash of movement and realized she had an audience. "Your left shoulder dropped slightly on the third rotation," he said in Russian-accented English, standing up. "Otherwise, flawless." Oksana stopped, ice spraying from her blades. "And you are?" "Luka Antonov. New transfer. Coach Galen wants us to try a partnering session tomorrow." Oksana studied him skeptically. She'd been through 4 potential partners already, none of whom could match her technical precision or artistic sensitivity. This boy was tall, yes, with the lean build of a dancer rather than the sturdy frame of most male skaters. But there was something else about him, a coiled intensity, apparent even in stillness. "You're a pairs skater?" she asked. "Ice dance," he corrected, stepping onto the ice with surprising grace for someone so tall. "I don't throw my partners into the air, I make them look like they're floating." He demonstrated then, executing a series of steps that revealed training in classical ballet, unusual for male skaters from the Russian system, who typically focused on jumps and power. Oksana watched, impressed despite herself. The next day, Coach Galen paired them for a simple waltz pattern. The moment Luka's hand settled at Oksana's waist, something shifted in the atmosphere between them. It wasn't romantic. They were too young, too focused for that, but it was unmistakably significant. "Again," Coach Galen demanded after they completed the sequence. They repeated the pattern, and this time Oksana found herself anticipating Luka's movements before they happened. Their timing synchronized perfectly, as if they'd been skating together for years rather than minutes. By the end of the session, Coach Galen was smiling, a rare sight. "We may have something here," he said, making a notation on his clipboard. Within 6 months, Oksana and Luka had developed a partnership that defied their inexperience. What they lacked in technical difficulty, they made up for with an almost supernatural connection on the ice. Audiences began to take notice. Judges began to nod approvingly. "It's like they're having a conversation without speaking," one commentator remarked during their first junior international competition. And it was true. Oksana and Luka rarely spoke beyond what was necessary for training. Off the ice, they maintained a respectful distance. Oksana buried herself in books and online courses. Luka socialized with the other Russian skaters. But the moment they stepped onto the ice together, they communicated through a language of gesture and breath that needed no translation. By 18, they had moved up to the senior circuit, surprising everyone with a bronze medal at their first Grand Prix event. Oksana remained the quiet centre of their partnership, technically flawless and emotionally reserved. Luka provided the fire, the charisma that drew all eyes to them. At 19, they created a free dance program to Rachmaninoff's Piano Concerto No. 1, 2 that brought audiences to tears. The routine told the story of 2 people finding each other across an impossible distance, reaching, connecting, separating, and finally reuniting in a sequence of movements so fluid they seemed improvised. After their performance at the World Championships, where they won their first gold medal, Luka embraced Oksana longer than usual. "We did it," he whispered against her hair, his voice thick with emotion. Later that night, they stood on the balcony of their hotel watching the lights of Stockholm reflect on the water below. Oksana was recounting the technical aspects of their performance, analysing each element with her usual precision. "Did you feel it?" Luka interrupted. "When we hit that final pose, the silence. I've never heard an arena that quiet before." Oksana nodded. She'd felt it, that rare moment when thousands of people collectively held their breath. "I think we could be the best," Luka said softly. "Not just medals, something more important." He turned to her then, his face half illuminated by the city lights. His hand reached up, gently brushing a strand of hair from her face. The gesture was tender, intimate in a way they had never been off the ice. Oksana felt her heart accelerate, her hand instinctively rising to rest against his chest. For a suspended moment, it seemed they might bridge the careful distance they'd always maintained. But then a burst of laughter from a neighbouring balcony shattered the silence, and the moment passed. They stepped apart, returning to the safety of their usual boundaries. The following season brought new pressures. As reigning world champions, they were expected to innovate, to exceed their previous achievements. Luca pushed for more difficult elements, more emotionally raw choreography. Oksana, ever the perfectionist, insisted on mastering each movement before adding complexity. Their practices grew tense. For the first time, their silent communication sometimes failed them. Luca began arriving at the rink with a tight expression, flinching occasionally during lifts. "Are you injured?" Oksana finally asked one day, after he'd stumbled on a step sequence he could normally perform in his sleep. "It's nothing," he insisted, "just a tight hip flexor." But it wasn't nothing. Coach Galen noticed too, pulling Luca aside for private consultations that left both men looking grim. Oksana pretended not to see the ice packs Luca applied after practice, or the way he limped slightly when he thought no one was watching. After a particularly rough training session, their physiotherapist conducted a thorough examination of Luca's hip and back. "You need 6 weeks of rest minimum," the therapist told him, while Oksana strained to overhear from the locker room. "If you continue, you risk permanent damage." "The Grand Prix final is in 4 weeks, Luca argued. "We're defending champions." "Then you'll need to withdraw," the therapist said firmly. That night, Luca called Oksana but hung up before she answered. He tried again, and again couldn't find the words. Finally, he sat down and began to write, pouring out everything he couldn't say to her face. His fear that his career might be over, his guilt at letting her down, and most dangerously the feelings he'd been harbouring since that night in Stockholm. "I love you too much to hold you back," he wrote. "You deserve a partner who can match your brilliance, not one who can barely make it through practice. I'm going to a specialist in Switzerland. Dr. Keller thinks he can fix this, but it will take time." Luca sealed the letter in an envelope and carried it with him to their last practice before his departure. He waited until Oksana removed her skates, then slipped the letter into the heel compartment of her right boot while she was showering. She always checked her skates before putting them away. She would find it that evening. But that day, distracted by Coach Galen's grim announcement that Luca would be taking medical leave, Oksana simply shoved her skates into her bag without inspection. The letter remained hidden, unread. Luca left for Switzerland the next morning. When he tried to call Oksana from the airport, his call went straight to voicemail. Present day. Morning light filtered through the hotel curtains, finding Oksana curled around the letter, fully dressed from the night before. She hadn't slept. The fragment of Luca's words had kept her awake, turning over each possible ending to that unfinished sentence. "I love you too much to..." The sound of her phone ringing startled her. The display showed the rink's number. "Ms. Morozov, this is Pascal. We've scheduled your first rehearsal with Mr. Antonov for 10 a.m. Is that acceptable?" Oksana glanced at the clock. 8:47. "Yes," she said, her voice rough from the sleepless night. "I'll be there." She showered quickly, her mind racing. Should she mention the letter to Luca? After 3 years of silence, would he even remember writing it? And that unfinished declaration, had it been real, or merely the dramatic gesture of a young man facing a career crisis? The rink was empty when she arrived, save for a solitary figure gliding across the ice. Luca moved differently now, she noticed, with a slight asymmetry that most wouldn't detect, but that her trained eye couldn't miss. His injury had left its mark. He spotted her and skated over, stopping a respectful distance from the boards. "You're early." "So are you?" A small smile. "Some habits don't change." He gestured to the ice. "Want to warm up before Pascal arrives with his grand vision?" Oksana nodded, lacing up her skates, the same ones that had concealed his letter for years. As she stepped onto the ice, she felt a familiar comfort in the crisp sound of her blades cutting into the surface, They circled the rink separately at first, each finding their rhythm. Then, without discussion, they began moving in tandem, crossovers, edges, simple turns. Their bodies remembered what their minds might have forgotten, how to occupy space together. Pascal arrived with his assistant clutching a tablet and a massive cup of coffee. "Magnificent! Already you move as one unit," he exclaimed. "Now for our finale, I envision something that honours your past but speaks to your present." He outlined a 4-minute program that would incorporate elements from their championship-winning Rachmaninoff routine, but with a contemporary piece of music titled Unfinished Conversations. "The composer created it specifically with you two in mind," Pascal explained. "He was apparently quite moved by your partnership years ago." As the music began to play, a haunting piano melody that gradually incorporated strings and percussion, Oksana felt her chest tighten. The composition seemed to capture exactly what existed between her and Luca. Something beautiful, interrupted, unresolved. They began working through the choreography, muscle memory carrying them through familiar sequences. But when they attempted the first connecting steps, the moments between elements that had once been their strength, they faltered. "No, no," Pascal called out. "You're thinking too much. Feel each other, like before." Luca's hand found Oksana's waist and she tensed involuntarily. Their eyes met. "I need a moment," she said abruptly, skating to the edge of the rink. Luca followed, concern etched on his features. "Oksana, if this is too difficult—" "I found your letter," she blurted out, the words escaping before she could reconsider. "Last night, in my skate, the one you wrote before you left." His face paled. "My letter? After all this time?" "It was torn, incomplete." She looked directly into his eyes. It ended with, "I love you too much to—" Luca's breath escaped in a rush. He gripped the boards for support. "You never read it. All this time I thought—" "Thought what?" "I came back for it," he admitted. "A week later, when you didn't call, didn't text. I thought maybe you had read it and didn't feel the same. I couldn't bear to hear that from you directly, so I convinced Coach Galen to retrieve my things." Oksana stared at him, the truth dawning with painful clarity. "You thought I didn't love you?" Luca's expression crumpled. "I didn't know. You were always so quiet, and I was too much of a coward to ask." The reality of their misunderstanding, 3 years of silence based on a letter neither delivered nor received, hit Oksana with physical force. She laughed, a broken sound that verged on a sob. What did it say? The rest of the letter? Luca's eyes never left hers. "I love you too much to let you settle for half of what we could be. I need to heal first. Wait for me." A tear slipped down Oksana's cheek. "I would have waited." "I know that now," he said softly. Pascal cleared his throat loudly from across the ice. "Whenever you're ready to continue." They returned to their positions, both shaken by the revelation. As the music began again, Oksana felt something shift between them, the weight of misunderstanding beginning to lift, creating space for a new kind of tension. Their second attempt at the routine stumbled again, but differently. Now they weren't awkward or disconnected. They were too raw, too aware of each other. Every touch carried the electricity of their confession. "Stop, stop," Pascal called out. "What is happening? First you're distant, now you are too present. Find the balance." Luca ran a hand through his hair in frustration. "We need time," he told Pascal. "Can we have the rink to ourselves for an hour?" After Pascal left, grumbling about artistic temperaments, Luca and Oksana stood facing each other in the centre of the ice. "Let's start over," Luca suggested. "Not with the routine, with us." He extended his hand formally, as he would at the beginning of a competitive program. Luca Antonov, former ice dancer, current choreographer, still in love with his former partner. Oksana's lips curved into a small smile as she took his hand. Oksana Morozov, former ice dancer, current piano teacher, never stopped loving her former partner. Something tight in Luca's expression unravelled. He pulled her gently into hold position, not the dramatic performance dance they'd use in competition, but the natural close position of two dancers moving as one. No music, he said, just us. They began to move together, slowly at first, then with increasing confidence. No planned choreography, no elements to execute, just two bodies remembering their shared language after a long silence. As they circled the ice, a fragile trust rebuilt itself between them. Oksana found herself breathing in rhythm with Luca again, anticipating his movements, allowing herself to be guided by the subtle pressure of his hand at her waist. By the time Pascal returned, they were flowing across the ice with a connection even stronger than before. The routine was taking shape, still imperfect, still evolving, but alive with genuine emotion. "Yes," Pascal exclaimed, "this is what I imagined. The audience will feel everything between you." As their rehearsal ended, Luca kept hold of Oksana's hand a moment longer than necessary. "Would you have dinner with me tonight? There's so much more I want to say." Oksana nodded, suddenly shy despite everything. "I'd like that." The restaurant Luca chose was small and dimly lit, tucked away on a quiet street far from the arena and the hotels where other skaters were staying. A place where they could talk without the weight of observing eyes. "You look beautiful," Luca said as Oksana slid into the seat across from him. She had changed into a simple black dress, her dark hair loose around her shoulders instead of in the severe bun she wore for skating. "Thank you," she replied, suddenly conscious of how little they knew of each other outside the world of competition and training. "This is strange, isn't it? All those years together, and we never did this." Luca nodded, his smile rueful. Coach Galen would have had a fit. "Romance ruins partnerships," he mimicked their former coach's gruff voice. "Was that why you never said anything? Before the injury?" Luca's expression grew serious. "Partly, but mostly I was afraid of losing what we had on the ice. It was perfect, rare. I didn't want to risk it for something that might not work." A waiter appeared with menus and wine recommendations. After he departed, Oksana leaned forward. "Tell me about the last 3 years, your injury." 2 surgeries and 18 months of rehabilitation, Luca said, his tone matter-of-fact. "The specialist in Switzerland saved my career, but not as a competitor. I can skate, choreograph, even perform in exhibitions, but the impact of daily training and competition would undo everything." "I'm sorry," Oksana said softly. Luca shook his head. "Don't be. I found something I love almost as much as performing. Creating programs for others. It's fulfilling in a different way." He paused. "But enough about me. What about you? Piano teaching." Oksana smiled. "It's quiet, structured, nothing like the chaos of competition season." She traced the rim of her water glass. "I missed the ice, but I couldn't bear to stay in that world without..." "Without?" "Without you," she admitted. It felt wrong to continue with another partner. Their conversation flowed more easily as the evening progressed, years of silence giving way to shared memories and new discoveries. Luca described his travels choreographing for teams around the world. Oksana spoke of her small circle of piano students and her tentative steps into composing. As they waited for dessert, Luca reached across the table to touch her hand. "The routine we're creating for the gala. It reminds me of something we designed years ago. Do you remember? After Worlds, before everything fell apart," Oksana finished. "I remember. Our exhibition piece that we never performed. It had been ambitious. A program set to a piece of music composed of silence punctuated by single notes, building to a crescendo. The choreography had been their most personal, telling the story of 2 people who could only express themselves fully through movement." I've thought about that routine often, Luca confessed. What it could have been. We could finish it now, Oksana suggested, surprising herself with her boldness. Luca's eyes lit up. Instead of Pascal's choreography, he might have a seizure. We could blend elements, keep his framework, but infuse it with what we created. Oksana found herself growing excited at the possibility. It would be honest, honouring both our past and what we're discovering now. Luca squeezed her hand. I love that idea. The next morning they approached Pascal with their proposal, after initial resistance, but my vision. He grudgingly agreed to review their suggestions. They spent the day revising the choreography, integrating elements from their unfinished exhibition program with Pascal's framework. The music remained the same, unfinished conversations, but now the movements told a more authentic story, their story. Late that afternoon, as they demonstrated the revised program for Pascal, Oksana felt a synchronicity with Luca that surpassed even their competitive days. Then, they had been perfectly matched but still separate entities. Now, they moved as though the years apart had somehow deepened their connection rather than eroded it. The ending, Pascal mused after they'd run through the full routine. It feels unresolved. Luca nodded. Intentionally so. He turned to Oksana. I've choreographed everything except the final pose. That should be Oksana's decision. Why? Pascal asked. Luca's eyes never left Oksana's, because this time she gets the last word. That night, alone in her hotel room, Oksana contemplated the ending of their routine. It needed to reflect everything that had transpired between them. The unspoken love, the years of separation, the pain of misunderstanding, and the tentative hope of reconciliation. She closed her eyes, visualizing possibilities. In competition, ice dance programs typically ended with dramatic poses, the man framing the woman in some impressive display of strength and partnership. But this wasn't competition. This was something far more personal. As she drifted towards sleep, an image formed in her mind. The moment in Stockholm when they'd almost bridged the gap between partnership and something more. His hand brushing her hair, her palm against his chest. A simple gesture that contained everything they'd never said aloud. That was their ending. Not grand, not theatrical, but true. At rehearsal the next day, Oksana shared her vision with Luca. Can we make it work technically? She asked. It's subtle. It's perfect, he replied, understanding immediately. We'll need to modify the approach, but yes, we can make it work. For the next 3 days, they refined their program, focusing particularly on the crucial final sequence. Pascal, initially skeptical of such a subdued conclusion, was won over when he saw the complete performance. It is like watching a private moment, he admitted, very different from the usual gala finale, but meaningful. The night before the performance, Luca and Oksana took one final practice session, skating in the empty arena long after everyone else had left. The routine had reached that rare state of readiness, where it no longer required conscious thought. Their bodies knew exactly what to do, allowing their emotions to flow unimpeded through the movements. As they struck the final pose, her hand gently resting over his heart, his fingers lightly touching her face, Luca spoke quietly. Tomorrow it becomes real, not just for us, but for everyone watching. He hesitated. Are you ready for that? Oksana considered the question. For years she had kept her feelings locked away, preserved in the amber of memory. Tomorrow they would be exposed, vulnerable to the eyes of strangers. Yes, she said finally, I'm ready for our silence to end. The Montreal Winter Gala was sold out, the arena packed with skating enthusiasts eager to see legends of the sport return to the ice. Throughout the evening, former champions performed crowd-pleasing routines, simplified versions of their competitive programs designed to entertain rather than challenge. Backstage, Oksana and Luca prepared in companionable quiet, She wore a simple dress of midnight blue that faded to silver at the hem. He was in charcoal grey trousers and a matching shirt that shimmered subtly under the lights. No elaborate costumes, no distractions from what they intended to convey. "Nervous?" Luca asked as they watched the penultimate performance from the sidelines. Oksana shook her head. "Strangely, no. This feels necessary, like completing something we started long ago." The arena darkened after thunderous applause for a popular pair team. The announcer's voice reverberated through the space. "Ladies and gentlemen, for our finale tonight, we have a special treat. Returning to the ice together for the first time in 3 years, Oksana Morozov and Luka Antonov." A murmur swept through the crowd. Surprise, excitement, anticipation. Many in the audience would remember them as the partnership that had vanished at the peak of their success, leaving behind unanswered questions and unfulfilled potential. Oksana and Luka took their positions in the centre of the ice, facing each other in darkness. As the first notes of unfinished conversations filled the arena, a single spotlight illuminated them. The program began with them skating apart, parallel but separated, executing identical movements that gradually diverged. The choreography told their story without words. The initial connection, the growing bond, the sudden rupture. In the middle section, as the music intensified, they finally came together in a series of intricate holds and transitions. Oksana felt Luka's strength supporting her, his movements perfectly complementing hers. When he lifted her in a modified dance spin, she sensed not just his physical presence, but the emotion flowing through his body into hers. The audience was silent, completely absorbed. Even the usual rustling and coughing had ceased, as though the entire arena was holding its breath. As the music approached its final movement, Luka and Oksana entered the sequence they had adapted from their never-performed exhibition program. Elements from their past reimagined in the light of their present understanding. Each step, each turn was imbued with the weight of their shared history and the possibility of their future. The music began its final descent, notes becoming more spare, the spaces between them lengthening. Luka and Oksana circled each other, their movements slowing, becoming more deliberate. Then came the moment Oksana had choreographed, the ending that was truly their beginning. As the last note hung in the air, Luka's hand rose to gently brush an imaginary strand of hair from her face. Oksana's palm came to rest against his chest directly over his heart. They held the pose as the music faded, their eyes locked in silent communion. For a heartbeat, the arena remained absolutely still, and then erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Oksana barely registered the standing ovation, the flowers thrown onto the ice, the announcer's effusive praise. All she could see was Luka, his eyes shining with unshed tears, his smile containing all the words they had never spoken. They took their bows hand in hand, then skated to the exit amidst continuing applause. Backstage was chaos. Photographers, other skaters offering congratulations, Pascal weeping dramatically over the beauty of his creation. Through it all, Luka kept hold of Oksana's hand, anchoring her in the moment. When they finally escaped to a quiet corridor, he pulled her gently into an empty practice room and closed the door. The silence between them was different now, expectant rather than painful, full of possibility rather than regret. "That was," Luka began, then shook his head, unable to find the right words. "I know," Oksana replied softly. They sat on a bench beneath the harsh fluorescent lights, still in their performance attire, the exertion of the routine leaving a healthy flush on their cheeks. After a moment, Luka reached for her hand again. "Oksana," he said, his voice steady despite the emotion evident in his eyes. "I need to finish what I started to say in that letter." She turned to face him fully, heart racing. "I love you too much to let you go again," he said simply. Oksana felt a smile bloom across her face. "Next time," she replied. "Say it before you leave." They both laughed, the sound releasing years of tension. Then Luca leaned forward, finally bridging the distance between them with a kiss so tender it made Oksana's eyes fill with tears. When they parted, she rested her forehead against his. "So what happens now?" she whispered. "Now," Luca said, "we stop dancing around what we want." 2 months later, Luca stood in his Toronto studio, making final adjustments to a display case mounted on the wall. Inside were Oksana's custom skates, the ones that had hidden his letter for so long. Beside them, preserved under glass, was the torn note itself, the yellowed paper a testament to the years that had passed. Below the display, a new piece of paper had been added, framed separately. On it, in Luca's bold handwriting, "I love you too much to say goodbye." The door opened, and Oksana entered, carrying 2 cups of coffee. Since the gala, she had relocated to Toronto, taking a position teaching music at the same academy where Luca choreographed. They were building a life together step by step, no longer afraid of the feelings that had once seemed too dangerous to acknowledge. "Perfect timing," Luca said, accepting one of the cups. "What do you think?" Oksana studied the display, taking in the sight of her old skates, instruments of both their separation and reunion, preserved alongside Luca's words. "It's beautiful," she said softly. "Though a bit dramatic, don't you think?" A teasing smile played at her lips. Luca laughed. "Says the woman who suggested we frame a torn letter." She settled beside him on the small couch beneath the display, their shoulders touching comfortably. Outside, snow was beginning to fall, coating Toronto in a pristine white blanket that reminded them both of countless mornings spent gliding across freshly resurfaced ice. "I got a call from Pascal today," Oksana said, blowing gently on her coffee. "He wants us to perform at the spring exhibition series. 6 cities, 2 continents." Luca turned to her, eyebrows raised. "What did you tell him?" "That I'd discuss it with my partner." She emphasized the last word, imbuing it with its dual meaning: skating partner, life partner. He considered this, fingers idly tracing patterns on the back of her free hand. "Can you take the time away from your students?" "The academy director already approved the leave," Oksana hesitated. "But what about your hip? 6 performances in 3 weeks. Luca set his coffee down and pulled her closer. "My doctors say I can handle exhibition skating in moderation. Besides," he smiled against her hair, "I've gotten rather good at knowing my limits these days." "Is that so?" Oksana tilted her face up to his, her expression playfully sceptical. "Well, I'm still learning," he admitted, "but I have an excellent teacher." He pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. Oksana leaned into him, content in the quiet intimacy they had finally allowed themselves. For years their partnership had existed in the spotlight, judges evaluating their every move, audiences analysing their connection, coaches dictating their interaction. Now, in the private spaces between performances and classes, they were discovering who they were together when no one was watching. "I'd like to do it," she said finally. "Perform again, with you." "Then we will." Luca's voice held the same certainty that had once convinced a reluctant 16-year-old Oksana to trust him on the ice. "But this time, we do it on our terms, no hiding, no silence between us." Oksana nodded, thinking of all the years lost to unspoken feelings and misunderstandings. She set her cup aside and reached for Luca's hand, pressing it against her heart in an echo of their performance's final pose. "No more silence," she agreed. Outside, the world continued its relentless pace. Students would arrive soon for Luca's morning choreography class. Oksana had music compositions to finish before her afternoon lessons. But for now, in this moment of quiet connection, they allowed themselves to simply be 2 people who had found their way back to each other against the odds, no longer dancing around the truth. They had learned the hardest way that some things were too important to leave unspoken, too precious to entrust to torn letters and unfinished sentences. The ice had given them a language when words failed, but now they had both, the silent communion of movement and the vulnerable honesty of voice. In the years that followed, Oksana and Luka would become known for creating programs that moved audiences to tears, for nurturing a new generation of skaters who understood that technical perfection meant nothing without emotional truth. They would face challenges together. His injury would flare up periodically. Her fear of abandonment would sometimes resurface in moments of stress. But they would never again allow silence to grow between them. They had learned too well its cost, and sometimes, late at night when the world was quiet, they would dance together in their living room, no music needed, communicating through the language they had perfected long ago. The subtle pressure of hands, the harmony of breath, the perfect synchronicity of two hearts finally beating in time. For Oksana and Luka had discovered what eluded them for so long, that the most beautiful dance of all happens not in the spotlight before thousands, but in the sacred space between two people who have finally found the courage to say what was always written in their movements. When we dance in silence, they had learned, we must eventually find our voice, and when we finally speak our truth, we dance more beautifully than ever before. Still you. The dashboard clock read 3:27 a.m. when Ivy Munro decided her life as she knew it was over. Not literally, of course, though the tabloids would certainly frame it that way. They'd splash her face across their covers tomorrow. Pop princess melts down mid-concert. The video was probably already viral. Ivy Munro, frozen centre stage at Portland's Moda Centre, staring blankly at 20,000 fans before dropping her microphone and walking off. No explanation, no apology, just gone. Her hands trembled on the steering wheel of her vintage Thunderbird convertible, the one purchase her management team had fought her on. Too recognisable, they'd said, too impractical, perfect for someone escaping south down Highway 101 in the grey pre-dawn hours. "Breathe," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the wind and the rumble of the engine. When had she last driven herself anywhere? 3 years. 4. Her phone buzzed for the 47th time since she'd left. Delia, her manager, her friend. The only person who might actually be worried rather than just concerned about their investment. The only one who might understand that after 7 years, 3 world tours and 5 platinum albums, Ivy Munro, the construct, the brand, the carefully calibrated machine, had finally crushed Olivia Jameson beneath its weight. The last text read, "Liv, please, just tell me you're safe." She typed back with one hand, "I need air, space, time. I'm okay. I promise." Then she silenced the phone and tossed it onto the passenger seat. The sky was beginning to lighten when the first sputters rattled through the car. The engine coughed, then whined, then died completely, leaving her coasting to a stop along a stretch of coastal highway, bordered by wind-gnarled pines on one side and the vast, indifferent Pacific on the other. "Perfect," she muttered, letting her forehead rest against the steering wheel. "Just perfect." 3 hours and 1 tow truck later, Ivy stood in the main street of Port Isabel, Oregon, population 2,183, according to the weathered welcome sign. The mechanic, Walt, according to his oil-stained name patch, had delivered the news with apologetic resignation. Custom part, from Italy, 2 weeks, minimum. She'd nodded, numb. 2 weeks. Her tour had 18 dates left. Delia would be filing missing persons reports by nightfall. "Any place to stay around here?" she'd asked, adjusting her oversized sunglasses. Her hair was tucked under a baseball cap, her famous face bare of makeup and half hidden behind the dark lenses. No one had recognised her yet, a miracle that felt like taking a full breath after years of shallow ones. Walt had directed her to Greta's cafe, where she now stood in front of a corkboard cluttered with community notices. Most were faded and sun-bleached, but one caught her eye, a handwritten note on crisp cardstock. Room for rent, month to month, private bath, ocean view, no smokers, no drama. The no drama part made her smile grimly. If only they knew. She copied down the number and walked to the cafe counter. "Excuse me," she said to the silver-haired woman wiping down the espresso machine. "Could I use your phone? Mine's dead." The woman, Greta presumably, gave her an appraising look. "Sure, honey. Local call?" "Yes, about a room." 10 minutes later, she was sitting at a corner table with a mug of surprisingly excellent coffee when the bell above the door chimed. The man who walked in made several heads turn, not because he commanded attention, but because he seemed so completely at ease in his own skin that it was almost magnetic. Tall, with warm brown skin and close-cropped dark hair going silver at the temples, he wore paint-splattered jeans and a faded Henley pushed up to the elbows. His eyes found hers immediately. "You called about the room?" His voice was quiet, deeper than she'd expected. She nodded. "Rowan? That's me." He didn't offer his hand, just tilted his head slightly. "You're not from around here?" It wasn't a question, but she answered anyway. "Number just passing through." "Car trouble." She hesitated. "I'm Lee. Almost Liv. Close enough to her real name to feel honest, distant enough from Ivy Monroe to feel safe. If he found the single name strange, he didn't show it. "The room's nothing fancy. It's above my studio, separate entrance. I teach during the day, so I'm not around much." "You're a teacher?" "Article. High school." He shifted, a flicker of something crossing his face. Wariness, perhaps. "Look, I should be up front. I'm not renting for the money. I'm renting because this town gossips, and having someone staying in my guest room shuts down speculation about the poor widower who can't move on." The blunt honesty stunned her. When was the last time someone had spoken to her without calculation? "I don't gossip," she said finally, "and I mind my own business." Something in his expression softened minutely. "Good. That's good." He glanced at his watch. "I need to get back for 5th period. If you want to see the place, I can show you after school, around 4. She nodded, and he wrote an address on a napkin. "The key's under the blue pot if you get there before me. Look around, see if it works for you. If not, no hard feelings." He left without another word, leaving Ivy staring after him. For the first time in years, someone had looked at her, really looked, and seen nothing but a stranger needing a place to stay. No expectations, no projections, no recognition. It was terrifying, it was exhilarating, and it was exactly what she needed. The room was better than she had expected. Simple but beautiful. Whitewashed walls, wide plank floors, a wrought iron bed with crisp white linens, and windows that framed the ocean like a living painting. She'd found the key exactly where Rowan said it would be, and spent an hour just sitting on the small balcony, watching waves crash against the rocky shore below. She heard him before she saw him, the sound of boots on wooden steps, a door opening and closing downstairs. She tensed, suddenly uncertain. Was this insane? Renting a room from a stranger in a town she'd never heard of, while the world wondered where Ivy Monroe had disappeared to. A knock at the door interrupted her spiral of doubt. "It's open," she called. Rowan entered, carrying a small tray with 2 mugs and a plate of what looked like homemade cookies. "Thought you might want some tea. It gets cold up here when the sun starts going down." The simple kindness caught her off guard. "Thank you." She accepted the mug gratefully, warming her hands around it. "So?" He gestured around. "Will it work?" She nodded. It's perfect, actually. She reached for her bag. I can pay you now. Tomorrow's fine, he said, waving it off. House rules are simple. Quiet after 10, no parties. The door at the bottom of the stairs locks automatically. Your key works for it. Kitchen downstairs is shared if you want to use it, but no obligation. He turned to leave, then paused. You said your car's in the shop. Do you need a ride somewhere tomorrow? I can drop you off on my way to school. Actually, she said, is there anything in town? Places that might be hiring? Just temporary work. The idea had formed gradually throughout the afternoon. If she was staying for 2 weeks, she needed something to occupy her time, something normal. Rowan raised an eyebrow. Few places, maybe. The school's always looking for volunteers, particularly in the arts programme. Budget cuts. He studied her face. What do you do? Usually, I mean. The question should have been simple. What did she do? She performed. She recorded. She smiled for cameras and answered the same questions 1,000 different ways. She existed for consumption. I write, she said finally. It wasn't a lie. She'd written most of her early songs before the label started pairing her with professional songwriters. And I play music. Teach it sometimes. Also true, once upon a time. Something in Rowan's expression shifted. Interest, maybe. We lost our music teacher last semester. Been trying to keep the programme alive with parent volunteers, but he shrugged. If you're interested, I could introduce you to the principal. Even a couple weeks would help. I'd like that, she said, surprising herself with how much she meant it. The next morning she found herself walking alongside Rowan to Port Isabel High School, a low-slung building of brick and large windows perched on a bluff overlooking the ocean. The principal, a brisk woman named Martinez, had taken one look at Ivy's driver's license, Olivia Jameson, her real name practically foreign to her now, and offered her a 2-week volunteer position on the spot. Music rooms down the hall from Rowan's art studio, she explained. Nothing formal, just keep the kids engaged. Previous teacher left lesson plans. You play piano. Ivy nodded. 15 years of classical training before she'd ever stepped on a stage. Perfect. Start tomorrow if you can. That afternoon, Ivy wandered into Rowan's classroom during his planning period. The space was alive with colour. Student artwork covered the walls. Clay sculptures in various stages of completion lined the shelves, and large windows let in streams of natural light. Rowan sat at a large wooden desk, bent over what appeared to be a massive sketch. Is that for the school? She asked, nodding toward the paper. He glanced up, seeming unsurprised by her presence. Town, actually. I paint murals between semesters. This one's for the community centre. He hesitated, then turned the sketch toward her. What do you think? The design was stunning. A lighthouse on rugged cliffs, its beam transformed into musical notes that swirled into the silhouettes of dancing figures. Something about it caught in her chest, the way the light became music, the way the music created movement. It's beautiful, she said softly. A small smile, the first she'd seen from him, curved his mouth. Thanks. He rolled up the sketch. How'd it go with Martinez? I start tomorrow. Thank you for suggesting it. He shrugged. Selfish of me. The kids have been using my room for impromptu jam sessions. Now they can bother you instead. She laughed. A genuine laugh that startled her with its unfamiliarity. When had laughter become something choreographed, something performed rather than felt? A whirlwind of activity burst through the door. A small girl with a cloud of dark curls and Rowan's same warm brown skin, carrying a backpack almost as big as she was. Uncle Rowan! Miss Patel let me leave math early because I finished all my problems, and she skidded to a stop when she spotted Ivy. Oh, hello. Sophie, this is Lee, Rowan said. She's staying in the guest room for a couple of weeks. Lee, this is my niece, Sophie. Do you like art? Sophie asked, eyeing her with frank curiosity. Uncle Rowan only lets people who like art come to his classroom. I do. Ivy said, charmed by the girl's directness. And music. Sophie's eyes widened. Really? What kind? I like all kinds, but especially pop music, even though Uncle Rowan says it's all auto-tuned commercials these days, which is not fair because Ivy Monroe writes her own songs. At least she used to, and her voice is really pretty without any computers helping. Ivy felt the blood drain from her face. Rowan must have noticed because he gently interrupted. Soph, why don't you set up at your usual table? Lee's going to be helping with the music programme while Ms. Winters is on leave. As Sophie bounced away, Rowan gave Ivy an apologetic look. Sorry about that. She's enthusiastic. It's fine, Ivy managed. She's sweet. That night, Ivy sat on her balcony watching the sunset paint the ocean in shades of gold and violet. For the first time in years, no one knew where she was. No cameras followed her movements. No fans asked for selfies. No handlers directed her day. She felt invisible in the most liberating way possible. The sound of guitar chords drifted up from below, simple at first, then more complex. Curious, she leaned over the railing. Rowan sat on his back deck, head bent over an acoustic guitar, playing with the absent focus of someone who played for themselves rather than an audience. She recognised the song, one of hers, ironically. Not a radio hit, but a ballad from her second album, one she'd written alone in a hotel room after her first major tour. It was about homesickness for a place you'd never been. Without thinking, she began to hum along, the melody rising with the evening breeze. The guitar faltered for a moment, then continued, softer now, as if inviting her voice to take the lead. She closed her eyes and let herself sing, quietly, just for herself and the moon and the distant crash of waves. When she opened them again, the guitar had stopped. Rowan was looking up at her balcony, his expression unreadable in the gathering darkness. Sorry, she called down. Didn't mean to interrupt. You didn't, he answered. After a pause, he added, You have a beautiful voice. Thank you, she hesitated. That song. Just something that's been stuck in my head, he said. Then with a small smile, Good night, Lee. Good night, Rowan. She watched him disappear inside, guitar in hand, and wondered if anything would ever feel as honest as this moment. Singing to the ocean with a stranger who didn't know her name but somehow played the song of her heart. Days slipped into a rhythm that felt both foreign and familiar, like returning to a childhood home you'd forgotten you missed. Each morning Ivy walked to school with Rowan, the silence between them comfortable rather than awkward. She spent her days in the music room, guiding students through scales and chord progressions, rediscovering the joy of music without the weight of expectations. Afternoons often found her at Greta's cafe, where the owner kept her supplied with coffee and minimal conversation, a kindness Ivy deeply appreciated. Evenings were for long walks on the beach or quiet reading on her balcony, occasionally punctuated by impromptu duets when Rowan played guitar below. A week into her stay, she found herself helping Sophie with piano practice in the living room of Rowan's house, a space she'd initially avoided to maintain boundaries, but had gradually been welcomed into. Uncle Rowan says you're a writer, Sophie said, fingers picking out a simple melody. Do you write songs? Ivy tensed slightly. Sometimes. Could you help me write one for the talent show next month? Before Ivy could answer, Rowan appeared in the doorway, flour dusting his hands. Soph, don't pressure Lee. She's already volunteering at school. It's okay, Ivy found herself saying. I'd be happy to help. Sophie beamed. Can we start now? Please? The next hour dissolved into laughter and music as Sophie dictated increasingly fantastical lyrics about mermaids and treasure, while Ivy helped shape them into an actual song. Rowan moved around them, preparing dinner, occasionally offering a rhyme or chuckling at his niece's dramatic vocal flourishes. It felt like family. The thought struck Ivy with such force that she missed a chord, her fingers faltering on the keys. You okay? Rowan asked, noticing immediately. Fine, she managed, just tired. Later, After Sophie had been picked up by her mother, Rowan's sister Ivy learned, they sat on the back deck sharing a bottle of wine. The night was clear, stars scattered like diamond dust above the dark expanse of ocean. "Thank you," Rowan said quietly, "for helping Sophie. Music was her mother's domain before." He trailed off, taking a sip of wine. "Before your wife passed," Ivy finished gently. He nodded. 3 years ago, cancer, fast and brutal. His voice was steady, but pain shadowed his eyes. Sophie was 5, too young to lose an aunt she adored. "I'm sorry," she said, meaning it more deeply than the platitude usually allowed. He shrugged slightly. Life continues. Not the same life, but it goes on. He turned to look at her directly. "What are you running from, Lee?" The question caught her off guard. "What makes you think I'm running?" "The way you flinch when someone takes a photo, even if it's not of you. The way you check exits in rooms. The way you're clearly comfortable with money but took a volunteer position. The way you've never once mentioned friends or family wondering where you are." His voice remained gentle, without accusation. "I recognize the signs of someone who needs space. I'm just wondering what from—" The moment balanced on a knife's edge. She could lie, had become expert at crafting palatable versions of truth. Or she could tell him everything, who she was, why she'd fled, how the person he'd come to know this past week was more real than the version of herself that filled stadiums. "Expectations," she said finally. "I'm running from who everyone needs me to be." He studied her face, then nodded slowly. "Fair enough." He didn't push further, and the relief of that simple acceptance nearly undid her. They sat in companionable silence until Rowan spoke again. "There's a bonfire on the beach tomorrow night. Town tradition before tourist season starts. Would you like to go? With me?" he added. "As friends, of course." The clarification made her smile. "I'd like that." The bonfire was magical. Driftwood flames casting blue-green light over laughing faces, local musicians trading instruments and songs, children roasting marshmallows and chasing each other through shallow waves. Ivy found herself drawn into conversations, included in jokes, pulled into an impromptu dance circle by Sophie and her friends. Rowan stayed nearby, a steady presence that somehow both grounded and freed her. When the unofficial band took a break, he nudged her toward the abandoned guitar. "They'd love to hear you play," he said quietly. "I don't think—" "Just one song, for yourself, if not for them." Somehow she found herself seated on a driftwood log, guitar settled familiarly in her lap. She began to play, not one of Ivy Munro's hits, but a new melody that had been forming in her mind these past days. No lyrics yet, just a haunting progression that spoke of finding something you didn't know you were seeking. The crowd grew quiet. In the firelight she caught Rowan's expression, a mixture of admiration and something deeper that made her heart skip. When she finished, the applause was genuine and unpretentious. No one asked for selfies or screamed for encores. They simply appreciated the music for what it was, a gift freely given. Later, walking home along the moonlit beach, Rowan took her hand. The simple contact sent warmth spiraling through her chest. "That was beautiful," he said. "Something new?" She nodded, still working on it. They stopped, facing the ocean. His eyes, when they met hers, held no demand, no expectation, only a question she wasn't sure she was brave enough to answer. "Rowan, The flash came from their left, bright, unmistakable, a camera. She turned instinctively, raising her hand to shield her face, but it was too late. A young woman lowered her phone, eyes wide with recognition. "Oh my God," she breathed. "You're Ivy Munro." The name fell like a stone between them. Ivy felt Rowan's hand slip from hers, felt the careful piece she'd constructed begin to fracture. "I'm such a huge fan. Can I get a picture? No one will believe." "I think you should go," Rowan said, his voice cool. The fan blinked, confused. "I just want—" Please, Ivy managed. I'm not working right now. Something in her tone must have registered because the young woman nodded slowly. Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. She backed away, but the damage was done. The photo existed, and in the age of social media that was all it took. The walk home was silent, heavy with unspoken questions. At the base of the stairs to her room, Ivy finally turned to face him. I can explain. Rowan's expression was carefully neutral. You don't owe me an explanation. I do, she insisted. I lied to you about who I am. Did you? He looked at her steadily. Or did you just tell me the parts that matter? She didn't have an answer for that. After a moment he sighed. It's late. We should both get some sleep. He turned to go inside, then paused. For what it's worth, I don't care about Ivy Monroe. I care about the person who helps my niece write songs about mermaids and sings to the ocean when she thinks no one's listening. The door closed softly behind him, leaving Ivy alone with the weight of a truth she'd tried to outrun, and the dawning realization that perhaps, with Rowan, she didn't need to run at all. By morning, everything had changed. Ivy woke to the sound of car doors slamming and voices outside. Too many voices for the quiet street. One glance out her window confirmed her worst fears. 3 vans with satellite dishes, reporters setting up cameras, locals gathering to stare. Her phone, which she'd finally charged and checked sporadically for messages from Delia, was exploding with notifications. The photo had gone viral overnight. Pop star Ivy Monroe found in coastal hideaway with mystery man. The headlines made her stomach churn. A text from Delia stood out among the chaos. I'm coming to get you. This is out of control. She didn't bother replying. Instead, she dressed quickly and made her way downstairs, dreading the conversation to come. Rowan sat at his kitchen table, coffee mug cradled between his hands, looking out at the growing crowd with a resigned expression. He glanced up when she entered. Your secret's out, he said mildly. Rowan, I'm so sorry. I never meant for this to happen. I never thought. That anyone would recognize you? He raised an eyebrow. You're kind of hard to miss, even incognito. The lack of anger in his voice confused her. You're not upset? About the press circus on my lawn? A little. He shrugged. About you being famous? Not really my business. But I lied to you. Did you? You said your name was Lee. Short for Olivia, I'm guessing. She nodded, stunned that he'd made the connection. And everything else. The music. The writing. That was true, wasn't it? Yes, but then what's the problem? He stood, moving to refill his coffee. Look, I get it. Everyone needs space sometimes. You found yours here. I'm just sorry it got interrupted. A knock at the door cut through the moment. Rowan sighed. That'll be Chief Mendez, town's only police officer. Good guy, but he's probably here about crowd control. The conversation with Mendez was brief but definitive. The situation was escalating. More press was arriving. Fans had discovered her location. The quiet town was rapidly becoming overwhelmed. Miss Monroe, Mendez said respectfully, I understand you value your privacy, but this is disrupting the whole community. Is there someone who can help manage this situation? She thought of Delia, already on her way, of the tour she'd abandoned, of responsibilities she couldn't outrun forever. Yes, she said quietly, my manager is coming. She'll handle it. When Mendez left, silence settled heavily between them. Finally Rowan spoke. So you're leaving? It wasn't a question, but she answered anyway. I have to. I can't let this circus continue. Not here. Not around you and Sophie and everyone who's been kind to me. Something flickered in his eyes. Disappointment, perhaps, or understanding. When? Today. As soon as Delia arrives, she hesitated. Rowan, these past 2 weeks, they've meant more to me than I can explain. He nodded slowly. For what it's worth, I think Ivy Monroe is pretty amazing. But Lee, she's extraordinary. The simple statement nearly broke her. "I don't know how to be both," she whispered. "I don't know if I can." "Maybe you don't have to choose." He moved closer, his hand finding hers. "Maybe you just need to remember which one is real." When Delia arrived 3 hours later, immaculate as always in her tailored suit, expression a mixture of relief and exasperation, Ivy was waiting on the porch with her small bag packed. The press had been temporarily contained behind barricades at the end of the street, but cameras with long lenses caught her emergence, the flashbulbs like lightning in her peripheral vision. "You look terrible," Delia said by way of greeting, pulling her into a fierce hug. "Do you have any idea how worried I've been? How close we came to filing a missing persons report? I texted you. Once. 2 weeks ago." Delia stepped back, eyes scanning her face. "Are you okay? Really?" Ivy nodded. "I am. Or, I was." Delia's expression softened slightly. Was it worth it? This little vacation. Ivy looked past her friend to where Rowan stood in the doorway, his face carefully neutral. "Yes," she said quietly. "It was worth everything." The drive away from Port Isabel was surreal, moving from the cocoon of peace she'd found back into the harsh light of her real life. Delia filled the silence with updates and plans. "We've rescheduled the tour, told everyone you had laryngitis, needed complete vocal rest. New dates start next month. The label's actually thrilled. All this mystery has generated more buzz than any planned publicity stunt." Ivy stared out the window, watching the town recede in the side mirror. "I can't go back to how things were, Del," she said finally. "I won't." Delia glanced at her sharply. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying I need changes. Real ones. I want control of my music again. My image. My life." She turned to face her oldest friend. "I've been writing again. Real songs. My songs." "That's good. But honey, we have contracts, obligations." "I don't care." The steel in her voice surprised them both. "Figure it out. That's what I pay you for. But I'm done being whoever everyone else needs me to be." The next 3 weeks passed in a blur of negotiations, legal meetings, and carefully controlled press appearances. Ivy refused all interview requests, instead releasing a simple statement, apologising for the disruption to her tour and promising something new was coming soon. In her rare moments alone, she wrote. Song after song poured out of her, raw, honest reflections on fame, identity, and the quiet revelation of being seen for who she truly was. When she had 12 that felt right, she booked a small studio and recorded them in 3 days. Just her voice, a piano, and occasionally a guitar. No production tricks, no auto-tune, nothing but truth. The EP was titled simply Still You. The night before its surprise release, she stood on the roof garden of her Portland penthouse, phone in hand, staring at the contact she'd added but never called. Gathering her courage, she pressed dial. "Hello?" Rowan's voice slightly wary. "It's me," she said softly. "Lieutenant. Or Ivy. Or Olivia. I'm still figuring that part out." A pause then. "I wondered if I'd hear from you again. I'm releasing something tomorrow. Something new. Something real." She took a deep breath. "I wanted you to hear it first." "Why?" "Because it exists because of you. Because you saw me when I couldn't see myself anymore." The silence stretched between them, charged with unspoken words. "I'll be in Portland tomorrow," she continued, "at the Secret Garden on Jefferson Street. 8 o'clock. If you wanted to hear it in person." She didn't ask if he'd come, didn't want to pressure him, didn't know if she deserved another moment of the peace she'd found in his presence. "Good night, Olivia," he said finally. Just that. No promise, no rejection. It would have to be enough. The Secret Garden was exactly what its name suggested. A hidden rooftop sanctuary in the heart of the city, all fairy lights and potted trees and intimate corners. She'd rented it for the evening, invited no press, no industry people, just herself, a piano, and the hope that one particular art teacher might appear. At 8:15 she began to play. The first song on the EP, called Lighthouse, was inspired by his mural sketch, the one where light became music, became movement. Her voice, stripped of stadiums and spectacle, filled the small space with a vulnerability she'd hidden for years. She was midway through the chorus when she felt it, the subtle shift in the air that told her she was no longer alone. She didn't look up, didn't falter, just continued to sing the truth she'd finally found the courage to speak. When the last note faded, she finally raised her eyes. Rowan stood at the entrance, wind-tousled and beautiful in his simple way, watching her with an expression that made her heart stumble. "You came," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I wanted to hear the song." He moved closer, steps measured. "It's beautiful, like everything real about you." "Rowan, I never fell for Ivy Monroe," he interrupted gently. "I fell for Olivia, the woman who sings to the ocean, who helps little girls write songs about mermaids, who sees beauty in broken things." She stood, moved toward him as if drawn by gravity. "Is that who I am, Olivia?" His smile was soft, warming his eyes. "That's who you've always been. The rest is just noise." When he kissed her, it felt like coming home to a place she'd never been, familiar and new all at once, like finding the missing chord in a song she'd been trying to write her entire life. "Stay," she whispered against his mouth. "Not forever, just stay a while." His arms tightened around her. "I'm not going anywhere." The music room at Port Isabel High School had transformed over the past year. Walls now covered with student artwork depicting sound waves and musical notes, instruments arranged in careful clusters, large windows thrown open to catch the ocean breeze. Ivy, though the world still knew her as Ivy Monroe, she felt more like Olivia with each passing day, sat at the piano, guiding a small group of students through a complicated arrangement. Her short EP had become a full album, had won critical acclaim if not the massive sales of her earlier work. She didn't mind. Quality over quantity, in fans, in music, in life, had become her new measure of success. Ms. Monroe, one of her students, a shy girl with remarkable talent, raised her hand. "Will you play something from your new album?" "Please." The request was frequent but always genuine. These kids, who had initially been starstruck but now treated her with the casual respect of any beloved teacher, never tired of hearing her perform. "One song," she agreed with a smile, then back to work. She'd just finished the final chorus when she spotted Rowan in the doorway, leaning against the frame with that quiet smile that still made her heart race. The students followed her gaze and a chorus of "Mr. Blake" rose from the group. "Don't let me interrupt," he said, but Ivy was already dismissing the class 5 minutes early. As the room emptied, Rowan crossed to where she sat, bending to kiss her softly. "Ready for this afternoon?" She nodded, fingers nervously twisting the simple engagement ring he'd given her 3 months earlier. Today was the official unveiling of his latest mural, the one she'd first seen as a sketch over a year ago. The lighthouse whose beam became music became dancing figures. Only now the central figure in the dance bore a subtle resemblance to her. "Nervous?" he asked, taking her hand. "A little. It's still strange sometimes, letting the two worlds overlap." She smiled up at him, but in a good way. The ceremony was small, just the town council, some students, and a handful of locals who had become friends rather than fans. Rowan spoke briefly about the inspiration behind the mural, the way art and music intertwined in the town's identity. He didn't mention Ivy Monroe or her fame. He didn't need to. Sophie, now 9 and more exuberant than ever, bounced at her uncle's side as the mayor cut a ceremonial ribbon. The crowd applauded, then dispersed to examine the mural more closely and enjoy the refreshments Greta had provided from her cafe. Ivy found herself standing slightly apart, watching Rowan accept congratulations with his characteristic quiet grace. A year ago, she couldn't have imagined this life. Teaching music in a small coastal town, planning a small wedding with the man who had seen through her carefully constructed persona, weekends filled with Sophie's recitals and long walks on deserted beaches. It suits you, you know? She turned to find Delia beside her, elegant as always in her city clothes that looked slightly out of place in Port Isabel. Her former manager visited occasionally, still handled the business side of Ivy's now scaled-back career, and had become an unexpected ally in her transformation. "What suits me?" Ivy asked. Delia gestured vaguely at everything: the town, the school, Rowan. Peace, authenticity, whatever you want to call it. She smiled, a hint of sadness in her eyes. "I always knew Ivy Monroe was killing Olivia Jameson. I just didn't know how to stop it." Ivy squeezed her friend's hand. "Neither did I." She paused, looking back at the mural, at the lighthouse beam that transformed into musical notes, at the dancing figures finding joy in its light. "But I'm learning." Later that evening they gathered on Rowan's back deck, now their deck since she'd officially moved in 6 months ago. Sophie was there with her mother, Greta and Chief Mendez had stopped by, and even Walt from the garage had come bearing a bottle of surprisingly good whiskey. As twilight settled over the ocean, Rowan quietly tuned his guitar while conversations ebbed and flowed around them. Without fanfare, he began to play, the opening notes of Lighthouse, her most personal song from the album. A hush fell over the small gathering. He looked up at her, a question in his eyes, and she nodded, joining him in the chorus. "And still you see me, through the dark and stormy night, still you find me, when I've lost my own guiding light. In a world of echoes, your voice rings clear and true, and the miracle of miracles, I'm still me, and still you." When the song ended, Sophie clapped enthusiastically while the adults exchanged knowing smiles. No one asked for selfies or autographs. No one treated the moment as special beyond the simple joy of music shared among friends. Later, after everyone had gone and they were cleaning up together in comfortable silence, Rowan paused, dish towel in hand. "Happy?" he asked simply. Ivy considered the question, not just the easy answer but the complex truth of it. Was she happy? Fame still occasionally interrupted their life. Her music reached fewer people now, but touched them more deeply. She missed performing sometimes, but had found a different kind of fulfillment in teaching. She had traded spotlights for starlight, stadiums for classrooms, adulation for understanding. "Yes," she said finally, meeting his gaze with absolute certainty. "I'm happy, not because I escaped Ivy Monroe, but because I found Olivia Jameson again." She moved into his arms, resting her head against his chest. "And because you see me, all of me, and love me anyway." His arms tightened around her. "Not anyway," he corrected gently. "Because of who you are. All the versions, the star and the teacher, the celebrity and the woman who helps my niece with piano lessons, the singer and the person who laughs at my terrible jokes." "They're not terrible," she protested automatically. "They're pretty bad," he chuckled, "but you laugh anyway, because I love you. And I love you, Ivy, Olivia, Lee, whatever name you choose. I love the person beneath all the noise." Outside, waves crashed against the shore in their eternal rhythm. Inside, in the quiet kitchen of a home that had once felt borrowed but now felt entirely her own, Ivy Monroe, pop sensation, volunteer music teacher, fiancé, friend, finally felt the fractured pieces of herself mending into something whole. Not perfect, not flawless, but authentic, real, still her. The Fire Eater's Wife. The first rays of dawn caught on the gold-painted trim of the circus wagons as they rolled into Lebanon, Missouri. The Grand Maravilla Circus moved like a strange migratory creature, all colourful plumage and mysterious innards, carrying its own world within its wooden flanks. By mid-morning the fairground was transformed, a canvas city rising from empty pasture, roustabouts hammering stakes with the precision of clockwork soldiers. High above this orchestrated chaos, Evangeline Bell tested the tension of her rope. Her calloused hands knew the difference between a secure line and a death sentence. 29 years old, with a sinewy frame that defied gravity, Eva, as everyone called her, trusted nothing she didn't verify herself. Her act, the Angel of Death, had earned its name honestly. No safety net, no partners, just Eva and the empty air 40 feet above the ground. "Ropes won't test themselves, Miss Bell." The ringmaster, Augustus Whalen, called up with a mixture of respect and resignation. "Neither will my coffin, Mr. Whalen," she replied, without looking down. From her perch, Eva surveyed the circus that had been her home for 7 years. The Grand Maravilla wasn't the biggest show travelling the rails, but it had carved out a reputation for genuine marvels rather than sideshow frauds. Augustus insisted on legitimate wonderment, as he called it. No two-headed calves floating in formaldehyde, no savage men from exotic lands who were actually farmhands from Ohio with painted skin. Eva appreciated the honesty. She'd had enough lies to last a lifetime in St. Catherine's Home for Girls, where the nuns spoke of God's love while orphans like Eva learned that their parents' deaths meant they were alone in the world. The fire that had consumed her childhood home had taken more than her family. It had stolen any faith in permanence. When she descended the ladder, Eva noticed the cluster of performers gathered around Augustus near the cookhouse tent. "We have a new addition," Augustus announced, his showman's voice carrying, "Our fire act is back on, thanks to Mr. Dante Moretti, freshly arrived from Europe." The man who stepped forward caused a ripple of whispers. Tall and lean, with olive skin and eyes like chips of obsidian, he nodded at the assembled company. His dark hair was swept back from a stern face that seemed carved rather than born. When he smiled, briefly, perfunctorily, he revealed teeth white as piano keys against the shadow of his beard. "Our brother Santini's broken arm leaves us without our finale," Augustus continued, "but Mr. Moretti assures me his talents will more than compensate." Eva crossed her arms. Replacements always meant disruption, and disruption meant danger in her line of work. "I hope you don't plan on smoking near the big top," she said when Augustus had finished. "We aerialists prefer not to choke on fumes." Dante Moretti turned those black eyes toward her. "My smoke goes where I direct it, miss." Bell. Eva Bell. "Enchanted. Perhaps you could show me where I might practice, Miss Bell. I'd hate to burn down your workplace by accident." Eva narrowed her eyes, but found herself leading him to the secondary tent. Circus gossip travelled faster than telegraph wires, and by evening she'd heard a dozen conflicting stories. Dante was fleeing the law in Italy. He was a nobleman's son. He had killed a man in Naples. He had left a string of broken-hearted women across Europe. "People always need stories," Madame Olga, the fortune-teller, said over dinner. "Makes the world less frightening if we can explain the stranger." 2 days later, Eva watched Dante rehearse from the shadows. His control was mesmerizing, flame rippling from his lips like living ribbon, dancing over his fingers without burning. There was something hypnotic in his movements, a dancer's grace in his controlled danger. "You can step into the light, Miss Bell, I don't bite," he called without turning. Eva straightened. "Augustus wants us to combine acts, some nonsense about fire and flight." Dante extinguished his torch. "And this displeases you?" "I work alone." "As do I, yet here we are." He approached, stopping a respectful distance away. Perhaps we might find compromise. Their first rehearsal was tense. Eva refused to modify her routine, and Dante insisted his fire needed specific timing. They bickered over music, positioning, even the colour of the spotlights. Your need for control will kill this act before it begins, Dante said finally. My control keeps me alive, Eva shot back. Something you might consider before you spew flames near my ropes. But when they finally attempted a synchronized performance, Eva swooping down as Dante sent a column of fire upward, missing her by inches, even Augustus fell silent with awe. My God, he whispered, it's like watching the sun and moon dance. As May turned to June, Eva found herself drawn to the fire eater despite her reservations. They shared late suppers after performances, talking until the cook chased them from the tent. Dante spoke of growing up in Florence, where art and beauty lived in the stones themselves. Eva guardedly told him of the fire that had orphaned her. So we both know flames, he said softly, the power to create and destroy. I know their aftermath, she corrected. You play with their beginning. Lilith Quinn, the second aerialist whose act had been relegated to the early show since Eva's rise, watched their growing closeness with sharp eyes. Her flame-red hair and practiced laugh had once made her the darling of the Gran Maravilla, and she'd developed an attachment to Eva that bordered on possessive. Italians, she warned Eva one evening as they applied makeup, passionate until they're not, like their fires, quick to ignite, quick to die. Eva's reflection met Lilith's in the mirror. I don't recall asking your opinion. You will, Lilith replied, applying crimson to her lips with deliberate strokes. When he burns you, but something was blossoming between Eva and Dante that Eva couldn't dismiss. On a rare day off in Springfield, they wandered through a county fair like ordinary people. When their hands brushed, neither pulled away, under a canopy of paper lanterns, as local musicians played a waltz, Dante asked her to dance. I don't know how, Eva admitted. Neither do I, he confessed with a smile that transformed his face, but perhaps we can pretend. They swayed awkwardly, laughing at their clumsiness, and Eva felt a knot inside her loosen. When he walked her back to her train car, Dante took her hand and pressed a kiss to her knuckles. Buona notte, my angel of the air. Eva watched him walk away, a strange warmth spreading through her chest. For the first time in years, she thought less about falling and more about flight. By August, the fire eater and his angel posters crowned every lamp-post and fence in each town the Grand Maravilla visited. Crowds swelled beyond the capacity of the main tent, necessitating second shows on busy nights. The Kansas City Star proclaimed them a vision of heaven and hell reconciled, while the St. Louis Post-Dispatch called their act a marriage of opposites that defies natural law. Marriage. The word caught in Eva's thoughts like a burr. Their first kiss had happened in the shadows of the menagerie tent, surrounded by the musky scent of exotic animals. Their first night together came during a thunderstorm in Nebraska, rain drumming on the roof of Eva's train compartment, their bodies moving to rhythms older than time. Dante whispered Italian endearments against her skin, and Eva, who had never believed in belonging to another person, found herself surrendering to the possibility. Every performance heightened their connection. Eva began incorporating movements that mirrored Dante's flame patterns. He learned to time his breaths to match her swings. The danger remained real. A mistimed gesture could mean disaster, but they developed a silent language of trust. The audience sensed it, leaning forward in collective tension until the finale, when Eva would swing in a full circle around Dante as he created a spinning wheel of fire beneath her. You've bewitched him, Lilith observed coolly, watching Eva wrap her hands before a show. Our Italian has forgotten he was ever anything but yours. Eva tied off her bandage. Your concern is touching. Not concern, curiosity. Lilith's green eyes narrowed. Men like him don't simply appear in places like this. They run from something or towards something greater. Before Eva could reply, Augustus burst into the dressing area, face flushed with excitement. Full house again, and a telegram from Barnum and Bailey's advance mole. They're sending someone to see you both next week. The big circuses occasionally poach talent from smaller shows. An offer from Barnum meant real money, security, fame beyond what the Grand Maravilla could provide. Eva should have felt elated, but a strange uneasiness settled in her stomach. That night, she found Dante staring at a letter in his wagon, his expression unreadable. "Bad news?" she asked, closing the door behind her. He quickly folded the paper. "Nothing important. Family matters." "I didn't know you were in touch with family." His smile didn't reach his eyes. "Distant relations, nothing to concern yourself with." It was the first lie between them, and Eva felt its weight like a stone. The man arrived 3 days later in Topeka, distinguished, silver-templed, with a military bearing and an accent thicker than Dante's. He introduced himself as Captain Vescovi. He watched the show from Augustus's private box, his focus unnervingly fixed on Dante. Afterward, Eva saw them in heated conversation behind the animal wagons. "An old acquaintance," Dante explained later, too casually, "from my time in Naples. He doesn't look like a circus man. He isn't. He's politics." Dante pulled her close, burying his face in her hair. "Just the past catching up. It's handled." But it wasn't handled. Captain Vescovi lingered, taking a room in each town they visited. Eva noticed Dante slipping away for clandestine meetings, returning distracted and irritable. The harmony of their act began to fray at the edges, a missed cue here, a delayed catch there. Rumours spread through the circus like infection. Augustus questioned Dante about Vescovi's presence. Dante claimed the man was considering financial investment in their act. The roustabouts whispered of anarchists and bombings in Europe. The lion tamer swore he'd seen Dante examining the rivets on the main support pole with unusual interest. Lilith made sure Eve overheard every speculation. "They say he has powerful enemies in the government," she murmured over breakfast. "That he's not here for circus work at all." Eva slammed down her coffee cup. "Enough! Your jealousy is pathetic." Lilith's smile was serene. "Jealousy requires wanting what another has. I'm simply watching someone lose what they foolishly believed was theirs." That evening their act nearly ended in disaster when Dante's timing faltered. A gout of flame came too close to Eva's rope, singing the fibres. She managed to complete her swing, but the smell of burnt hemp filled the tent. "What happened?" she demanded in their wagon afterward. "You've never missed that cue." "A moment's distraction." He wouldn't meet her eyes. "It won't happen again." "Dante." She caught his face between her hands. "Whatever it is, whatever trouble, we can face it. Together." For a moment he seemed about to speak. Then Vescovi's shadow fell across the open door. "A word, Moretti, alone." Dante gently removed Eva's hands. "Tomorrow. We'll talk tomorrow." But tomorrow brought only a cryptic note. "Meet me after the afternoon show. I'll explain everything." The explanation never came. Instead, Eva found Vescovi waiting in Dante's place, holding a worn leather portfolio. "Your fire eater has obligations that precede you, Miss Bell," he said in his precise accented English. "Debts of honour that must be paid." "What are you talking about?" Dante Moretti was born Danilo Mazzini, son of Antonio Mazzini, who died in a government prison for the crime of believing in a free Italy. Vescovi's eyes were cold. His father's comrades protected him, educated him, brought him to America, and now he will honour his father's sacrifice. By what? Performing in a circus? Vescovi laughed. "By helping us strike a blow against the oppressors when we reach Chicago next month. Governor Wilson will attend your show, the man who authorized arms shipments to the regimes that murdered our brothers." Eva felt the ground tilt beneath her. "You're using the circus for an assassination. And your lover will play his part, willingly or not." Vescovi dropped an envelope at her feet. "Perhaps ask him about the fire that killed Senator Romano in Rome. Ask him about the special properties of his performance fuel." When Dante returned that night, Eva was packing her trunk. "What are you doing?" he asked, face pale. She threw Romano's obituary at him. "Were you going to tell me I've been sleeping with a murderer? That our act is just cover for your next political killing?" "Eva, listen to me. I trusted you." Her voice broke. "I let myself believe we were building something. But we're just a convenient fiction, aren't we? The fire eater and his angel, a pretty distraction while you plan violence." "It's not that simple." He reached for her, but she backed away. "Romano was an accident. I was young, manipulated by men like Vescovi. I came to America to escape them, but they found me. And now you'll do what they want in Chicago." His silence was answer enough. "I'm leaving after Chicago," Eva said flatly. "Find another angel to circle your flames." Chicago rose before them like a monument to progress and industry, a maze of steel and stone where the Gran Maravilla seemed suddenly diminished. The Palmer House Hotel, where Governor Wilson would attend their gala performance, loomed over their modest tent city in Grant Park. Augustus had spared no expense for this showcase, hiring extra musicians, commissioning new costumes, even arranging for electric lights to replace the usual gas lamps. Eva and Dante performed mechanically, their personal rupture invisible to audiences, but painfully evident to those who knew them. They no longer shared meals or private moments. Augustus fretted over the tension, but Eva assured him the act would hold for their Chicago run, 3 performances, ending with the special gubernatorial show. Then she would take Barnum's offer alone. The night before the gala, Eva found an unmarked envelope in her costume trunk. Inside was a small brass key and a note in Dante's handwriting. "Room 212, Palmer House, midnight. The whole truth, whether you believe it or not." She shouldn't go. Every instinct warned against it. Yet at midnight, Eva found herself slipping through the hotel's side entrance. Room 212 was unlocked, but Dante wasn't there. Instead, she found a leather journal and another note. "I was 17 when they recruited me. Read it all, then decide." The journal chronicled a decade of manipulation and coercion. Orphaned at 12, Dante had been taken in by his father's revolutionary comrades, raised on stories of martyrdom and justice. His fire-eating talents, developed for street performances to earn bread, were weaponized. The Romano accident had been his breaking point. A politician burned alive when Dante's supposedly controlled demonstration went horrifically wrong. "They told me it was for Italy's freedom," he'd written, "but I saw the monster I'd become in the flames that consumed him." Eva was so absorbed that she almost missed the sound of voices in the hallway. Vescovi and another man speaking rapidly in Italian. She caught Dante's name, then adjustment to the plan, and both of them if necessary. Her blood turned cold. She wasn't part of their original plan. Dante had kept her separate, protected, and now that protection was gone, Eva slipped out through the service stairs, the journal clutched to her chest. Back in her wagon, she spread out the Palmer House's floor plans that had been provided to all performers. The governor would sit in a special box directly across from the fire and flight finale. Vescovi would need a distraction, their dramatic finish, to move undetected. By dawn, she had formed a desperate plan of her own. Hours before the gala performance, Eva approached Augustus with an urgent request. A change to their finale involving actual flames incorporated into her trapeze ropes. The ringmaster balked. "It's suicide, Eva." "It's controlled risk," she countered. And it will be the most spectacular finish any circus has ever presented. She demonstrated her method of treating rope sections with slow-burning oil that would ignite on cue but consume itself before compromising the rope's integrity. Augustus reluctantly agreed, impressed despite his concerns. Eva didn't tell him the real purpose: to create genuine alarm that would disrupt Vescovi's carefully timed plan. As dusk fell over Chicago, the Grand Maravilla transformed into a wonderland of electric light and music. Governor Wilson arrived with an entourage of politicians and society figures. Vescovi was nowhere to be seen, but Eva spotted 3 unfamiliar men positioned strategically around the tent. Backstage, she found Dante preparing alone, his face a mask of concentration. "I read your journal," she said quietly. He looked up, surprise and vulnerability crossing his features. "Then you know everything." "Not quite. What happens tonight?" "I create the diversion they need." His voice was hollow. "A magnificent flame spiral that draws all eyes, while Vescovi's men move into position. And afterward, when the governor lies dead, I disappear. They have papers, a new identity." Eva stepped closer. "And us?" "There is no us after tonight, Eva. You made that clear." The pain in his eyes belied his calm words. "What if there could be?" She held his gaze. "If we stop this." Hope flickered across his face, quickly replaced by resignation. "They'll kill us both." "Not if we're more clever than they are." Eva outlined her plan in hurried whispers as the opening acts began. The show proceeded with clockwork precision, each act building toward the grand finale. Eva, from her perch high above, counted 3, then 4 of Vescovi's men now positioned throughout the audience. The governor sat in his box, beaming at the spectacle. When the Fire Eater and his angel was announced, the tent fell into expectant hush. Dante entered first, his ceremonial robes glittering under the electric lights. Eva descended like an avenging seraph, her white costume a stark contrast to his darkness. Their routine began normally, each movement precisely calibrated, each flourish exactly as rehearsed. Then came the deviation. Eva swung higher than ever before, trailing specially treated ribbons from her ankles. As she reached the apex of her swing, she called out, "For life and light!" It was Dante's cue. Instead of directing his fire toward the center ring as planned, he sent a concentrated stream toward her ribbons. They ignited in a cascading river of flame that followed Eva's arc through the air, beautiful, terrifying, and utterly captivating. The audience gasped. Security guards tensed. And in that moment of genuine confusion, Vescovi burst from behind the curtain, a revolver in his hand, realizing his carefully orchestrated plan was collapsing. "Traditore!" he screamed at Dante. "Finish it!" But Dante was already moving, flinging his torch with deadly accuracy. It struck Vescovi's arm, sending the gun clattering to the ground. The tent erupted in chaos as spectators fled and police converged. Eva, still suspended above, saw what no one else did. A lantern near the main support pole knocked over in the panic, its flame licking at the canvas. Fire spread with terrifying speed, racing up the walls of the tent. "Fire!" she screamed. "Everyone out!" The evacuation became frantic. Augustus directed people toward the exits, while performers helped the elderly and children. Eva descended rapidly, searching for Dante among the smoke and confusion. She found him struggling with Vescovi near the animal cages. The older man, despite his burned arm, had recovered his weapon. As Eva ran toward them, the gun went off. Dante staggered backward. "Dante!" Eva's scream cut through the chaos. Vescovi turned, raising the revolver toward her, but Dante lunged forward with the last of his strength, tackling the older man. They fell together against a support pole that was already engulfed in flames. The pole cracked, bringing down a section of burning canvas that separated Eva from the men. "Go!" Dante shouted through the flames. "Eva, go now." Instead, she circled around, using her performer's knowledge of the tent's layout to approach from another angle. The heat was unbearable, the smoke blinding. She found Dante dragging himself away from Vescovi's motionless form, a crimson stain spreading across his chest. "Leave me," he gasped as she lifted him. "The tent is coming down." "Not without you." Eva half-carried, half-dragged him toward an exit, her lungs burning. "We live or die together, fire eater." They collapsed outside just as the big top's main pole gave way with a tremendous crack. The Gran Maravilla, home to so many dreams and wonders, crumpled into a pyre. Eva sat beside Dante's hospital bed for 3 days before his eyes finally opened. The bullet had missed his heart by inches, the doctors said. A miracle of anatomy or divine intervention. The burns on his arms and back would scar but heal. Eva's own injuries were superficial. She had been lucky. Governor Wilson had personally arranged for their care after learning of their role in thwarting the assassination attempt. The newspapers called them heroes, though the full story, Dante's past involvement with the anarchists, remained their secret. Vescovi's body had been recovered from the ashes, along with those of 2 of his accomplices. The others had been captured trying to flee the city. The Gran Maravilla was gone. Augustus had insurance, but releasing would take time and money that might never materialize. The performers scattered, some joining other shows, others returning to the ordinary world they had once escaped. "What will you do now?" Augustus asked when he visited. His showman's confidence dimmed, but not extinguished. Eva looked at Dante, sleeping peacefully under morphine's influence. Heal first, then decide. When Dante was strong enough to leave the hospital, they took a train east, not to join Barnum as Eva had once planned, but to find something new. They stopped in a small town on the shores of Lake Michigan, renting rooms in a boarding house run by a kindly widow who asked no questions about their bandages or nightmares. Autumn painted the lakeside in fiery colours as they slowly rebuilt their strength. They walked the shore daily, Dante leaning on a cane at first, then gradually standing straighter. They talked, really talked, about pasts and possibilities, fears and hopes. "I never thought I'd find peace," Dante admitted one evening as they watched the sunset. "I believed punishment would follow me forever." "Perhaps this is your penance," Eva suggested, touching his scarred hand. "Learning to live without the burden of vengeance." "And you? What burden do you carry now?" Eva considered the question. "The fear of losing what I've found." On the first truly cold day of October, Dante asked Eva to marry him, not with pretty words or grand gestures, but with simple truth as they huddled under shared blankets. "I want to belong to you officially," he said, "as I already do in every way that matters." They married in the lakeside town's small church, with only the widow and the local postmaster as witnesses. Eva wore blue instead of white. Dante had no ring to offer, so he gave her a silver locket instead, inscribed with flame and wing entwined. "Not the conventional blessing," the pastor commented when they exchanged vows, "but perhaps fitting for your unconventional path." With winter approaching, they needed to decide on a future. The circus life was behind them. Eva's confidence in the ropes had been shaken by the fire, and Dante's injuries made his former feats impossible. Yet they were performers at heart, artists of risk and beauty. The answer came unexpectedly in a letter from Lilith Quinn. She had joined a vaudeville company in New York and heard of a small theatre for sale in the Bowery, run down but structurally sound, with an apartment above. "A place for new beginnings," Lilith wrote. "Perhaps even forgiveness, if you're offering it." Eva had not expected reconciliation from that quarter, but time and tragedy had shifted many relationships. "New York," Dante tested the words. "We could create something different there. Not just spectacle, but true art." "The Flying Morettis," Eva suggested with a smile. "The Phoenix Theatre," he countered, rising from ashes. They arrived in New York as the first snow fell, the city's skyline jagged against grey skies. The theatre was indeed dilapidated, its facade peeling, its interior musty with neglect. But its bones were good, its location promising. Lilith met them with cautious warmth. "It's a risk," she acknowledged. But so was every day in the circus. Work began immediately. Dante's architectural knowledge, gained during his European education, proved invaluable as they redesigned the space. Eva's practical circus experience informed the staging and rigging. They hired local craftsmen, invested every penny of their savings, and borrowed against future earnings. By spring, the Phoenix Theatre was ready, a jewel box of a space, intimate and elegant. Their opening production merged traditional theatre with circus artistry, telling storm stories through movement, light, and carefully controlled flame effects that honoured Dante's former talents without risking safety. The critics were sceptical at first, then intrigued, then enthusiastic. A new art form, the New York Times declared, neither circus nor drama, but something transcendent. Audiences followed, drawn by novelty and retained by genuine artistry. The Morettis developed a company of performers, former circus artists, dancers, actors seeking something beyond conventional stage. Lilith joined as a choreographer, her bitterness mellowed into creative drive. Eva discovered unexpected joy in teaching others to fly, not with the death-defying risks of her circus days, but with technical precision and artistic purpose. Dante found his voice as a director, his understanding of fire and movement creating tableaux of startling beauty. On the first anniversary of the Chicago fire, they closed the theatre for a private memorial. The company gathered on the empty stage, each lighting a candle for what had been lost and what had been found. "From the Gran Maravilla to the Phoenix," Dante toasted, his scars silvery in the candlelight. "From death to life," Eva raised her glass, "to finding home in each other." Later, alone in their apartment above the theatre, Eva placed her hand over her still flat abdomen. She hadn't told Dante yet, wanted to be certain before offering this newest miracle. "Our greatest production," she whispered to herself, imagining a child with Dante's eyes and her fearlessness, born not in a world of transient tents, but in this place they had created from ruins and dreams. 20 years later, the Phoenix Theatre had become a New York institution, a place where the boundaries between circus, dance and drama dissolved into something uniquely American. Eva and Dante Moretti were legends in theatrical circles, their story of fire and redemption almost as compelling as the productions they created. Their daughter Sophia had grown up in the wings and catwalks of the theatre, absorbing her parents' artistry like air. At 18, she possessed Eva's grace in flight and Dante's hypnotic presence, but her passion was for the emerging art of motion pictures. The new century offered possibilities her parents could never have imagined. "I've been offered a contract in Hollywood," Sophia announced one evening after the performance had ended and the company had dispersed, "to choreograph aerial sequences for Douglas Fairbanks' new adventure film." Eva, now 49 but still lithe, exchanged glances with Dante. His dark hair had silvered at the temples, the burn scars faded to pale maps across his skin, but his eyes remained intensely alive. "California's very far," Eva said carefully. "That's rather the point, Mother." Sophia's smile softened the words. "To see something beyond these walls, beyond your shadows." Dante set down his director's notebook. "Our shadows are so imposing?" "Magnificent and terrifying," Sophia admitted. "Everyone here sees me as the heir to the Moretti legacy. In California I could be simply Sophia." Later, when their daughter had gone to bed, Eva and Dante walked through their empty theatre. 2 decades of memories lived in its rafters, triumphs and failures, innovations and traditions. "She needs to fly without our safety lines," Dante said, his accent still faintly colouring his English after all these years. "I know," Eva leaned against his shoulder. "Allowing it is harder than I expected," says the woman who once leapt without a net. That was different. I had nothing to lose then. Dante kissed her temple. "And now?" "Now I have everything," she whispered. They gave Sophia their blessing and a silver locket matching Eva's, their tradition for journeys and thresholds. The weeks after her departure left a strange emptiness in the theatre, as if some essential spark had travelled west with her. "We're becoming relics, caro mio," Eva observed one evening, as they read Sophia's enthusiastic letters about Hollywood's magic factories, products of a vanishing era. Dante considered this. Perhaps we should embrace the change rather than resist it. His suggestion was radical, documenting their signature performances on film before the original company members grew too old for their most demanding pieces, creating a record of an art form that existed between worlds, preserving techniques and traditions that might otherwise be lost. The project consumed them for 2 years. Eva returned to the trapeze for limited sequences, finding that her body still remembered what her mind had filed away. Dante directed with passionate precision, insisting on capturing not just the movements but the meaning behind them. The resulting film, Flame and Flight: The Phoenix Legacy, debuted in 1929, just as talking pictures were revolutionizing cinema. Critics hailed it as a historic document, a bridge between 19th century spectacle and 20th century storytelling. Sophia returned from California for the premiere, bringing Hollywood connections and modern ideas. "You should tour with this," she urged her parents. "Lecture at universities, present at arts festivals. This isn't just entertainment, it's American cultural history." Eva, who had never imagined herself as history, found the idea both amusing and appealing. Dante, whose academic background had been submerged beneath decades of performance, welcomed the chance to articulate their artistic philosophy. They began modestly with presentations at Columbia University and the Chicago Art Institute. Audiences were fascinated not just by their film but by their stories, especially when they learned that the elegant couple before them had once been the fire eater and his angel who had survived the legendary Chicago tent fire. The Wall Street crash of 1929 temporarily derailed their plans. The Phoenix Theatre struggled as luxury entertainment became unaffordable for many. They adapted, creating simpler productions with deeper meaning, addressing the hardships their audiences faced. Art in hard times, they discovered, needed to offer both escape and understanding. By 1935, as America slowly recovered, they embarked on their most ambitious tour yet. Eva, at 55, no longer performed physically demanding routines, but her presence remained commanding. Dante's lectures on the mathematics of fire and movement attracted academics and artists alike. In Boston, after a particularly successful presentation, a young film student approached them with a recording device. "For an oral history project," she explained, "would you share how you met, how your partnership began?" Eva smiled at Dante. 25 years of marriage had worn smooth the sharp edges of their histories, transforming pain into perspective. "He breathed fire," Eva began. "I flew, and somehow together we learned to land." The student looked confused. "Is that metaphorical?" Dante laughed, the sound still rich despite his 60 years. "No, quite literal, though the landing took some practice." As they recounted their story for the recorder, editing certain details, emphasizing others, Eva realized how their personal history had woven itself into American cultural fabric. The Grand Maravilla was gone, Augustus Wayland long dead, the travelling circus era fading into nostalgia. But something of that world lived on in their theatre, their film, their teachings. "We were fortunate," she told the student. We found our place between worlds, not quite circus, not quite theatre, the perfect balance like standing between earth and air. That night in their hotel room, Eva found Dante looking through an album of photographs they carried on their travels, faded images of the Gran Maravilla, yellowed newspaper clippings about the Chicago fire, programs from their first Phoenix productions. "Nostalgia, my love?" she asked, sitting beside him. "Memory," he corrected. "There's a difference." "And what does memory tell you tonight?" He touched a photograph of them in their prime, Eva suspended above, Dante creating a spiral of flame below. "That we were extraordinary, that what we built matters. It will outlast us," Eva said with certainty. "As it should." Dante closed the album. Every fire leaves embers. Their final performance came in U40, as Europe burned again and America stood on the precipice of another war. The Phoenix Theatre mounted a benefit for refugee artists, with Dante and Eva appearing one last time in a simplified version of their signature piece. She on a low trapeze, he with carefully controlled flame effects that symbolized rather than demonstrated his former skills. Sophia directed the sequence, reversing their traditional roles. Now it was the daughter guiding the parents, the future shaping the past. When the spotlight faded on their final bow, Eva felt completion rather than loss. "Time to pass the torch," she whispered to Dante. "Quite literally," he replied, with the smile that still, after all these years, made her heart quicken. They remained active in the theatre world as mentors and teachers, watching as their artistic descendants carried their techniques into new mediums. War bond shows, USO performances, even early television. Former students wrote from around the country, describing how they had adapted the Moretti methods for modern audiences. In 1945, as peace returned to the world, Eva and Dante celebrated their 35th anniversary by visiting the site where the Grand Maravilla had last stood in Chicago. The fairground had long since been redeveloped, with no trace remaining of the tent city that had once occupied it. Yet standing there, Eva could almost hear Augustus Wayland's booming announcement, smell the sawdust and grease paint, feel the tension of the rope beneath her hands. "Strange," she murmured. "It feels both ancient and immediate." "Time is circular," Dante said, "like a ring of fire." A young couple passed them, the woman pregnant, the man attentive. Eva watched them, thinking of all the generations that had come and gone since she had first swung through the air above a spellbound audience, since Dante had first sent flames dancing into the darkness. "Do you ever regret it?" she asked suddenly. "The path we chose?" Dante considered the question with the thoughtfulness that had deepened with age. "I regret the pain, the losses, but not the choice itself." He took her hand, his fingers still strong despite arthritis. "You?" "Never," Eva said firmly. "Not for a moment." Their story entered academic textbooks in the 1950s as circus arts gained scholarly attention. Graduate students occasionally appeared at their door, notebooks in hand, eager to interview the pioneers of aerial theatrical fusion. Dante, retired to their small house near the Hudson River, enjoyed these intellectual exchanges. Eva preferred to demonstrate rather than discuss, showing young performers how to understand the physics of their bodies in space. Sophia's career flourished in the film industry, her Moretti name opening doors that her talent kept open. She married a cinematographer, had 2 children, Antonio and Eva, and visited her parents as often as Hollywood schedules allowed. The grandchildren grew up hearing circus stories that seemed to them like fairy tales from an impossibly distant era. "Did you really swing over fire, Grandma?" young Eva asked during one summer visit. "I did. And your grandfather really ate fire. Weren't you scared?" The elder Eva considered the question. "Yes, but being scared and being brave often happen at the same time." In 1959, Dante suffered a stroke that left him partially paralysed. The fire eater who had once commanded flames became dependent on others for basic needs. Eva, herself slowed by age but still strong, became his primary caregiver. "You should hire someone," Sophia urged during a rare visit east. "This is too much for you." "He crossed through fire for me once," Eva replied simply. "I can cross this with him." They adapted, as they had always adapted. Eva read to Dante from the books he could no longer hold. She described sunset colours he could no longer see clearly. When his speech slurred, she learned to interpret, becoming his voice to the world. Their love, forged in spectacle, endured in these quiet intimacies. On their 50th anniversary, former company members from the Phoenix gathered at their home for a celebration. Many were now elderly themselves, their performing days long past. They brought mementos, photographs, stories that blended fact and legend. Lilith Quinn, her red hair faded to coral, embraced Eva with genuine affection. "Who would have thought we'd end as friends?" she marvelled. "Who would have thought we'd end at all?" Eva countered with a smile. "We were immortal once." "Ah, but only on stage," Lilith said. "The rest was always borrowed time." After the guests had gone, Eva wheeled Dante to their bedroom window, which offered a view of the Hudson. The moon cast a silver path across the water, nature's spotlighting. 50 years, Eva mused. Half a century since a stubborn Italian ruined my solo act. Dante's laugh was quieter than it once had been, but his eyes still held their particular intensity. "Best interruption ever," he managed. Eva kissed his forehead. Yes, it was. Dante died peacefully in his sleep 3 months later. Eva, who had prepared for this inevitability for years, found herself unexpectedly hollowed by his absence. They'd been separate people with separate minds, yet their identities had intertwined so thoroughly that she sometimes forgot where she ended and he began. The Phoenix Theatre, now run by a former student, held a memorial performance featuring readings from Dante's directing notes and excerpts from their film. Critics who had followed their career wrote eloquent tributes. The New York Times called him the last of the classical fire artists, who transformed spectacle into poetry. Eva received these honours with composure, but her private grief was elemental. In the months that followed, she withdrew from public appearances, focusing instead on organising Dante's papers for donation to a theatrical archive. His legacy, she was determined, would not be lost to time. Sophia urged her mother to move to California. "You shouldn't be alone, Mother, not at your age." "I'm not alone," Eva insisted. "I'm surrounded by our life's work." By 265, the world had changed beyond recognition from the America that had once marvelled at travelling circuses. Television had replaced live entertainment for many. The Phoenix Theatre struggled against shifting cultural currents, ultimately reinventing itself as an experimental space for avant-garde productions that would have both mystified and intrigued Dante. Eva, approaching 80 but still independent, received a surprising invitation to consult on a new museum exhibition about American circus history. The curator, a granddaughter of Augustus Whalen, had uncovered remarkable artifacts from the Grand Maravilla's heyday, including original posters featuring the fire eater and his angel. "Your story bridges the traditional circus and modern performance art," the curator explained. "We'd love to feature it prominently." Eva agreed to the project, finding unexpected satisfaction in seeing their early years presented as cultural history. She provided photographs, costume sketches, and detailed descriptions of routines long since impossible to recreate. The exhibition opened at the Smithsonian in Washington, with Eva attending as a guest of honour. Standing before the display about the Chicago fire, which featured a half-burned poster salvaged from the wreckage, she felt time compress. The young woman who had swung through flames seemed both herself and a stranger, a girl she had once known intimately but could now observe with the detachment of age. A child's voice interrupted her reverie. "Excuse me, ma'am," a girl of perhaps 10 said hesitantly. "Are you her? The lady in the picture?" Eva smiled. "I was, a very long time ago." The girl's eyes widened. "What was it like to fly?" "Wonderful and terrible," Eva answered truthfully, "like being made entirely of light." "And was he really your husband?" The girl pointed to Dante's image. "The fireman?" "Yes, for 50 years. "Were you scared of his fire?" Eva considered the layers of that question. "At first, then I learned that the right kind of fire doesn't consume what it loves. It illuminates it." The girl seemed to ponder this. "I want to fly someday." "Then you must learn to trust the air," Eva told her, "and yourself." Later, watching other visitors move through the exhibition, Eva recognized that their story had become part of a larger American narrative about spectacle and art, immigration and reinvention, love that transcended expectation. The personal details mattered less now than the archetypal journey. Two people who had found each other across difference, who had built something lasting from the ephemeral. On her 80th birthday, Eva received a package from Sophia, a carefully restored reel of film discovered in a Hollywood archive. The label read simply, "Moretti Fire and Flight Test, 1912. Eva watched it alone in her living room, tears streaming as grainy images flickered to life on her wall. There they were, impossibly young, incredibly daring, performing their signature routine for what must have been an early motion picture experiment. The quality was poor, the frame jumpy, but the chemistry between them remained electric across 6 decades. When Sophia called to ask how she liked the gift, Eva struggled to find words. "It's like seeing ghosts," she finally said. "Beautiful ghosts." "They're not ghosts, Mother," Sophia replied gently. "They're you, parts of you that still exist, just in different form." Eva lived to see her great-grandchildren, to witness the modern circus renaissance of the 1970s, to receive academic recognition for her contributions to American physical theatre. Her body gradually surrendered its extraordinary capabilities, but her mind remained precise, her memory a treasury of vanished moments. In her final years, she moved to California to be near Sophia. Their backyard performances for neighborhood children became local legend. The ancient aerialist demonstrating hand positions from her wheelchair, telling stories that spanned the century. Eva died in the spring of 1976, just shy of 90. The obituaries called her the last link to America's golden age of circus, but Sophia knew better. Her mother's legacy continued in every performer who balanced risk and beauty, who transformed fear into art. The footage plays on a museum screen, restored and digitized for modern viewers. A young girl watches, transfixed, as a woman in white swoops down from impossible heights, while a dark-haired man sends flames spiraling beneath her. The black and white images flicker like memory itself. "Who were they?" the girl asks her mother. The mother, grey-haired but with familiar eyes, smiles and settles beside her daughter on the bench. "That's your great-great-grandmother Eva," she explains, "and your great-great-grandfather Dante." "They look magical," the girl whispers. "They were in their way." "Tell me their story again," the child pleads. "From the beginning." The woman, named Sophia after her grandmother, gazes at the screen where her ancestors perform their dangerous dance for all eternity. She sees in her daughter's face the same wonder that has passed through generations of their family, the same fascination with flight and flame. "He breathed fire," she begins, echoing words first spoken a century earlier. "She flew, and somehow together they learned to land."